4 to win. Jadeja comes in, bowls to Smith. He's hit that miles. Oh, it's still going. It'll keep going. Someone in the crowd has dropped it. It's gone for 6, and he's taken Jadeja to the cleaners there, and he's taken England over the line too. That remarkable target has been overhauled. The second highest that England has ever achieved batting a situation like this.
Well, a fabulous test match at Headingley and a stunning win for England. Welcome to Edgbaston for the second instalment, the second Ross Day test match between England and India. And lots of rumour down here on the ground about who is playing for India and who is not. England, of course, named their team 2 days ago, so we know who's playing for them. We don't yet know who's playing for India, although we think that Jasprit Bumrah is not playing, but that is still to be confirmed. The toss is going to take place in around about 4 minutes' time, so we will not have to wait very much longer. As for the weather here at Edgbaston today, well, it is overcast. And there's a breeze. It's much, much cooler than it has been. Certainly for those people who are dwelling in the southeast, where it's been roasting in the last few days, it actually feels really pleasantly warm or pleasantly cool today here at Edgbaston. And the forecast, I think, is pretty good. We'll check with Thomas Shafanaka after the toss. I can see a bit of blue sky around. I think the forecast for today and the next 2 days is pretty good. I've got Prakash Wakanka and I've got Stephen Finn near the stumps. Have you had a quick look at the pitch, Stephen? What do you make of it?
Yeah, brief. I'm not allowed that close to it because I'm not allowed to trample up and down the pitch, but it looks dry underneath, and speaking to a couple of the players just then, it feels as though it would be a very good pitch. The grass on it looks brown. When I've played here, when it's kicked and carried through, the top layer of that grass has been quite a nice lime green, so maybe not as much carry as we saw at Headingley, which is a shame, but it looks like a good batting pitch today.
So what do they do if they win the toss? Or what do the captain do if they win the toss? Bowl, do you think? Do you? What about you, Prakash? Have you got any inside track on this Indian team? We're hearing rumours potentially of 4 changes.
All kinds of changes, haven't we? I mean, I think there's about 2 of the guys who are definitely not playing. That's all we can say. But we'll know, as you said, a couple of minutes to go, I think, for the toss, and the match referee is already out here, so it shouldn't be too long. But Bumrah, I don't think, is playing. I think that we can say definitely. I would imagine that we'll see the off-spinner, Washington Sundar, in the squad. We'll see Nitish Reddy as well. But wait for confirmation on that.
Ben Stokes has got there. Well, he's just done a low 5 with Stephen Finn. We'll hear from Ben Stokes after the toss. He's got the team sheet, which he's about to hand over to Shubman Gill. I suppose you might look down at the Indian team sheet with a bit of interest. But I mean, look, we think there are going to be 3 or 4 changes. Possibly no Sudarshan, no Thakur, no Bumrah, and no Prassi Krishna.
But then I'm looking over at the Indian camp warming up, and Bumrah is doing his warm-up as he did do before the last test match. He does a few walkthroughs, then back to a jog. And if you weren't playing, would you be delivering balls in warm-up on the first day of a test match? So there's loads of intrigue. I think it's kind of a window into where both teams are at. England feel very settled, especially with that top 7 in the batting department. The bowlers can chop and change depending on conditions, but with India, it's absolute carnage trying to understand and work out who's going to play.
So the plot thickens, you think?
Well, it feels like it does, yeah. I mean, we're on the cusp of finding out, and it'll be a surprise to Ben Stokes. He's pulling faces as he hands his team sheet to Danny Rubin, the media manager, and to wait to see who is confirmed to play for this India team. But yeah, the settled nature of the England team, I think, is a really good sign for England and England fans.
Absolutely. I mean, what a win for them at Headingley, to win like that.
Oh, it was crazy. It was an amazing test match. I mean, I love test match cricket and very lucky to be able to sit behind the arm for a lot of test matches. But that test match had everything. Both teams fought their way back into it and then tried to throw it away in the same sentence. India will rue their missed opportunities in the game, the drop catches, the wicket from a no ball, and the blowing away of the tail by England in the Indian batting innings. So lots to improve upon, but hopefully another fascinating game here.
How damaging was that, Prakash, for India?
Oh, I think significantly, because having got to that position and having those moments and opportunities not to cash in, I think might well have set the tone for the series. That's what I think will be the worst case outcome. They have to bounce back here if they can find a way of rewriting history.
So that's, the logic then suggests that if they have to bounce back here and not go 2-0 down, could be a draw, of course, if the pitch is very flat, then you play Jasprit Bumrah.
It seems logical to me, yeah, it seems logical for him to play to me.
OK, look, we're going to get the toss now.
Heads is the call. It's a tail. Ben, what are you going to do and why?
We're going to bowl. Decent overhead conditions.
Well, there we go. So England are bowling first. No real surprise. I had a look at the stats. Since Ben Stokes took over as the official captain of England, he has batted first once in 10 times.
You could kind of sense it, couldn't you? I spoke to a couple of the players as well, and they said, I think we're bowling and India will bat first if they win the toss. The overheads are a touch cloudy, there's a nice breeze, so bowling long spells shouldn't be a problem for any of the bowlers. There is a little bit of grass on top of the surface. If it will do anything, it will do it in the first hour, but England love winning the toss and bowling first, and doing the same again here.
I can tell you that there is no Jasprit Bumrah in the Indian team. I can confirm that for you. I've just seen an Indian team sheet. Prasad Krishna is playing. Nitish Kumar Reddy is playing. Karan Nair is going to bat at 3. Washington Sundar is into the team, and Akash Deep as well plays his 8th Test match. He made his debut against England in Ranchi. Ben Stokes is heading over to speak to me. Good morning, Ben. So you've won the toss and you've chosen to field.
Yeah, we have. Pretty good overheads here. I think Edgbaston's one of those grounds where you do tend to look up a little bit more. Hopefully we can use the conditions here early on and get some early inroads.
How does this pitch compare with the one we saw at Headingley?
They are different. I think Headingley compared to here early on, it's always a little bit firmer and harder here, but there's a nice coverage of grass, albeit dry. But it's an overhead decision this morning.
No Jasprit Bumrah in the Indian side. What's your reaction to that?
Their choice.
Their choice, and they've made lots of changes. You're very settled, aren't you? There's a real settled feel about this England side.
I think on the back of last week, obviously I thought the bowlers, as a unit, we all did really well. We managed to take 20 wickets, which is obviously what you need to do to give yourself a chance of winning a Test match. It's a 5-match series. It's going to be, tough for everyone to get through a good amount of cricket. But we won last week. Thought we performed really well with the ball, so that's why we stuck with it.
Ben, thanks very much indeed. Play well. Good luck.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
There's Ben Stokes, and Shubman Gill, India's captain, is going to be with me very, very soon. He's just finished his television interview. Good morning to you, Shubman. So you're batting first again. How do you feel about that?
Pretty good. I think last time we posted a good total, and hopefully if we get big runs in the first innings, it would be a good game for us as well.
Would you have bowled first?
Yes, definitely. If at all there is anything in the wicket that we have seen is on the first session on the first day, and we would have liked to exploit that as well.
No Jasprit Bumrah in your side. Was that his decision or your decision or a collective decision?
Definitely a collective decision. There was a bit of gap between the first and the second match. But having looked at the wicket, we thought, it could be a chance where we go to Lords, and there's a little bit more in the Lords wicket that we have seen over a period of years, so we thought we might play him there.
Was there a bit of temptation to play him, though, because you're 1-0 down?
Definitely, there's always some kind of temptation, best bowler in the world right now, so when you have that kind of bowler in your team, you always want him to play in your team.
What do you need to do better this week as compared to last week?
Fielding, for one instance. I think if we would have taken half the catches that we dropped in the last game, it could have been a different result for us.
OK, well, good luck today. Play well.
Thank you.
There we go. Shubman Gill, the India captain. They would have bowled first, but pretty happy to bat first because they made all those runs at Headingley, as you heard him say, and they did actually. They missed out, really. They were in some great positions in that Test match.
Yeah, I'm 400 odd for 3 and then 330 in the second, losing the tail for virtually nothing. I think that those were the opportunities. But as Shubman said, if they could take in catches, it would have made a huge difference to the end result, one thinks, wouldn't you?
Let me give you the India side. We can just get it up here. So it is Rahul Jaiswal. Karan Nair is going to bat at 3. He was at 6 in the last game. Shubman Gill, the captain. Rishabh Pant. Nitish Kumar Reddy, who played in Australia to good effect at times. He's going to bat at 6. Jadeja at 7. Washington Sundar at 8. Akash Deep into the team at 9. Mohammad Siraj and Prasad Krishna, both of whom played in that match at Headingley. So lots of changes for India. No Jasprit Bumrah for them in this game, and England unchanged. I'm sure you can remember the England side from the last time out, but it was Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Brooks, Stokes, Smith, Wokes, Carse, Tongue and Bashir. So Chris Wokes playing on his home ground. The cover is just being fired up, so we'll just move away from that. Let's check on the weather. I tell you, it's dry. I can see a bit of blue sky, but there is some cloud cover. I wonder how long that cloud cover will be overhead today. England, I think, will be hoping for quite a long time. Let's find out from Thomas Schaffenacker. Good morning to you, Thomas.
Good morning, Simon. I was going to just about ask you about that cloud cover, because it is on the cusp of clearing away. It's just about to the west. The thickest of the cloud is to the east of the area, and we've got plenty of sunshine on the way. So second half of the day, great conditions. The light's going to be good. There's no showers in the forecast for the afternoon. And as far as the next few days are concerned, so tomorrow it's about the same. Friday's looking sunny as well and dry, no rain forecast. The next spell of rain that we're expecting is during the course of the weekend, so I think into Saturday morning. So Saturday morning could be a little bit damp on the ground, but come the afternoon there'll be a mixture of sunshine and showers. So until Friday it's fine. After that, bit of rain.
Okay, thanks very much, Thomas. So 3 full days and then the possibility of some rain at the weekend. We'll see how far the game has progressed by then. We do think it's quite a good pitch, and there have been lots of runs in the Championship this season. Okay, you can't always say Championship runs, it's going to be the same in a Test match. You're a different class of bowler bowling on the surface, but it does give you an indication perhaps about this Edgbaston surface this season.
Yeah, clearly the hot weather that we've had in the build-up to this Test match, and we had a little heat wave around a month ago during that last round of Championship games, which clearly helps the ground staff prepare pitches that are firmer, that don't have that soft top layer. And Ben Stokes is right, you do tend to look up here on the first morning sometimes. If you do see that grass on the pitch, you can get a bit more kick from it if there are clouds in the sky. So maybe inside that first hour we will see a little bit of movement, as we so often do with a Duke's ball, but then as the day wears on it might become a more attritional battle, and India look a far better balanced team. I know Bumrah isn't playing in this Test match, but I think their middle order and their lower middle order look as though they should show a lot more resistance than they did last time, which I think will give them hope if they find themselves in the good positions they did last Test match.
So Prakash, talk us through the players that have come into the side. UK listeners might not know them as well as you do. So Nitish Kumar Reddy into the team, Akash Deep into the team, and Washington Sundar into this team.
Yes, so start with Washington Sundar. Somebody who gives a lot of additional batting strength. He's a really good left-hand batter. Began his career, in fact, as an opening bat. So he's got the background, he's got the experience, and he was part of that squad that, the final game that India won on that tour to Australia famously at the Gabba. As far as Nitish Reddy is concerned, Nitish Kumar Reddy is one of those guys who's actually come through, made his mark year before last in the IPL. Got picked for Australia, and in the opportunities he got, including that wonderful 100 that he scored, somebody who's very hungry, who's I think that adds a additional edge to him. He'll give you 8 or 10 overs of decent medium pace bowling, so that gives you a little bit balance. He's a good batter, and I think what that along with Akashdeep, who's actually been waiting for a long time to break into the side, having made it there, he's quick, he's plays for Bengal, bowls really well. I'm a little bit surprised not to see Arshdeep, but maybe he'll get his chance.
So he's the tall left armer.
Arshdeep is the tall left-hander, the young Sikh boy, whereas Akashdeep, who's often confused with Arshdeep, is a right-arm quick bowler. So I think all three of them, particularly Nitish Reddy, is the one that I think will be hungry to show that Australia wasn't a flash in the pan.
And the other change is that Karan Nair is going to go from 6 to 3. Now, he had to wait an age in both innings, didn't he? Well, he had to wait an age to play for a start for India, and then in that last Test match, he had to wait an age to bat in both innings while these huge partnerships are being chiselled out. I wonder what that's like for a number 3.
He belongs at 3. I mean, that's where he plays most of his cricket, and I think that point that you made is very valid, sitting with your pads on, not making excuses for him, but I'm happy to see him at 3 because that gives him an absolute opportunity now to really show that all the hard work and the 8 years of wait is worth it. And from his perspective, one would hope that he will make it count.
Yeah, look, he's clearly off the back of a weight of runs in first-class cricket, which I think helps give confidence, and probably why he got the nod over Sai Sudarshan to go and bat at number 3. It's a great opportunity for him. He might get in there early, but it looks like a good pitch. It's a quick outfield, and there'll be opportunities to score runs.
Ruthless for Sai Sudarshan. Makes his debut at 3, thrown in and then jettisoned after one game.
Yes, it's tricky for him. You make your debut, you try your hardest, you sort of dream of that moment, and then the captain pulls you aside before the next Test match and says, no, we're going to go with someone else. You hope that the management and people get around him to make sure that the next time he goes out there, he doesn't feel even more pressure than he would have done last week. But he's a seriously talented player. I've watched him biff it all over the place in the IPL, so he will come again, but they clearly feel as though to balance their team, they wanted the more experienced player in Nair to bat at number 3.
Yeah, I think it's harsh on Sai, but I think that the balance of the side, as Finney just said, I think if you had to get Nitish Reddy and Washington in, then you had to make room. And I think Sai has fallen on the wrong side of it in a way. But I'm certain that both Shubman, who has been his captain at the IPL team, the Gujarat Titans, will have had a very good word with him. He'll be told that it wasn't necessarily that performance, but the balance of the side that they needed here. And this was one of the things that was talked straight after the game, that if India do need to bring in a couple of all-rounders, he's probably the one who will make way.
We're going to head up to the commentary box in just a moment. We talked a lot about India, actually. We haven't really talked very much about England, just to say, tick, very well played at Headingley. They have gone unchanged for this game. They did have the option of playing Jofra Archer. They also had the option, I suppose, of playing Jamie Overton as well, who was out on the outfield as well, pace bowler. But they've gone with the same team. What do you think about that, the same bowling attack?
Well, we should ask the bowling consultant who stood just there. He'd have been involved in that decision with his big teeth smiling at me. But
Tim Southey.
Tim Southey, yes. Look, I think it was the right decision not to play him. I think when you win a Test match in the manner that you did and the way the bowlers improved through the game, I think that they deserve the opportunity to wear the England shirt here. I thought it was a great sign that Jofra Archer got through those 18 overs in competition. Bringing him into the group and letting him be around a Test match week, and probably getting his loads up over on the nursery ground behind the Holly stand. I'd imagine he'll be bowling 3 or 4 spells on one of these days to build that bank of workload up, so that when we do get to the back-to-back Test match at Lord's next week, that if there was to be a change in the bowling lineup, it will be him stepping in for someone.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Stokes in his toss interview, he kind of intimated that, didn't he? He says a long series, we're settled at the moment, we might well have to change.
Yeah, I mean, and England sort of don't preempt. What I found surprising about India's selection is that they said before the first Test match, Bumrah is playing 3 tests. There's no, we're going to get to the end of the first test and just see how many overs he's bowled. There was no, it was very prescriptive, whereas I feel as though England and the confidence that they have with the settled nature of their lineup, I think, means that they can get to the beginning of each Test match and say, okay, the 4 guys who bowled last week are fresh, they're fit, they play again. As soon as one of them isn't fresh or fit or looking like they're in really good form, then you swap someone out. So there's nothing preemptive about it, which I like.
OK, Stephen and Prakash, thanks for now. So we're down on the boundary edge. India are going to be batting first. They've been put into bat. It's overcast. There is some blue sky around. There's a bit of a cool breeze. It's quite a pleasant morning down here. Let's go to the commentary box now and say hello to Ebony and Daniel Norcross.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you. I just want to pick up on something a little bit there about Jofra Archer, Ebony Rainford Brent, because it seems a bit strange to me that the Kookaburra ball is being used for 4 rounds of county championship matches with a view to England's bowlers getting some experience with it prior to going to Australia. Mm-hmm. And here is a player, Jofra Archer, who isn't playing in this Test match during a round of Kookaburra ball games, who they would like to take to Australia. And instead of having him bowl for Sussex with a Kookaburra ball that nobody else really wants to bowl with, but the only value, it seems to me, could be that England's bowlers might use it, and instead they've brought him here to presumably train with a Duke's ball in the net.
So I was having this conversation with Aggers because I listened to the interview with Stokes and Aggers about Jofra, and I actually really get Stokes' point that the reason he's chosen to keep Jofra around the team is because there's been a lot of... we can all feel this Bazball, this new vibe, whatever it is going on, this new atmosphere. And Jofra is experienced enough, I would say, they would feel the quality of bowler is, the amount of overs he's put in historically, that he could adapt to the ball. But actually adapting to a new philosophy, environment and culture you might need to be around it a little bit and see how it flows through a test match. So I can see why, obviously we want him to have overs under his belt, and there's no doubt you can't short track the actual physical yards that are needed to bowl in a test match. But also, if you want someone bought into the way you're going to go about your cricket as well, you need to be around it. So I can see the thinking. Also, he can easily pick up a Kookaburra in the nets if he's bowling versus a Dukes. So I can see the decision. I know clearly you're thinking, get out there playing.
Well, not entirely, because I do trust them to know what they're doing. Because with someone like Jofra Archer, he's had a high-profile workload management issue way back when he bowled 50-odd overs at Mount Maunganui. So they're not going to make that mistake again. I totally get that. I think really it's more, I'm cheesed off that in the county championship we're using a Kookaburra ball that nobody wants for the express purposes of it being something that England's bowlers can get the hang of using down under, and then one of those bowlers, they're not actually using it. So, look, I'm going to have to let that
I get you. It's a pain that you're going to have to deal with.
It is. What I want to get into here, though, is like these India changes, they've been touched on. And Bumrah's the big one. We've been told he's going to play 3 games. You're 1-0 down. What's the thinking here? Is it partly, there's weather might be around, this deck might be flat, this could be the lesser spotted draw, and we've packed our side with batting to make sure that 430 for 3 turns into 720 all out, not 470 all out. Is that the idea? So that you then preserve Bumrah for Lords? And similarly, I think England, because they're back-to-back games, might be earmarking Lords for Jofra Archer as well.
The honest answer, Dan, listening to the two, is you've got complete clarity on one side and it feels a bit all over the shop for India. And what I mean by that is England have clearly stuck with their first 11. They were very clear about their lineup. It's very clear on the balance they're looking for. It feels like their top 7 are set, not just for these tests, but going forward in the next few months. And then you've got a side in India who seem to be chopping and changing. And it's really, first of all, it's really hard for players. And then you think your top gun's not in it. And if he was going to pull it out the bag, you'd want him to pull it out the bag in this test so that you don't drift too far and now you're on.
2-0 is historically very difficult to come back from. Australia.
Yeah, and we can maybe even ask that with Andy, but I can imagine going 2-0 down in a test series.
England did it in 2023 and might have won if it hadn't rained at Old Trafford. They were 2-0 down. Australia did it in 1936.
Okay.
When they had Don Bradman.
Any more examples? Or that's
I don't know of any others
much
from 2-0 down. No, and Andy is shaking his head.
So let's be honest, this is crunch test match. So I feel that India's thinking needs some clarity. Look, they've come off a long run of not winning many test matches. I think just one in the last 9. They've got their number 1 man is not there. Their side actually looks quite well structured this time. Actually, Washington Sundar coming in with a little bit more batting depth. They've got the 3 key seamers, 2 spinners, and a part-timer. They've got a lot of option, and then.
So they have the 20 wickets in them, though, because what we were watching a little bit in the last game was that Bumrah was such an important threat that they didn't feel like there was. What England were doing was managing Bumrah. That was, I think someone described it, wasn't it? Michael Vaughan said it was Bazball with brains. They'd worked out to play off Bumrah, and then yes, I know Thakur and Prasidh Krishna got a couple of wickets each in that last day, but if you don't have Bumrah at all, if you bring in Washington Sundar and Nitish Kumar Reddy, Akash Deep, are they going to be able to get the 20 wickets for India?
I'm not convinced they're going to be that threat, and let's be honest, I think the clarity here is that if Bumrah was fit, I think he'd be playing. There's no cricketer with his standard who, if he felt he could get through these 5 days, would not be knocking on that coach and captain's door saying, I need to play in this test match because this is the critical one when you're 1 down. And then you're going to have to trust everybody else. This is where you're going to have to turn around and say, look, Siraj, we need more from you. We need consistency. I wouldn't have minded, actually. I thought we were going to see Kuldeep come in, and that would have offered, we know how good he is and how tricky he can be for England. And I thought he might have brought that in. The only issue is he didn't have maybe that extra batting that Washington Sundar has. So, look, how are they going to take these 20 wickets? Someone's going to have to step up, and they're going to be having those conversations.
It's a tricky conundrum of cricket, isn't it? That's why you have 11 players.
Well, maybe if they hold the catches as well,
yes,
that may improve things.
Yes, but a lot of those catches are dropped off Jasprit Bumrah, and he's not playing. So, I'm sorry, this conversation keeps going full circle.
Back to Jasprit. It can't be a one-man team.
That said, I know Prakash is very confident that India can take 20 wickets with this lineup, and So we're going to bring Prakash
dragging him in.
We're going to bring Prakash in.
He's
actually,
sat on the
because-
fence. No sitting on the fence here, Prakash.
I mean, it's unusual here. We're finding ourselves not really talking a great deal about England because we know exactly their approach. It's very predictable.
Can we
Win
just
toss.
say, though, the one thing about England, it does feel like now Zach Crawley's back in the mix, it just does feel 1-7. This could be solid for 12 months.
It does feel like that. So you think that the conversation about Jacob Bethel will just recede?
Just
but
calm
also,
down a little bit, yeah.
people get injuries, don't they? Fingers get broken, and people have kids as well.
But the
So-
formula's making sense.
Yeah. But Prakash, we're finding ourselves not really talking about England because that formula is set in stone. We knew that Ben Stokes was going to bowl first if he won the toss. Interestingly, Shubman Gill said he would have done the same, actually.
Well, I mean, he said that at Headingley as well after losing the toss. So I don't think you should take too much after losing the toss. But I think the idea really has been that here, isn't it, that you look up into the sky is what I've been told, and therefore the opportunity to chase. I think England's comfort with chasing whatever it may be just gives them that tremendous confidence, and the early win. I mean, that just gives you so much more self-belief, I think, as they come in here. No surprise, really.
Tell us a little bit about Nitish Kumar Reddy. A lot of people won't be quite as well aware of him. I think we know about Washington Sundar, seen a lot of him in IPL and whatnot. Tell us a little bit about Reddy, because he's coming in at 6. He's a top-line batter, but he offers something with the ball.
He does. He bowls bowls good medium pace. Look, Nitish Reddy, again, another one of those stories. You remember Vizag, where we've toured, so he actually comes from there. Another story where a parent has gone out of his way to get his son the right exposure. So his father turned down a very lucrative job opportunity in Rajasthan to move to Hyderabad and stay there and go through whatever hardship he had to get Nitish to be able to play the right kind of cricket. He made his name really in the IPL, playing for Hyderabad in the IPL, got picked for the Australia tour, and when he got his opportunity, scored a magnificent 100. It was a terrific innings, and even in the other games, he got those quick-fire 30s and 40s in the lower middle order, which I think showed how hungry he was. He comes from a family that worships cricket and cricketers. I mean, at the Sydney Test, his parents expressed a desire to meet Sunil Gavaskar, and it was a hugely emotional moment for his father, who'd grown up looking at him. So it's a cricket-crazy family. I think Nitish is that new breed of fearless, I believe in myself kind of cricketer. He's a young man, he's a good fielder. So I think all of it going for him, and may he do well.
Kuldeep Yadav is a bit of an elephant in the room here. He's got 56 wickets in 13 matches, granted many of them in India, but there's a strike rate of 37, one of the best strike rates of any bowler, and for a spinner, even more remarkable. And having already brought in a little bit of batting depth, was there not a balance that could have been drawn here to get Kuldeep in as well, maybe instead of Washington Sundar?
Well, I think that's the batting part of it, isn't it, Dan? Wanting to make sure that you've got a little bit more, shall we call it spine, strength, whatever you want to say, in the lower middle order. And I think that is the reason that Washi got the sort of nod ahead of Kuldeep. Kuldeep's played only 13 tests in the last 8 years, and you could understand that when Ashwin was part of the squad, but now not to see him. Maybe it's conditions here. Maybe they believe that as the summer progresses, he'll be more useful later. Who knows what the team thinking is? But this is the 11 they've got now. No point thinking about Kuldeep Yadav.
Well, look, we're preparing for the national anthems, and to take you through the pre-game celebrations and into the first 20 minutes of the match, it's going to be Jonathan Agnew.
Indeed, thank you, Dan, very much. Good morning, everybody. Sun coming out here, trying to at least. There's some fairly high cloud around, but pretty set fair for today and the next couple of days as the players come out to line up, not just for the anthems, but there's also going to be a moment's silence for Wayne Larkins, a dear friend to many of us. Wonderful player, ahead of his time, really, was Ned. Wonderful attacking batsman. Especially through the offside, many of us have been severely punished by his rapier-like drives. And he died aged 71. We're losing far too many friends and fine cricketers at the moment. And so once again, the players are wearing black armbands in memory of a fine former player. Just for the record, Wayne played 13 tests. He played 25 one-day internationals. He could have played many more if you look at his career. Between 79 and 91, 716 times he played for Northamptonshire, scoring nearly 30,000 runs. So a moment's silence. I think actually it's turning into applause actually for Wayne. I think I'd prefer that. Wayne was much more of an applause man than a silence man. Wonderful entertainer, great smile. Well played, Wayne.
Thank you. And heard from that England, please be upstanding for the national anthems of India and England.
So now the anthems, and we'll begin with India.
Punjab, Sindhu, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkala, Banga, Vinda, Himachala, Yamuna, Ganga, Uchala, Jaladita, Ranga, Tava Shubhu Name Jage, Tava Shubhu Ashish Mage, Gahe Tava Jaya Gata, Janagana Jaya, 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 hey.
Laura Wright singing the anthems.
God save our gracious King, long live our noble King. God save the King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the King.
There's the anthems. I think wise of those in the Hollies who are joining in not to go for the high note at the end. But anyway, it gets us off to the start. And England, if it is joining us, well, having won the toss and put India in again, and no one surely will get... well, I think Andy probably knows the answer to this already. I can't think of any England captain who has won the toss so often and put the opposition in. It's and there's nothing really about the conditions except that they will favour bowling a bit more this morning than they would maybe tomorrow afternoon. And of course, as we know, England love a run chase. What we must mention is the size of the boundaries, which really have been brought in. I mean, it's not quite what you'd expect for a women's game, and they do bring the boundaries in, but I tell you what, it's not far off. Down there towards the scoreboard, that is a really small, short boundary, and we haven't got the absolute dimensions. Yes, we have. Not sure what all that means down there, but it's basically... But nothing is longer than 65 metres. I'm not sure what the women's dimensions are, but I'll tell you what, it's not far off, and this is clearly, I mean, it's England that can choose to do it. The ground staff here will act on the instructions, and with two spinners playing in the Indian side, you suggest, Stephen, good morning to you, that these boundaries have been brought in for a purpose.
Yeah, good morning, Aggers. Good morning, everyone. It is slightly odd, isn't it? It's not the sort of thing that when I was playing, you never realised that people might actually ask ground staff to do things like that. But it's certainly a long, long way in from where we would usually anticipate. That there are regulations that say the boundary rope can't be within a certain proximity of the digital advertising hoardings, but there's no way that the proximity is 15 metres that it is down in front of that scoreboard and in each corner of the ground. So yeah, clearly must be something tactical by England.
Very interesting. Not seen it done before, but we'll get. It'll be interesting to compare it to the boundaries of a women's match, actually, because it really is. It is that tight, that compressed, and especially down towards the scoreboard as we look at it. So as Jaiswal takes guard, it's long on, cow corner, deep straight mid-wicket, that sort of area for a left-hander. And then down here to our right, also brought a long way in. So, well, it could be a high-scoring game with the boundaries this short because the outfield will be fast. Now, what's happening? The umpire's having a word with Ben Stokes about something down there to the left. Not sure what that's all about, but there's something going on. There's lots of pointing going on and waving of arms from the umpire there. I'm not sure who he's waving at because the ground staff are over to the left. I don't think his mum's in the crowd.
My guess is that maybe there is a reflection off a pane of glass or something that when the fielders are fielding for the right-handed batter, the slip fielders, that it might be in their eye line, a reflection of the sun or something like that. But it certainly looks as though there's going to be a delay. There's arm pointing all over the place. They've pointed to the other side.
It's umpire Gaffney who seems... there's something going on. It's one area down there towards the left. Now he's got his hands on his hips. I think Ben Stokes is being dispatched to go and do something. But as yet, we don't know what. He's getting a big round of applause down there. That's not really what he's after. We've now got a groundsman who's appeared, and he's running around the boundary edge. I think Stokes is going to pass the message on from umpire Gaffney as to what the problem is. There are some hospitality boxes down there, whether it's, you're right, a reflection off a window or off a door, something like that. But the groundsman now, I think, has got to vault the fence, which might be exciting because it's quite a high one. It's almost chest high down there. And so he's got to try and relay a message to some stewards. What a very strange start to the day.
It looks as though I think that's the score box. The scorers may be over there. They're being asked to put the blind on their room down. Maybe they've got a light in the background. I think it's definitely probably in line with the gully fielder for a right-handed batter. If Wokes was to bowl at a right-handed batter, directly in their eye line, it looked as though there was a reflection or a light or something there that might be off-putting.
Well, whatever it was has been dealt with, and that will just remain one of those delightful mysteries that you get in cricket, in which no one tells you what it was. There's no means of finding out, but we just sit here and just watch and scratch our heads. Here's the first ball of the second Test match. It's Chris Wokes on his home ground, running in and bowling to the left-handed Jaiswal, who allows it to go through outside the off stump, which is so often the way. The big build-up and everything else, and the first ball's outside the off stump, and there's no shot.
Apart from in Brisbane, the last Ashes series that we were down there when that was.
Well, that's true.
Well, it wasn't excitable. It was the Australians were excitable, but that was a big climb.
In fact, most Brisbane tests, to be honest, the first ball gets up to something. Anyway, that was just a straightforward loosener from Wokes. Gentle breeze. Let's see the flags flopping away from their poles at the far end as Wokes moves in. Bowls a little bit closer to the off stump, that one, but Jaiswal again won't be tempted and allows that to be taken by Smith. So Stokes on the attack. It's very much his form of cricket, this. Win the toss, stick them in. India know England will come chasing if they get the opportunity. Their confidence will be low. Short boundaries, all part of that. And I wonder if that is also part of it, that they would have known 100% India would have batted first.
Well, Bryden Carr said to me this morning when he walked past me, I was like, what's the pitch like?
Here's Wokes. Bowls. Jaiswal plays this, and the ball rolls away just a couple of yards into the offside.
And he said, we're bowling. India are probably going to bat. I might as well go into the dressing room and put my whites and my boots on now before the toss had even taken place. So everyone out there knew what was going to happen. And actually, there are times when I was playing, you'd turn up to a ground, you'd see a brown pitch. It's cloudy, but it's not ominous, dark, dank cloud that could produce loads of swing and seam. It feels like it should be a good day for batting. And the captain would go, we're going to bowl first, and he'd say, you're kidding, aren't you?
Yeah, well, that's true. Wokes again from the far end, runs towards us, bowls, and Jaiswal again lets that go. He does swing after it bounced. But a little bit of movement there maybe. But this is it, isn't it? We're chasing, we're bringing the boundaries in, you're under pressure. That's what's going to happen later in the game. It's all part of the psychology. But just to go back again, this is This is I've never seen a boundary like this here at Edgbaston, brought in so obviously and deliberately close. Still, make for an interesting few days. I think we're fingers crossed for the weather a bit, aren't we, over the weekend, I think. No runs on the board yet as Wokes comes in, bowls to Jaiswal. There's some. There's 4. Whether that's off bat or thigh pad, we shall see. It's actually off the bat, so a little tickle there. Umpire Shafadullah, who is the third umpire at Headingley, is on duty at the far end, and a big Indian flag waves down there. I think it's our old friend who still dresses up with Tendulkar on his back. He comes fully painted. He's still got Tendulkar on. He's got an enormous flag. He's still brandishing it down there by the sight screen. 4 for no wicket. Wokes again, runs in hard, bowls short. Oh, massive flashing uppercut from Jaiswal, but made no contact with that, which was probably just as well. It would have gone out of the ground, I think. First over done, 4 for no wicket. Good morning, Andy Zoltzman.
Good morning, Agus. On Stokes winning the toss and choosing to bowl first. It's the 10th time he's done that in a home test out of 12 times that he's won the toss at home. The first time he captained England, when he stepped in for Joe Root in Southampton against West Indies in 2020, he chose to bat first. England ended up losing that
lost
game.
That, yes.
Since then, the only time he's chosen to bat first was on this ground against Australia in 2023 in a home test, a titanic match that Australia won by 2 wickets in the end. This is the 10th time he's chosen to bowl first at home. He's only done so a couple of times away from home, both in New Zealand. So when he's won the toss in Asia, he's always batted first, and everywhere else other than against Australia here in 2023, he's chosen to bowl first.
And Southampton, so both times he's batted first, he's lost.
Yes, the Southampton one.
Well, maybe there's
free
some
baz ball.
Yeah, absolutely. 4 for no wicket, and KL Rahul, who played so well at Headingley, is going to face Bryden Cass. The breeze tugging at his shirt. 3 slips, fine gully, usual sort of field these days as Cass sets off and bowls short down the leg side. Rahul tries to nibble at it and misses, and through it goes to Jamie Smith. I'll send fraternal greetings to everyone else who's on the M69 this morning for a long time. And I think the M6 got caught in it as well.
You did well to make it. What was it, a horse on the road?
Apparently there's at least one horse on the motorway, and whoever let it off and released the horse on the motorway. Well, I don't know how it got there, but oh dear me, it's just a car park. So greetings, I hope you all got to wherever you're going safely. In goes Cass, bowls, and 4 comes Rahul, pushing at the offside. Think he wants a single, but Stokes is there too quickly, and back they go. There's nothing you can do, is there?
A bacon sandwich was your tonic, wasn't it?
Yeah, bacon sandwich. I think we're half an hour in, and you have that mental picture of what do I need? Yeah, I need that bacon and a cup of coffee. Never mind. We're here. Thank you to Simon for going out there and doing the toss and clashing swords with Ben Stokes and stuff. 4 for no wicket. Then goes Cass over the wicket, bowls, Rahul forward. Picked up there at point. And there's no run.
He's always funny. I always admire you guys who interview him in the mornings, because every now and again there's just one very short answer in there that must leave your brain scrambling.
If he doesn't rate the question, you get the one word.
The one today was Jaiswal, not Jaiswal, Bumrah. So Bumrah's not in their team. What do you make of that? Their choice.
You'll pop something back at you.
Luckily Simon's an expert and had another one lined up.
Yeah.
That would leave me flailing, I think.
Well, I did Ben. At the moment, we're doing Ben Stokes about 3 times a week. I think he's about as fed up of us as we are of doing it. He goes Cass again, bowls, a little bit of swing there. Doesn't carry very far. And Rahul lets it go through. My main thrust yesterday was Jofra Archer. And this whole very strange situation in which he needs to play some cricket and get some overs in his legs, and anyone who's been a fast bowler knows that. So those who've played Test cricket, it's hard work, and I would still say there's so much training you can do, but actually the only way really you are fit for Test cricket is by playing and bowling spells and fielding for long periods of time. In goes Cass, bowls, it's tucked away into the leg side, rolls off the mark, because you can't really replicate that in nets. You can't replicate the standing unless you bowl in the net for an hour, then go and stand in the corner for an hour. and don't sit down, and you're walking around, and then you come back and bowl for another 45 minutes and go and stand in the corner again. And then you can sit down and have your lunch, and then you go back and do that. That's the only possible. Then you haven't got the business of a game, the pressure, the thought processes, and all of that.
So that it's like an extra, I say, 20% from. You can bowl as flat out as you want in a net. You can charge in and try and bowl as quick as you want, but nothing replicates the intensity that goes through your body. And I think it would go up at least 20% from a practice situation to them playing in an international game. That extra 20% is where people get injured. It's where people pull muscles, stress fractures happen.
Which is what everyone's dreading.
Yes.
With Archer. Then goes cast round the wicket, bowls, driven hard at him. That's a stinger. He got his hands on it. But there's no run. And actually, the ball rebounded to Jaiswal, who picks it up and tosses it away. 5 for no wicket. So it's a really interesting state of affairs, isn't it? Where it just feels like he is being lined up for Lords. And I thought my question, my get-in-there question with Stokes was, will he be fit for Test cricket as a result of being here this week? And he gives you a bit of a look sometimes. I got a look. And then, well, the answer he gave, I do kind of... I can see the answer. He wants Jofra Archer to get used to the whole environment, which has changed since he last played. The Joe Root, Silverwood, or whatever the combination was in those days. It is a different environment now than it was, and they want him to get used to that and to experience it. But that doesn't get you days in the field, and with Sussex playing as well. It's a really interesting state of affairs because they are clearly lining him up and no one wants him to come back after all this time.
I'm glad he wasn't playing this week.
Well, that wouldn't make any sense.
No.
That would not. But then if he's not playing, why not? Anyway, it's a really interesting scenario. And I also asked another follow-up question, actually, I was quite pleased with. 5 for no wicket. In comes Wokes from the far end. Bowls and Rahul is hit on the pad. Appeal for leg before wicket. Umpire Shafadullah says no. So that's not too far away. It might just have been going down the leg side, but now it's been given not out. I suspect they probably won't review it, but it was a planted foot. I think it would have needed to have swung a little bit. They're having a long discussion about whether to review this or not. I don't think Wokes is keen. And no, he's turned his back and has walked away. But not a bad shout there. And a bit of a lazy shot from Rahul, a bit of a rangefinder maybe. Did it swing enough? No, it didn't. That would have gone down the leg side. So my follow-up was, look, I'm a traditional fuddy-duddy, Ben, which he nodded. I said, the Lord's Test is special. If you play in a Lord's Test match for your country, it's something that you really do remember. It's a great experience. Here's Wokes and bowls. That's tucked away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. It is the high point of the summer. If you're a cricketer to play a Test match at Lords, I said, is this the sort of team environment now where you can just stand someone down to give someone else a game and deny them a Lords? And he basically said, yeah. What's the problem? It's his second or third in the list of games, and if someone needs a rest, we just drop them. And so actually, all that sort of sentimentality. The tradition, if you like, maybe it's right, but in comes Wokes. Bowls, and that's tucked away out to mid-on. All I'd know is if I'd got a load of wickets in the game before, but I'd played 2 Test matches, they said, sorry mate, not playing at Lords, someone's coming in for a game. It takes some managing, that.
Yes.
It does take some managing.
And the Indian perspective as well, I read and listened to a couple of things in between Test matches with people suggesting that Bumrah's not going to play this week because he wants to play at Lords. India could be 2 down at Lords by that stage. And there are loads of undercurrents, aren't there? Run within a Test series.
There are. Here's Wokes, bowls outside the off stump. There's no stroke from Rahul. And if it's a happy team environment in which everyone's bought into the whole thing and everyone's jolly good friends and everything else, then you can manage that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But if, say, India do lose here and there's a few undercurrents going on there, there's pressure on the coach and the new captain and all that, and Bumrah says, I think I might play here, thanks, I want to play at Lords. That's the kind of time where it does perhaps cause some issues in the team.
And on a day like this where it's a brown pitch, there is blue sky poking through the clouds now above us.
So watch Wokes, springy run, he bowls outside the off stump, Rahul again lets it go by.
And you do win the toss and bowl first. The reason why they do it and the reason why they're good at it is that everyone buys into it, and you can tell that from the morning of the game. There's no bowlers there where sometimes dressing rooms are divided up between batters and bowlers. You just don't get that feeling with this team whatsoever. it feels as though 11 of them are out there to take on this situation, to try and get themselves in good position in the game.
It's a leg slip here now. There's Wokes again, bowls, and Rahul plays off the back foot out to Stokes, who fields there at extra cover. Well, it's not doing very much, I'll be honest, and there's not a lot of pace in the pitch. And India, who are put into bat, have made 5 for no wicket. Bumrah is not playing their side. They've made 3 changes. So Karan Nair is up to number 3. Washington Sundar, the spinner, comes in, so they're juggling around. But I was reading some places that the interpretation was that they're happy to just play for a draw here and have Bumrah out and so on. But that's dangerous in a test match. If you go in with any kind of defensive negative thoughts. Goes Cast, bowls. Jaiswal has a huge swipe and misses that. Goes past his outside edge. If you aim to draw a match, you can easily become unstuck, can't you?
Especially against a team that want to play on the front foot the whole time and put you under pressure. It's a very risky strategy. That shot was not befitting of someone who's looking to play for a draw. That was a wild swipe outside the off stump from Jaiswal. Scrambled seam from Carson, actually nip away from the left-hander, which is a good sign from round the wicket.
Cast again goes thundering in, bowls to Jaiswal, and he's got that away for 4. Ball goes pinging off that short boundary, which must be at least 6 yards in from the boundary edge, the very edge of the boundary. It's got to come in about 1 metre from that edging, but it's all the way round. It's much closer than that, and that flew away towards the Hollies stand. It would spare visiting fielders a bit of abuse, perhaps, from the Hollies.
Maybe that's why, yeah.
It's longer range. But in they come in that stand anyway, still coming in down the gangways and the aisles and so on. As Cast runs away in the sunshine and bowls, and Jaiswal lets that go through this time. It's taken by Jamie Smith. Happy sound. Quite an exciting sound. It's that first morning of a test match sound, isn't it? You always tell.
It's lovely being down there, actually. It's one of the great things about this job is doing the toss and being down there on the first morning. You can sense the players' excitement. You can see the crowd coming in. You feel that buzz, and it sort of takes you back to when you were out there doing it yourself as a player. It's a great feeling.
9 for no wicket. In goes Cast, bowls. Jaiswal again has a look at that. Lets it go through with no real pace at all. Yes. But go back to the toss. I mean, you can lose the toss and end up in the field. So we do make a lot of it in cricket, don't we? The one danger Stokes has, and it should have happened at Headingley, was you get battered out of the game. And India should have got 600 there. In which case, it's very difficult to come back into the game from that. You just got to hope that you have a couple of early wickets and that you take your catches and that you do chip away and bowl them out for a score that isn't ruling you out of the match. 9 for no wicket. In goes Cast again, bowls, and once more Jaiswal ignores a ball. It's a full length outside the off stump. Jaiswal lets it go through, goes off for quite a long walk actually towards the leg side. Rahul exchanges a word as he comes down the pitch and gives it a prod. 9 for no wicket. Edgbaston full, or it soon will be when I think the last find their way in through security. 9 for no wicket. Cast leaps, bowls. Oh, now that's the first ball that's really done something, and it did quite a lot. It cut back, it bounced, and Jaiswal really fended the ball away. He had no idea where that had gone, and it bounced just in front of slip. Ugly ball. Where on earth did that come from? Because we've seen nothing like that during the course of the morning so far. It really cut back and bounced, and that could have gone anywhere. Happily for Jaiswal, it went down in front of slip, but that could have gone anywhere. So that's the first bit of excitement really to report today. We've had 20 minutes. More thoughts from Stephen Finn, and then it's going to be Prakash.
That was a brute of a delivery from Cast, bowling around the wicket. He's been bowling with a scrambled seam, so getting the ball to leave the left-handers and nip away, trying to look for that outside edge of Jaiswal. He held the ball seam up that last delivery, so it swung back in and then nipped towards the chest of Jaiswal. That was horrible.
Works in, and Rahul plays it to mid-on. There's no run. That last ball really was an absolute terrific delivery, wasn't it?
How would you have played that, Pratt?
I probably would have gone over my head.
That's very true.
Some of the advantages of not being too tall. Yeah, I thought in the excuse me, in the end, couldn't have really done much with it.
No.
It's fortunate that it didn't carry to. So easily could have looped in. 3 slips in place. A leg slip as well for Rahul. He waits for Vokes. Vokes is in, bowls, and Rahul looks to play down the leg side. Taken by the keeper. 9 without loss, India, having been put in.
Well, I think Cast was actually looking to bowl that delivery a lot fuller. I think he's almost trying to set him up that over for an in-swinger that comes back into the stumps. Jaiswal had driven one through the covers, played a missed at one, left a couple with that shape where it angles in towards about 4th stump and then nips away. And I think Cast was looking to bowl that same length with an in-swinger to try and get Jaiswal bowled through the gate or leaving it, but it just got stuck in his hand a little maybe and was bowled a lot shorter.
Vokes past the umpire bowls, and Rahul gets one that comes back sharply, opens the face, thickish outside part of the bat to Pope at back point, no run. It's been a stern examination so far. When we were down there, Finney, you said that you thought that compared to other pitches on day one, this one had a brownish look as compared to a slightly greener or lime one. You happy with the carry?
I mean, the odd one's kicked, hasn't it? That delivery from Cast did kick. We saw one in the first over that kicked from Wokes, maybe off a tuft of grass.
Works in again, close to the stumps, bowls again down the leg side. Rahul again doesn't make any contact. He'll be cognizant of Duckett, I think, who is at leg slip, and does sometimes tend to just play that a little bit in the air. But he is certainly looking to get that away. Squarer, there's a man down at long leg as well.
It certainly doesn't look like a back of a length hit the splice sort of pitch. It looks as though you want to be a touch fuller, trying to get batters playing on the front foot, trying to challenge that front pad with any movement you can find on this first morning.
Works into Rahul this time. Ooh, takes a step forward just out of his crease. KL Rahul, such an important part of this Indian batting lineup now. The one who sort of seems to, at least aims to provide that calmness. Batted beautifully in both innings at Headingley. He'll need to do a lot more of that through the series if India are to compete, particularly put runs on the board.
And he's had a funny old career, hasn't he? Because he's dotted up and down the order, taken the gloves sometimes, hasn't taken the gloves.
Works up again, slightly angular run up, nicely played on the back foot, back to the bowler. Yeah, KL Rahul's been one of those sort of what you would call the ideal team man. Do whatever it is that is required.
Yes, so on just sort of finishing off what we were talking about with the Ben Stokes choosing to bowl when he wins the toss. To put it in context, so I said he's done it 10 out of 11 times since becoming full-time captain in 2022. That's as many times as England captains chose to bowl first when winning the toss in a home test between 1880 and 1980 inclusive. 10 out of 146 toss wins England chose to bowl first. Then from 1980 to 2021, in sort of common with the trend in global cricket, that happened more often, 38 out of 132, so about one every 3.5 times England won the toss they chose to bowl. And then Stokes 10 out of 11 since he became captain.
Staggering stat that. Just shows, I think, the confidence in chasing. Amongst other things, Carr starts a fresh over ball to Jaiswal, who defends with the full face of the bat. Back to the bowler. 3 slips, a gully, almost a catching point, slightly backward. Man at wideish mid-off, mid-on, man deep on the square leg boundary, and a long leg. That's the field under bright sunshine here. Patches of blue sky visible. A glorious day for cricket. Grounds filling up nicely. And England, of course, having won that first test. Tails up. India having been put into bat the second test running. Jaiswal waits for Cast. Wide of the crease, bowled, and Jaiswal flashes it away. And a brilliant stop, that absolutely stunning stop from Ollie Pope. That was for any other day of the week if Pope wasn't there. Tremendous fielding.
That's an excellent piece of fielding from Pope. And Jaiswal, when he's playing attacking shots this morning, he's really committing to them. He loses his front leg a touch towards the leg side to open up when the ball's back of a length and creamed this towards backward point, and Ollie Pope diving away to his right parries it into the ground. in front of him and saves his bowler 4 runs. That's the sort of thing you really appreciate as a bowler.
Indeed, and it was going away from him after Jaiswal had hit it into the ground. Once again, Kas is up balls, and this time he flashes and misses Jaiswal, keeping just a tad low that ball. Rushing through.
He's desperate to assert himself this morning here, Jaiswal. That ball was far too full to be stepping away and cutting, but in the manner that he does do, his right leg, which is his front leg, goes outside leg stump when he thinks the ball is a touch short in order to try and open up the offside.
That prompts a change in the field. Man at mid-on being moved across now to mid-off, and Stokes going into a orthodox cover, almost a cover point really. So it's an interesting field now. Kas is into bowl to Jaiswal, and Jaiswal drives handsomely through the offside. That's an authoritative stroke, straight to the boundary. Lovely shot, leant into it, kept it on the ground, 13 without loss.
It's a lovely sound off his bat when he does hit it. He's hit a couple of cover drives today. One really controlled that went through square cover. This one was a lot straighter through extra cover. Steps towards the ball. Is very still when he hits it. Full swing of the bat up over his right shoulder as well, but in full control of the shot. Kas just looking for that outside edge, going a touch fuller. Got 3 slips, a gully, a catching backward point and a square point. So trying to entice that drive.
It's Kas again to Jaiswal. Bowls. He flashes and misses. He's living dangerously, is Jaiswal. But that's the way he plays his cricket. He likes early on in his innings, as you said, Finney, to assert himself, to put some pressure back on the bowler. And then if he gets that far, he settles down. And we know that he can get big scores. But he's got to be a little bit watchful here.
But it's very different batting in England, Australia and in India. Clearly hitting through the line of the ball is something that some of the best players do. You think Warner, Hayden, Sehwag, people who've played in those conditions. Standing there, not moving your feet all that much and throwing your hands at it is legitimate.
Kas in, and this one's fended away, coming back into the left-hander, and he'll hamble across for a single in front of square. So that's 6 overs bowled, in fact a leg by. 13 without loss. Jaiswal is on 12, Rahul is on 1, and India certainly battling it out here in this early part of day 1. Good conditions to bowl in.
Well, yeah, to a certain extent. The pitch is brown, the cloud isn't heavy, but certainly the first morning, that coverage of grass that there is on the pitch that isn't green, but it will still have some degree of freshness to it because it's not been played on yet. A brand new Duke's ball in your hand. We've seen a little bit of movement, and we've probably seen inconsistent carry through to the wicketkeeper as well, which makes it very hard for the slips to determine where to stand. But certainly there is a little bit there, but whether I'd classify them as good bowling conditions, I think would be contestable.
I'm not going to argue with you on that. What I'd be interested at some point to know is what are ideal conditions.
Well,
here's Vokes in bowls, and Jaiswal defends on the offside, thinks of a run, and then both of the batters decided it's not there. 14 without loss.
Ideal bowling conditions were here in 2015 in an Ashes game. It was my first game back in the team for 2 years, and turned up on the first morning, and the pitch it wasn't emerald green, but there was a tinge of green to the top of it. It was hard. The temperature was lovely, so you didn't have to exert yourself too much to bowl a long spell. We won the toss and bowled first, I think, or we definitely bowled first in the game, and it was kicking, that kicking bounce that we've seen a couple of times today.
Vokes in again, bowls to Jaiswal. He struck on the pad, big appeal. The umpire's hand stays down, and now the inevitable conversation is happening. What do you think, Finney?
I thought maybe it's pitched outside leg, but Ben Stokes is insinuating that
it's gone up.
They think he may have hit it, but he sent it upstairs anyway.
He has. So there's the first real moment of concern. The umpire
TV umpire
ruling not out.
Player review for LBW. I've checked the feet, fair delivery. Original decision is not out. Front on first, please.
Right. DRS. And here's the first look. Yeah, might be umpire's call on whether it pitched on the leg stump.
Going to need not ultra edge, please. Across the bat. Mid through. There's a big gap between bat and the ball, so we'll go to Ball tracking when ready.
Certainly no bat involved.
Okay, original decision's not out. It's pitching in line, impact in line. Hitting the wicket.
Umpire's call saves Yashasvi Jaiswal.
Back on field.
It wasn't far away at all.
Original decision not out.
Just pitching on the leg stump, and then umpire's call on hitting the wicket. These are the ones that are very frustrating if you're the fielding side and give you much needed relief as a batter. And it's perfect timing really for Cheteshwar Pujara, who's just slipped into the seat alongside me, replacing Steve Finn. That's a big relief for Yashasvi there.
Good morning. Yeah, it is. You would be very delighted with that.
Vokes in again, bowls to Yashasvi Jaiswal, who pushes back to the bowler. How do you feel when you're waiting for this DRS and waiting to see what is the verdict that's coming down?
You're always nervous. As a batter, you're just thinking about, you're hoping that the ball is not hitting the stumps, because at that stage, you're not sure as a batter. You feel that it wasn't hitting the stumps, but when you look at the replay, you do get some indication. There are times where you get to look at the replay, not quite often though.
There's Vokes again into Jaiswal bowls, and Jaiswal looks to drive straight, thickish inside part of the bat. He's not looked as comfortable as he did in that first innings at Headingley, but it also got to do, I think, with the way England are bowling, isn't it?
It is, and also his mindset, because there are times where I've seen that he comes out with a positive mindset, but he doesn't pick the right ball, and when he's batting at his best, he looks a lot calmer, his body language is slightly different. Today he's looking for those boundary balls, whereas he should be a little more settled.
Vokes again into Jaiswal, and he's beaten outside the off stump by a lovely ball that just angles away, leaves him. Do you think it's what happened in the field more than what happened with the bat that still might be playing on the young man's mind?
Look, he's not the one who will think about what has happened in the past. He likes to be in present and not think of what has happened in the last few deliveries. But I think at this stage they are bowling well, so he will have to understand and respect that.
Vokes again, past umpire Saikat bowls, and this time he drives, but only as far as wideish mid-off. There'll be no run. End of a testing over again from Vokes, who's bowled 4 overs, none for 4. He's been right on the money today. 25 balls for his 12. Not normally what you see. He likes to get off to quick starts to Jaiswal. He's played a couple of pleasing drives, but he's also played and missed quite a bit, hasn't he, Cheteshwar?
Yes, and he's looking to hit every ball which is just outside the off stump, whereas when he's a bit calmer, he will leave few balls, he'll defend few balls. And England, they're bowling well. If you look at this bowling unit, they are looking to pitch the ball up. There hasn't been many balls where he was able to cut. So that's why I think he's just trying to be a bit rusty and trying to look for those boundary balls. And there are times where you, as a batter, you just need to respect the condition and bat accordingly.
KL Rahul settles over his bat. Now bat raised, waits for Cast and leaves it outside the off stump. 3 slips, a leg slip, a catching backward point. A man at extra cover mid-off. Man just in front of square, and a man on the long leg boundary. That's the field for KL Rahul, who's been his patient self.
Look, he's looking really good. Yeah, he's the best batter in this team. He's batting like that. He also understands that there'll be something in it in the pitch for first hour and a half. Sun is out, so the pitch is going to settle down.
Cast goes bounding away from us now to bowl to KL Rahul. Bowls full delivery, and Rahul's not really able to take toll. Looking for the block hole there, just over pitching, but Rahul unable to pierce the cap. He'll be a little bit cross because that was runs for him.
Yeah, he just missed a full toss. He wasn't expecting that. He was just surprised by that. He was late on it.
Yeah, knee-high full toss, almost, or shin-high certainly. But that can happen when your mindset is of watchful defense as opposed to looking for scoring opportunities. Rahul once again in that very still stance of his, waits for Cast bowls, and he works it on the onside, but not for runs. Score remains 14 without loss. This is a absorbing battle between bat and ball. Ben Stokes winning the toss, and not surprisingly asking India to bat. It's been a couple of really good periods of quick bowling by the English quicks, both Vokes and Kaas, particularly that one that reared up and Jaiswal wasn't really aware of where it went. Fortunately for him, it fell well short of the slip cordon, and there have been fair few plays and misses by Jaiswal as well. Slips go down. He's up now, Kaas bowls, and he beats Rahul with a lovely delivery again, just back of a length, rising, and Rahul was caught in two minds as he let it go in the end.
And on this occasion, Bryden Kaas, he just went out wide of the crease. He just angled that one in. If you look at the other deliveries, he was bowling close to the stumps, but this one was bowled from wide of the angle, angling into KL Rahul. He thought that he had to play it, but it just didn't nip back in much. It just went away from him.
Yeah, just straightening on that angle, really. And lots to think about for the two Indian batters here on the opening morning at Edgbaston. Kaas once again wide of the crease bowls, and this time Rahul will get a run to the right of mid-on, and a total just about inching along at the moment, 15 without loss. But that's not going to be a matter of concern. I think India will want to bat through this phase. Yashasvi in particular, as you mentioned, Chiteshwar, just needs to think about how he's approaching this innings, isn't it?
Yeah, he has to, and he's a quick learner. It's just about that first half an hour, 45 minutes where he's a bit, I wouldn't say he's nervous, but he's a bit tensed, where if he goes through this phase, then he will be a lot calmer, he will have a bit more control over his game. But whereas when he's starting off his innings, he's just trying to play too many shots. He's just also trying to understand the pitch.
Kaas round the wicket to Yashasvi, left alone outside the off stump. That's the end of the 8th over of the innings. India are 15 without loss. Jaiswal is 12, Rahul is 2. And both these opening bowlers for England certainly are posing more than just a few problems for the two Indian openers. They've weathered the storm so far with a little bit of luck as well. But the closest probably was that umpire's call for LBW in the previous over from Chris Vokes. Initially we thought the ball might have just pitched outside the line. It was on leg stump, and umpire's call on hitting. How does a bowler or as a fielding captain, how do you, I mean, we all understand, you just accept that as part of the game now, but it must be really frustrating, isn't it?
It is. Like when it comes to umpire's calls, there's nothing you can do as a fielding or even if you're a batter, if you're given out, and if it's umpire's call, then you just accept it. It is frustrating, but at the same time, you just respect it.
Vokes ready with a fresh over, and he's got something for us. I'll come to him just after this delivery. As Vokes is ready, Rahul has a look around, spins the bat in his hand, which is his way of setting up. And now with 3 slips and leg slip in place, here's Vokes into KL Rahul. He's up, he bowls, and Rahul lets it go on bounce. Andy.
It's looking at Jaiswal's start. Had 8 plays and misses in his first 25 balls. It's his 39th Test innings. Only twice has he played and missed more often within his first 25 balls of a Test innings. The movement stats, little below average for both seam and swing movement in the first 8 overs of an Edgbaston Test, but quite a lot of uncertainty from Jaiswal so far.
And I think it's also the pitch, because there's a bit more deviation of the pitch. There's a bit more movement.
Vokes is in again, bowls to Rahul. Rahul struck on the pad again. There's a big vociferous appeal from behind the wickets and the bowler. Umpire Saikat is unmoved. Rahul was caught on the crease here. Ball came back, maybe just angling down the leg side. Chiteshwar?
I thought it was a bit high, yeah. And we are just yet to see whether there was an inside edge.
Well, this will tell us. Came back at him sharply.
No, it was a bit high. And going down as well, there was a bit of deviation. It pitched on middle and off, and then it nipped back in.
Yeah, Vokes coming back, really bowling much sharper today than he did at Headingley, one feels. He was right on the money, aiming for the wickets, goes in bowls, and this time Rahul lets it go outside the off stump. We're in the 9th over of the morning. India have really not bothered the scorers too much, 15 without loss, and as Andy just told us, Jaiswal's played and missed more than he has normally. Hasn't really been able to assert himself. Rahul, on the other hand, has been watchful, but he's had his share of trouble as well. Just need to buckle down and see if they can see this initial period through. Works in, bowls to Rahul, and Rahul this time has played on. Happens to KL Rahul quite a lot. Goes back on his toes, back and across, defending, and the ball, because the bat face is almost parallel or semi-parallel to the ground, ball goes back and hits the stumps. Horrible way to get out, but England have their first strike. 15 for 1. KL Rahul is on his way back.
Yeah, KL will be disappointed with that. He was in line. It's just that he was trying to play late, but he was a bit late on the ball, and then he played on. There was good bounce. It was a good length. It's just back of length. There's extra bounce on this pitch, and even pace-wise, this was skidding on. So I thought that KL Rahul was a bit late on that ball.
Yep, so India have lost their first wicket. KL Rahul's walking back. Karun Nair, who batted at number 6 in the Headingley Test, is coming out to bat at number 3, and it's time for a change in commentary. More from Cheteshwar, and then taking over commentary, Daniel Norcross.
Thank you, Prakash. Right, well, it's a breakthrough that's felt like it's sort of been coming a little bit. First couple of overs when the lacquer was on the ball didn't do a great deal, but suddenly Wokes has started to get the ball to move a bit, and KL Rahul out early is a big wicket for England. He batted superbly in the first test, but Cheteshwar, I think from memory his returns have fallen off a little bit. He starts series quite well, doesn't he? Yeah. And it tends to kind of just not get found out exactly, but it's the returns reduce.
Yeah, I think it's he always starts well, but it's just about maintaining that, and he understands that. He knows that there are a lot of expectations from him to perform over a period of time, not just in 1 or 2 test matches. But yeah, he will have to work on it, because he starts well and then suddenly there is a drop in his performance, and that it stays on, and then he has to work hard and then make a comeback. But when you, as a batter, if you are in good form, you need to capitalize and try and make a big one. Try and get the best out of that series, because if you have scored runs in first test match, then you should have the best series going forward, but which doesn't happen with KL Rahul, and he knows it and he's working on it. Hopefully going forward we'll see better results from him.
4 slips in place for Karun Nair's first ball from Wokes from the city end. He gets in behind that and gets an inside edge that comes off his boot into the offside, dribbles away, there's no run, but interesting. Normally you sort of think of Bryden Cast as a kind of bowler who gets the played on, slightly find himself playing it a bit late. But Wokes there's twice, he's just slightly surprised. First, KL Rahul, who got it quite high on the bat, and it's deflected down onto the base of off stump. And then, very next ball, similarly. So I wonder if the pitch is a little quicker than they're thinking at the moment, as this is full, defended well, languidly by Nair. End of the over, back to the bowler, there's no run. Andy.
Chris Wokes so far today conceded a 4 from his 5th ball, no more runs and a wicket, and an umpire's call, LBW, that didn't go his way. So now has 1 for 4 from 5 overs and 4 maidens.
Thank you. Getting back to the subject of KL Rahul, it's one of those things. India, England, Australia, they play 5 test series. Nobody else does.
Yeah.
So when you were playing in those kind of games, I mean, I suppose in a sense there's a chance for you to work out the opposition, but as a batter, there's also that real opportunity for the bowlers to work on what might be your weaknesses. How did you find that kind of a
I always enjoyed it, because if you have scored runs in the first test match, then you know what the opposition is doing.
Kars is in around the wicket, left alone by Jaiswal.
You know what the opposition bowlers are doing, what are their game plan, and if you can score runs in the first test match, then you might have to wait a bit longer, because they know your strengths. They know that where you have scored runs on a particular match or a particular venue, because there's a lot of footage which is available. But at the same time, as a batter, you are confident, you are seeing the ball well, you have faced the same bowler. So if you're facing the same bowler in the second or the third test match, you should be very well prepared. It's just that as a batter, you need to find better options, better scoring opportunities.
3 slips, deep gully point and a mid-off, very wide from Kars, very wide, 1 day wide I would say, outside the off-stump, left alone, and there's no run. So would you develop a kind of affinity? Would you be looking out for the bowlers that you wanted to face more? Because over a 5-test series, you're going to get to know the opposition bowlers really well. Would you sort of deliberately be thinking, right, I'll blunt, for example, Anderson, because I actually rather relish whoever may be coming on second change?
Yeah, so you always strategize. So if you're facing Anderson's first spell, you know that he can be dangerous in his first spell, but if you force him to come back and bowl in the...
Kars is in wide of the off stump. Again, too wide from Kars. Jaiswal not bothered.
So if you force the bowlers to come back and bowl the second or third spell, you have the stats that these are the spells where bowlers haven't bowled really well. So someone like Anderson, when he comes back into his third or fourth spell, when I was facing him, I knew that I can score more runs if I can see through his first or a second spell. So you always try and strategize looking at the bowler. And look, as a batter, you need to find more ways to score runs in a test match, because if you've scored runs in the first test match, opposition knows that these are your scoring areas.
Kars in again, staying round the wicket. That's a little tighter to off stump, and does well to get his arms and bat, shoulders and everything out of the way of that one through to Jamie Smith.
So if you have scored runs cutting the ball or just driving the ball, the opposition knows that these are his scoring areas, and that's where the bowlers will try and block you. So you need to find other scoring opportunities, try and rotate the strike when the bowler is bowling well. You wait for your opportunity. In a test match, it will never be the same, because every venue has a different pitch. You try and look at the pace of the pitch and then try and plan your shots.
Kars at the top of his mark. Not yet played at a single ball in this over, isn't Jaiswal? As Kars is in. Now that's on the hip and turned around the corner. He's going to get a single for it, but that is an area that Jaiswal can actually look a little bit uncomfortable in. We saw in the first test a couple of balls that did bother him were up around the armpit area, and it was one of the things I was wondering if we'd see more of from England. But talking to the point of these 5-test series, he doesn't play that shot awfully well, and yet England have got the bowlers to bowl that ball, but they don't have a
leg slip,
a leg gully, or even a short leg. I mean, back in the 80s, in the West Indies bowling, there would always be a sort of a short leg,
or a
almost in tiny
leg gully,
square, and a leg gully. Yeah, perhaps both of them.
Yeah, but Yashashvi, when he's defending, is not very comfortable. But with the same length, when he's looking to pull the ball, he gets into a better position. So he's a good puller of the ball. But when he's defending from that angle, especially from round the stumps, when balls are coming back at his rib cage, that's when he's a little uncomfortable.
Nair faces his first ball from Kars. It's fallen, clipped away nicely down to long leg for a single. It was right on the pads, and Karen Nair is off the mark. He'll keep strike at the end of the 10th over. It's been quite attritional stuff this from India. They've been put into bat. There's 17 for 1. Just a reminder, you can contact us, by the way, tms@bbc.co.uk on email, and there are so many ways you can get hold of us, and we delight in this. You can message us on WhatsApp now, would you believe it, on 033 012 31826. Is that enough numbers? 033 012 31826. Or, if that's a little bit too much to remember, how about texting 81111? Normal charges apply, and later we can tell you how you can message us via your smart speaker. There's just no way that you cannot message us, even pigeon. As Wokes is in, he's left alone, strikes the pad, rolls into the slips, but too high, so left on length by Karen Nair. I think Bryden Kars has just nipped off. Could be the end of his spell, of course. He'll have bowled 5 overs, so could be a change of boot or whatever. We'll just see the replay. That's hit almost the hip, Karen Nair. So there's still a fair bit of carry. Is it a bit more carry than you were expecting today?
Yeah, there is extra bounce, and we saw the way KL Rahul got out. He was on the move, and he didn't get into a good position, but that's because of extra bounce.
Wokes in again, left alone outside the off stump. Just a little hint of shape when it's hit the pitch, the slightly straightening into the gloves of Smith. He's bowled really well today. I think there were some concerns about Wokes and his rhythm at Headingley, but today he's been pretty much flawless.
He's brilliant today. The way he has run in and the kind of lengths he's bowling, because he has enough experience on this ground. He knows what are the right lengths, this pitch, the way there's pace and bounce on this, it is suiting him very well.
Wokes in again, full, driven through vacant mid-off, up towards the boundary at the City end. Fielder in eager pursuit, because you have to do that when you're playing Bazball. You have to run as hard as you possibly can, even to go and collect the ball that's inevitably going to the boundary. But hopefully it'll speed up the over rate. And Karen Nye is off the mark with a beautiful shot. Very rare over-pitch delivery from Wokes. And a massive gap is being left at mid-off to accommodate the four slips and the point. He's played that nicely.
Oh, yes, he is. He's a good timer of a cricket ball. He has scored a lot of runs in first-class cricket. So he will be waiting for this opportunity because he has been batting at number 6, but now he is promoted at number 3.
Wokes in. Oh, now then, that's touched the pad as it's been left. Wokes is adamant that this should be out. And he's instantly saying, you've got to refer this. You have to. Personally, it felt too high for me, but he's absolutely convinced, Wokes. He's made the T sign, and Stokes, well, he's gone for it. England, of course, still got all 3 reviews because even though the one was turned down.
Umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. I've checked the feet, fair
This
delivery.
one looked quite...
Original decision's not out.
So Nye,
and no shot offered.
as you can hear, no
Front
shot
on first place.
No shot offered. So this should be very quick. We're just going to get straight to ball tracking. Wokes is convinced, but it felt high to me. Ooh.
Yeah. Go, just run that right through. Keep running through.
It's a little wide of off stump.
Keep running it through.
Might be clipping off stump.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll go to ball tracking when ready. No shot offered.
Where are you going, umpire Chiteshwar?
And no batting ball.
Umpire's call again.
Umpire's call again, yeah. Yeah, feels about right. He absolutely loved this, did Wokes. Here we go.
Ball tracking now. Original decision's not out. One patch outside. Hitting the wickets. Umpire's call.
It is.
On field, Sycat, stick your original decision of not out. Signal now.
Well, Joe, on another day, Chris Wokes could have had all 3 batters out here because I thought the Jaiswal one looked out, but was shown just to be clipping. That one didn't look out, but was also shown to be clipping. So ball just showed to be clipping the top of off stump. England will retain the review. So it was definitely worth having a look at. But
yeah, it was. And this was slightly fuller, and that's the reason Wokes was very confident that that one was hitting the stumps. When we had a look at the replay, it looked like it was on 5th stump, but there was enough deviation because of which the ball was clipping the off stump.
Heart in your mouth time for Karen Nye. And, well, he's seen something that no one else has seen behind Chris Wokes. So as Wokes was running in, he's going to have to come back and bowl it again. Just a question here. If, as a batter, you're looking at that, and obviously the leave is a very important part of your game when you're batting in the top 3. And Karen Nye has now left a couple. That one showed to be clipping the top of off stump. Does that make you think twice about your next leave? Does that get in your head?
It does, because someone like Chris Wokes, who swings the ball away from the right-hander, but after pitching it's snipping back in, and as a batter you need to know where your off stump is, and that one was quite close to the off stump.
On another day, could have been given as Wokes is in. This is nicely, firmly defended on the front foot. A full straight ball back to the bowler. Wokes, who picks up, and there's no run.
And as a batter, you start thinking that if the ball is nipping back in, then you need to play more often than not, because you are not confident of leaving the ball when it's pitched on 4th or 5th stump, because if the ball is nipping back in, you don't want to be out by just getting out LBW or bowled. You want to look at playing the ball.
You certainly don't want to be out leaving it.
Yeah.
Wokes is in full again and really well defended by Nye. Last ball of the over, one that could have brought a wicket but actually brought a rare boundary. Wokes has 1 for 8 off 6. India 21 for 1 at the end of the over. Karen Nye has 5. Jaiswal has 13. And I suppose that's one of the other effects of actually having referred that. If it hadn't been referred, Karen Nye wouldn't have been able to see on the big screen how close he was to be given out.
And when you look at the replay, you think that, you don't want to be leaving those balls. You want to play it. But at the same time, you still need to be aware, because if you start playing the balls which are on 4th or 5th stump, then you can get out, you can nick those balls off. So you need, even when you're looking to defend those balls, you need to ensure that you allow the ball to come and hit your bat rather than just going for the ball.
Now, the man who has been given the sobriquet the mop, he said himself that he might actually adopt it now, given that it's twice that he's gone through India's tail. Josh Tongue is going to come in to bowl. He's replacing Bryden Cars.
Just looking at the deviation stats in the first 10 overs, come to off this ball.
Tongue's got 3 slips and a gully, a point and a wide mid-off in place. He's into Jaiswal, gets a full ball that drives that rather loosely. Thick inside half of the bat, rolls down to deep square leg, and they get a single. 22 for 1, Jaiswal to 14.
When you add swing movement and movement off the pitch, the third lowest in the first 10 overs of an Edgbaston test out of the 17 tests for which we have ball tracking data on this ground. But the bounce, so the average height that the ball passes the stumps on the projected ball tracking, is the fourth highest. Now obviously that depends a bit on the bowlers and the length that they're bowling. The lengths have been about average for the opening stage, so it does suggest, as Cheteshwar was saying, that maybe is a little bouncier than expected.
Which also might explain something else, as Tongue is in. It's fallen, beautifully driven. Silken shot from Karan Nair, too full, outside the off stump, but he didn't try and hit it too hard, just lent into it and sent the ball through extra cover for 4, 26 for 1, Nair to 9.
This will boost his confidence. That was timed beautifully. It was pitched up, but he got into a good position, timed the ball really well. He moved his feet. I think he's just standing outside the crease.
Just thinking about that extra bounce. And of course, Chris Woakes, as you pointed out, played here a lot. And he'll probably have thought that length, that's not going over the top here.
Yeah, normally it's not.
Because the vehemence of his appeals has been something to behold this morning, as Tongue is in again, full again, into the gap again, and it'll run away for 4 more. Not timed quite as well, it wasn't quite as full, but it's in the same place, through extra cover. And Karan Nair has played 3 sumptuous drives today and picked up 4 off all of them. India 30 for 1.
This was a very good shot. There was nothing wrong with this ball. It wasn't very full. He played on the up. This was a good length. Just the line was a bit wider.
What a curious career he's having, Karan Nair. He's at number 6 in the first test. There he's at number 3, and he's looking absolutely $1 million here. Headingley looked a little bit anxious, let's say, as Tongue is in wider of the off stump. A tempter that is left alone, shouldering arms through to the keeper. Well, what is developing, it's a very nice day here at Headingley, a full crowd. Now then, John has been in touch, not his real name, and he sent us a message on WhatsApp via 033 012 31826. Well remembered. Listening live whilst I'm supposed to be in a mandatory training course. Hopefully nobody rumbles me. Hence his name is not John. Tongue in again. Oh, that's a tight leave, a really tight leave this time from Karan Nair. So maybe he hasn't, well, look, he got away with it. So he has learned the lesson, but
yeah,
that's jagged back slightly from
But it
Tongue.
was pitched on almost 5th stump. This was still wide. It wasn't close to the stumps. This was close to 5th stump. But this wasn't bouncing over the stumps. It looked like if the line was a little straighter, it might have hit the stumps.
Oh, a bit of an angle, and Smith took that a long way down the leg side, didn't he? So, yeah, bit of movement there from Tongue off the pitch. He's in once again. This is well played by Nair on the front foot, just gets forward and angles it to point. No, there is no run. End of the over, 30 for 1. India, 12 overs been bowled. Jaiswal 14, Karan Nair has 30. We'll get one more over in before drinks. And Anna Barry has messaged us. She's listening in a very rainy Ratho near Edinburgh. I'm currently making jam with just over 10 pounds of strawberries that I picked from our garden yesterday. The jam and TMS is making me forget about the rain. You've got to be quite disciplined to look at 10 pounds of strawberries and not eat them. Like to make jam out of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you get a load of fresh
I've been to strawberry farms, and I would, one thing I would do is straight away eat those strawberries.
Yeah. You'd eat the strawberry.
You wouldn't eat 10 pounds of strawberries, though, would you?
Well, I might eat 2 or 3 pounds of strawberries. I mean, the delayed gratification of jam, that is... Yeah. I'm an impulsive man, Andy, as you know.
Yeah.
Especially with, Wimbledon on at the moment as well. So you keep on getting these kind of suggestions, don't you? You see strawberries everywhere.
Please eat strawberries responsibly, listeners.
Yeah. I do quite like a strawberry,
my daughter loves it.
Yeah, my wife thinks they're infantile, but there you go. I love them. Woakes is in. It's a shortish ball on the hip that's tucked into the onside. It's a big gap. Jaiswal gets a single. And I do wonder about this, though, because they appear to be bowling the ball that discomforts Jaiswal, but they don't have a fielder in for the shot that he then plays to it.
Yeah, I think it's.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're trying to keep him quiet. They're not having a short leg, but another strategy I can think of is that they just want to keep him quiet. They know that he likes to play his shots, and if he stays quiet, he will make a mistake rather than attacking too much.
Wokes into Naya, 4 slips in place, driven again through extra cover. It's running up towards that boundary. It'll get there. It's the 4th time now that he's played a really lovely drive. Just signs maybe of Wokes wearing. He's in his 7th over. He's bowled all morning, 35 for 1. India and Naya, who's only just arrived at the crease, he arrived 20 minutes ago, has gone past his opening partner. He has 17 now.
And he's not missing on any opportunities which are pitched up, and he's standing outside the crease. So Wokes is just trying to adjust his length, but Karun is very strong when the ball is pitched up.
Wokes turns and runs in towards us again in good sunshine and leaves us alone. Shoulders arms to a slightly shorter ball outside the off stump. That goes through to Smith. And there's no run. Were you able to get me anything on KL Rahul and his declining averages during the series?
I was. Hang on, let me just... Yeah, so here it is. First test of the series, excluding only tests. He averages just under 38 in 18 tests. Second test of series, including today, just under 30, 29.6, 19 tests. Third tests, he averages 25, 10 tests. He's played 8 fourth tests, get to it better in the 4th test, averages 34.
Wokes into Naya. Oh, struck on the pads! But there might have been a bit of baddie involved there as well. Goes out at the offside. They don't even have a conflab about that. There's just a little bit of momentary excitement. And there is no run.
But he's got a good... In 5th test, he's only played 3 5th tests. 402 runs, 199 in Chennai against England, 149 at the Oval.
So he works it out. It goes in a little slump and then works his way through at the other end.
Yeah, he's only played 3 5th tests.
Right. Thank you. As Wokes comes in, Naya defends into the offside. There's no run. Tedeshwar Pujara has left us. Michael Vaughan is with us. And, we're coming out to drinks in a minute, so you'll be able to get your assessment on the day. But it's so far been an hour of 2 halves. First half, India completely becalmed. A bit of inside edge there, which was why the LBW appeal was somewhat truncated. And then in the last 20 minutes, well, Naya scored 17. Jaiswal's got one. They've more than doubled the score in the last 20 minutes. As Wokes is in again, driven off again through a vacant mid-off. Wokes diving to his left, might have got a little finger on it because the ball's not going to make it to the boundary. They've run 2 and takes the score to 37 for 1. 13 overs have gone. That should be drinks. Karen Naya has 19, Jaiswal has 15. You can watch clips of the action on the BBC Sport website and app. Today the test is on BBC 4 and BBC iPlayer from 7 p.m. And you can watch highlights of last night's women's T20 on the BBC iPlayer, where England's women went down to a second successive defeat to India, quite a convincing one. Let's not dwell on that for the moment. What we've seen here so far today. Michael, your thoughts on what you've seen? And then to take you through drinks and beyond, it'll be Simon Mann.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I would say it's been the story of 2 ends as well. I mean, you've got Chris Wokes, who's been bowling beautifully. He's had a couple of close calls. Obviously got the big wicket of KL Rahul, but a couple of umpire calls have gone against him, but he's been the standout for England. He's got the ball nibbling around, and the end that we're commentating from, the likes of Bryden Carson, Josh Tongue have looked okay to face. They've played him quite nicely. But it's another week where the sun's shining and the England captain has decided to have a bowl first. It's the way that they go about their business.
Well, he just laughed now. I think I did laugh, actually, when I heard him say that at the toss. So England in the field again, but it feels like good batting conditions, but it was good batting conditions at Headingley. I mean, it would have been fascinating to see India go on and score the type of runs they probably should have scored in the first innings, and then see what happened after that. You know, if they got 550, 580, but they didn't. There's loads of ifs and buts, aren't there?
Yeah, and if they'd have caught, but they didn't. Yeah. You know, you can look at all sorts. The fact is that England won, and they chased down that target relatively quite comfortably on day 5. So England don't mind chasing. I guess you look at India and think, oh, how can they win? How can India bounce back and win a test match? And I think this is the way that they can win, by batting first, getting a half-decent score. And then for India, they hope that footholes start to be created, and Jadeja and Washington Sundar, the two spinners, can come into the equation. Maybe some reverse swing later on in the test match. But I think Shubman Gill said at the toss that he wanted to bowl first as well. And I think this is India's best chance of winning the game, from getting a score and then hoping that the ball spins a bit.
Well, it's a pleasant day for cricket. It's a pleasant day for batting. Plenty of blue sky above now. A few white fluffy clouds over Edgbaston. Big crowd in. Loads of cranes in the distance. A lot of building work going on in Birmingham. The focus is on Edgbaston and this second test match after that thrilling match at Headingley. Can the two teams produce something similar over the next 5 days? 3 full days of decent weather, we understand, and then possibility of some showers on Saturday and possibly into Sunday as well. So you don't often get a draw in England these days, but of course if you have some bad weather at the back end of a game, that can upset all the calculations. So we'll wait and see on that.
Well, this England side under Ben and Baz, they've had one draw, haven't they? Is that right?
Yeah.
At Old Trafford.
And that was just the rain.
That was heavy duke, and the way that they play the game and the way that they get the game moving on so quickly, you'd still think there's going to be enough time over the course of 5 days to find that result.
And if it's a long one, this 5 days, and with a lot of play, then you've got suddenly that quick turnaround, haven't you, into Lords, where it sounds as though we are going to see Jofra Archer play. That seems to be the indication. But I mean,
I just can't get my head around the fact. I know we're in a different era, and I know the workload of these bowlers are monitored away from the actual playing days. But to think that he's going to bowl just in one innings in 4 years.
Right, Tongue, after the drinks break, bowls to Jaiswal. It's a full delivery, swinging in, it's clipped away. Fine shot out towards deep back with square leg. It'll only be a single. You'll have 2 fielders back there, one at deep fine, one at deep forward square leg. And Bashir runs round to his right and sends in return. So Jaiswal goes to 16 and India to 38 for 1.
But England will have monitored the amount of overs that Jofra has been bowling away from those overs that he bowled for Sussex. They stringently kind of monitor how many balls these bowlers are bowling on the training field as well. But as all the old school and those that have been around the block a bit will tell you that it's never quite the same. Never quite the same in a test match out in the middle.
Tongue now to the right-handed Karen Nair with a leg slip in, 3 orthodox slips. Tongue bowls, and Nair's in behind that, dumming into the offside, sets off for a single. He was the only one remotely interested there. Jaiswal not at all. And the umpire, Chris Gaffney, says, can you get off the pitch when you run? He's ran right down the middle there. And says sorry to umpire Gaffney. I just noticed actually earlier when Chris Wokes had that second LBW appeal turned down that was umpire's call. I mean, Chris, he's such a placid guy, isn't he? But I think that got his goat, that one. He was not particularly happy with the umpire. I think he was saying, come on, it's 2 I've had now, both hitting the stumps. You've both given them not out. Tongue short outside the off stump. Nothing from Nair, ignores it.
Well, he can have
to Smith.
I think Wokes will have a breather now, and Ben Stokes will replace him. But that's the best he's bowled in this series. At Headingley, just looked a bit short of that nip, that kind of consistency that we see from Chris Wokes. Wasn't his best. Well, I thought that spell there was Chris Wokes that we've seen and enjoyed over the course of the last few years.
Just feeling at home, and also after that gallop at Headingley as well, get into your work a bit more. Tongue goes in and bowls. Absolute beauty there. Past the outside edge through to Smith.
Well, there lies the point. There lies the point that actually playing a bit of cricket.
Yeah.
Some of these bowlers, and someone like Chris Wokes is a bowler that does need overs just to get into the rhythm. He's played a bit for Warwickshire, but you feel that the more that he bowls, the more consistent and the more that nip comes back. And maybe Jofra's the kind of bowler that doesn't need it. We'll find out, I guess, next week. Just on the decision at the toss to bowl first.
Let's watch Tongue bowling from the pavilion end to Nair. Plays defensively away into the offside. Cautiously, half on the front foot, goes out towards extra cover, picked up by Stokes and no run.
I wonder what deep down Shoaib Bashir thinks. He's a young 21-year-old off-spin. He must be quietly going, oh, come on.
Please let me bowl last.
Give me a foothold or two in the first innings. I mean, he's going to be bowling today where the pitch is pure, there's no footholds, and it's going to be a real challenge. But I wonder deep down what he thinks.
Tongue, heavy set, moves in and bowls to he shapes the player. I don't think he did in the end. It wasn't like the ball earlier in the over that was a bit closer to the off stump, and Nair played at it and missed it, and he was beaten. That one he held his line. So that's the end of Tongue's over, the first over after the drinks break. 38 for 1. So yeah, Wokes is going to have a break now. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 15. He bowled KL Rahul, who played onto his stumps for 2 when the score was 15. Nair bumped up to number 3. Sudarshan dispatched after 1 test match. And India rejigging their side, making 3 changes with Akash Deep coming into the side. Washington Sundar as well, an all-rounder. Number 8, Nitish Kumar ready. Actually, Sundar's figures are very good in his test matches he's played. He averages 45 and takes his wickets at 24.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that in the UK, both Washington Sundar and Ravi Jadeja are batting all-rounders. In India, they're genuine all-rounders. Here, they're basically in because they bat well, and they can bowl, obviously, some half-decent tweak. I'm just staggered that Kuldeep Yadav is not playing against England.
Well, they just seem to me they're just so worried about their batting. But if you get a threat of someone like Kuldeep, that's the decision they made. Is Stokes round the wicket. First ball is full. It's driven by Jaiswal through extra cover. Runs from here. They're back for 2. They'll look for 3. Turning now for the 3rd. Throws on its way from Shoaib Bashir wide to Smith.
It's funny, isn't it, when you look at management teams and leaders. So Gautam Gambhir, with his test kind of performances so far as a coach, has been poor. They've lost 7 in 9 test matches. And Gautam Gambhir was quite a sensible player, wasn't he? If you like, an old traditional style player. I would guarantee you that if Kuldeep Yadav was playing for England and Baz McCullum, or Baz McCullum was coaching India, he would be playing in that side.
Yeah, well, they could slot him in, couldn't they? They wouldn't worry about his batting. They got Shoaib Bashir, then number 11.
Get 20 wickets.
Yeah, they'd love someone like that. I'm sure they would. And there's also, with the wrist spinner, there's also the possibility you can go around the park a bit, but there's also that threat as well. Left arm wrist spin, turns both ways. Right now the right-hander on strike, Karan Nair. Stokes goes into bowl to him. That's flicked away, slightly uppishly, but he's found the gap through mid-wicket. He's going out towards the boundary. Bashir gets there, but after the ball has hit the rope. They'll be puffing a bit after 2 chases into the deep, and Karan Nair takes another boundary. India to 45 for 1, and Nair up to 23.
Yeah, good balance. We've seen him drive through the offside, and now he gets one on leg stump. It's in the air just for a split second. It was Ben Stokes that got side. Savasan caught at mid-wicket at Headland with a similar kind of stroke.
It changed the field after that shot from Karan Nair. The mid-wicket's gone in. If he'd been standing there ball before, it had gone straight to him, but then he might not have played the shot. So
there's no swing at all.
3 slips and a leg slip. Stokes from the city end of the ground bowls to Nair, who's playing defensively, full face of the bat, back to the bowler, paras it. Jaiswal, the non-strikers, and very obligingly bends down to pick up and lob the ball to mid-wicket. I've seen that quite a lot in this series, actually, the batters fielding the ball, helping out the fielding side. 45 for 1.
This leg slip's interesting, isn't he? You've got 3 slips orthodox and then a second leg slip. Position that we see quite often for England.
Stokes bowls to Nair, and fine delivery past the outside edge. Well, in between the glorious strokes, and Karan Nair has been beaten a few times. He's been a bit indecisive around about that off stump. That was a good delivery from Stokes. We saw it in the previous over from Josh Tongue as well.
Just every now and again the odd ball is just gripping in the surface and seaming.
That was a magnificent ball, unplayable. Angled in and left him. Did too much, far too much. Stokes, last umpire Shafadullah bowls to Nair. Nair on the front foot there, rather cautiously forward, playing it back to Stokes, who picks up the ball and lobs it in the air to Bashir.
If I was Shubman Gill now, sat on the balcony waiting to bat, I'd be thinking I'm delighted to have lost the toss, because he was going to bowl on this. And he should be saying to his side, this is our best chance. This pitch is pretty slow, it's dry. And it's bound to spin over the course of the few days. Has to.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
It's got to.
The dry weather we've had.
Yeah, this is
and the hot weather as well. Stokes bowls to Nair, and Nair plays the ball just outside the off stump, defensively away into the offside, 2 or 3 yards away from the stumps, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 7 off Stokes' first over, 45 for 1. We've had 15 overs in the day's play so far. I do note that actually the 4 championship matches that have been played on this ground this season,
been one
all
victory.
been drawn.
Yeah, there's not been one victory here. Did Hampshire not win here in May?
I missed that one out on my research. Where are we? Surrey, Notts, Sussex, Notts, Surrey and Somerset all drawn here. Was there one? I must have missed one out.
Yeah, someone was talking about it in the box just down the way, and they mentioned Hampshire won here in May.
Okay.
So there's been 5 games and 4 draws.
And one of them, there was that slightly ridiculous game as Tongue goes into bowl to Jaiswal outside the off stump, hammered through the offside, through extra cover for 4. That was dismissed. A wonderful shot from Jaiswal. The best of Rishabh Jaiswal takes him to 23 and India to 49 for 1. That game between Warwickshire and Surrey, where 665 for 5 declared, played 504 and then 15 for no wicket.
That's where Ben Folkes got a good 100.
Yeah. I think there was a really long last wicket partnership for Surrey that got them past the follow on and well beyond. Yeah, so a lot of runs, a lot of flat pitches at Edgbaston this season. 49 for 1. Tongue bowls full, driven down the ground for 4. Back past the bowler. Jaiswal so strong through the offside on the drive. He's had some luck this morning in this opening session. Played and missed a few times. Taking it on. India's 50s on the board. 53 for 1.
Yeah, I think the times where he's got into trouble, Jaiswal, is when he's tried to overhit it. The last 2, I mean, even the one before, it was a flourish, wasn't it? But he still had really good balance and he didn't try to overhit it. The ones where he's played and missed, he's tried to yahoo it through the offside. That was a glorious punch down the ground. The ball given to the umpire. We're early into the piece of trying to get the ball changed. We had it all week at Headingley.
15.2 overs. Ben Stokes has held the ball up to the umpire and said, "Are you sure that's not out of shape?" Umpire Gaffney said, "Not at the moment." Lobbed it back to Josh Tongue. He's gone for 18 so far. Start of his 3rd over. Bowls short ball and Jaiswal goes for an awkward looking pull and drag it into the onside from outside the off stump.
Wouldn't you want to bowl with an out of shape ball though? More chance of it moving, isn't it?
You'd have to ask Finney that question, I think.
Where is it?
Whenever the ball goes slightly out of shape...
Got any stats on that, Andy?
I do not have ball shape in my database. But I think it moves less predictably, I guess, with less control. Just got something on Jaiswal after this ball.
It's 27 not out. 3 slips go down. Tongue goes into bowl to him. And he's right in behind that solid defensive shot back to the bowler. And there's no run. That previous delivery from Tongue was 90 miles an hour. And just on Chris Wokes as well, he's talking about his performance at Headingley, where he's bowling high 70s. I don't know whether they might have ramped the speed gun up a bit, but he was in the low 80s this morning, 82, that sort of thing. It's just an indication that perhaps he's got a better rhythm in this test match and improved as a result of that game at Headingley. Tongue back to his mark, past umpire Gaffney, into bowl to Jaiswal. Jaiswal leaves a ball that's close to off stump. Good judgment with a yelping from the slip cordon, but through to Smith.
Yeah, I was going to mention, before the start of the over, Jaiswal had faced just 10 balls in the last 8 overs, so probably 35 minutes of play, and asked Michael whether that could disrupt your rhythm, and then he smashed the first 10 balls of the over before.
No. I just think he's got such a good mindset, Jaiswal, that he's always looking to put the bowler under pressure.
Tongue goes in to complete the over. Bowls to Jaiswal. He plays a lovely, delicate shot down to deep third for 4. It gets down there very quickly. Short boundary it feels down there at deep third at the scoreboard end of the ground, allowing the ball to come to him, guiding it away past gully. And India racing along now after a slow start. They're 57 for 1. We've had 16 overs. The sun is out. The pitch looks good. And England have asked India to bat first. Jaiswal 31. Naya is on 23. More from Michael, and then it will be Jonathan.
Yeah, that's the perfect example of Jaiswal. That was a decent ball from Josh Tongan. He just waited and glided it into that space. He's a wonderful player, as we've seen against England with all those runs that he got in the series in India with his 100 at Headingley, and he's made a good start here. Afternoon, Aggers. How's your horse?
Well, I don't know. I don't know what happened to that wretched horse running around the motorway. 57 for 1. Well, I hope the horse is all right. That's the main thing after all that. Here's Stokes in the sunshine and bowls, and tucks him away down to long leg for a single. And through they go. So it's an impact on the whole area, though, isn't it? I mean,
did you actually see the horse?
No. Someone saw it on the telly. Apparently it was on the news.
Right. And do we know much about the horse?
I don't know where it came from. Don't know where it went. But M69, M6, all it just sort of everywhere. It was just like a car park. I know. So I don't know how it got there. I can't think anyone released it on there, but I don't know. Bit of a mystery. If anyone knows what happened to it, let me know.
I'm sure someone will message in.
Well, there were lots of people in there, that's for sure. 58 for 1. Stokes coming round the wicket to Jaiswal, who's always a bit squared up here. Came down the pitch. It's a couple of paces at Stokes and then ended up squaring up and the ball running away for Duckett to field.
Agus, just on the boundary side,
yes.
You were talking to me off air. I mean, they are small and they're in what? In the far corner.
10 yards.
Probably more yards in.
Nothing's bigger than 65 metres.
Do you think that's a tactic because England knew that it is England that gets to decide? I presume. So 2 spinners for India.
That's part of my theory.
Right.
I've got another theory to run with it.
Okay.
Here's Stokes from the far end. City end bowls, pushed away by Jaiswal, wants a single. My main theory is that because they knocked off all those runs at Headingley, India are going to be big back foot. India were going to bat first.
Well, Gill said he was going to bowl first.
Did he?
Yes.
Is that what he said?
Yes.
I didn't hear that. I was on the M69.
Yeah, you were with your horse.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, there's the horse. It's a cob. Filmed by one passenger after traffic was brought to a standstill on the M69. There it was.
Nice horse.
But it's a nice horse, but how did it get there? Here's Stokes again, moving in, bowling, driven away. That's going to be runs. Does this very short boundary straight down the ground. Oh, well, that rather blows my theory, because I thought, well, India will bat first. England know they're going to bowl first, therefore they're going to intimidate them and chase with short boundaries, whereafter you kind of message.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
I guess that England realised that they played 2 spinners and thought, right, okay, we'll have small boundaries and
we'll whack them.
Yeah. But I've just said to Simon, Shubman Gill will be sat in that dressing room now and he should be thinking, you know what, lads, we've lost a good toss here. It's our way of winning. Get a big score and then we hope that it might spin later in the game.
Yeah. But this is, I said that the dimensions are set out by the ICC. This is essentially the full-size women's playing size.
Yeah.
That puts it into perspective. Here's Stokes on the City end, bowls. Jaiswal stands up, turns into the leg side, going for a quick single. They'll get there as Crawley picks up from mid-wicket. 63 for 1. We're into the 17th.
Of all the things, I'm trying to think back to when I was captain, of all the conversations that I had, and obviously you'd have a conversation with the groundsman and just say, oh, is there any chance, leading into a game, would like a little bit of this or a little bit of that, and they were always great. I don't think I've ever had a conversation about boundary sizes. Don't ever remember going with Duncan Fletcher, that
bring the boundaries
or bigger boundaries.
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
Stokes bowls short. On the back foot, plays that away. Well, the only time I've seen boundaries this size here was when I did the Commonwealth Games with the women, and literally the boundaries were this size, for their 50 overs cricket. They are that small, and deliberately, there is no reason why these boundaries have been brought in. Okay. Nothing sort of health and safety wise or anything else like that. They've been brought in deliberately.
Harry Brooks just done a cartwheel.
Oh, I missed that. I was looking at the boundaries.
Just done a cartwheel. Again, I've not seen that before. I mean, there's that much turf, isn't there? That you go back to the 60s and 70s. I've seen so much of it on YouTube and the clips where all the fans used to sit on the grass.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Maybe they're going to do that at the weekend.
I think if you
bring your deck chair.
If you bought a ticket in the Hollies stand because we're playing Australia and you, David Warner, to be fielding down there, you'd be a bit disappointed because he'd be out of range, wouldn't he?
You're right. They'd have to have one of those tannoys.
It's a megaphone to get. 63 for 1. Tongue's on the way. He's bowling to Jaiswal, who lets one go narrowly past the off stump. There's been some good leaves today.
You're right, though. I mean, even all around the ground.
Yeah.
It's big. I mean, look at it down into this corner. That is a big kind of gap between the boundary rope and the digital advertising hoarding. I know there's a bit of health and safety around the boundary and the digital advertising. From players diving, and that has to be a certain distance. But
this is not.
This is a long way, isn't it?
And also the shorter boundaries are where you're going to hit spinners, aren't they?
Yeah, into the corners.
Yeah. In goes Tongue, bowls short. Jaiswal's leaping up to the back foot. There's 3 out there for the short ball, but he played that nicely. Crawley Fields coming in at backward square leg. 64 for 1. I'm interviewing one of your friends at lunchtime today.
I'm going to guess.
Go on.
Because I've seen him on the telly. Did I play with him?
You certainly did.
Yeah, Ashley.
He is.
Yeah, I saw him on the telly. He's looking trim. He's got a book coming out.
He has. That's probably why I'm interviewing, I suppose.
Okay. Yeah, he's
no, lots to talk about with Ashley. It has got a book out, and it's a very interesting book too. So, but lot to Ashley Giles' character, isn't there? In goes Tongue, bowls, tucked away by Naya. Runs away for a single to Wokes. Wiberd on, but we're going to kick off with here 20 years ago. I mean, we're building up to our celebrations of that great series.
That brought up a 50 partnership in just 8.5 overs. The first wicket fell after 8.4 overs, at which point the score was 15. So significant acceleration the last few overs.
There's an artist here that's he's got to work quickly. He's almost completed his piece of the whole ground. He's just to the left of the holly stand.
Very fancy flowery hat on as well.
Yeah, he looks like his own paint on his brimmer. Again, the ball's trying to be changed.
Stokes is trying to get rid of this ball. He doesn't like it at all. No luck for him there. 65 for 1. 3 out then on the leg side. As Tongue goes round the wicket, bowls to Jaiswal. It's short, tucked well off his hip. Wants a single, doesn't get it though. And it runs away out to Ollie Pope coming in at point.
No, they've got these 3 fielders on there. Well, they've got fine leg back on the boundary, square leg in front on the boundary, and like a behind square 3/4 of the way on the boundary on the leg side. So they're going to pepper him with a few short balls.
Yep.
He has played that pull shot a couple of times, and there was one time that he was just a little bit late on it, Jaiswal. So I think England feel that they might target him. If they give him any width, he'll go over the top though with that offside.
Very short. Tongue again bowls to him. Oh, that was the ball. In a way, he could have ramped that.
Ramp it for 6 down there.
Oh, yeah, easily. But, didn't choose to do so on that occasion. 65 for 1. I must say hello to a friend of mine, Webb Freckingham, who's banged up in the Queen's Medical Centre in Nottingham at the moment. We're going to see him on Monday.
What a great name.
I know, it is a great name, isn't it? In fact, I didn't even know what his surname was, because he was always known as Webb. So anyway, Webb, I hope you're doing all right. I came to see him on Monday.
Ah, good on him. You don't hear of many Webbs, do you?
No, all
I've been many Webbs.
65 for 1. Goes Tongue again, fuller this time. Pushed away down the ground, and there is no run. 65 for 1. So I hope you keep your pecker up in there. Webb has been there a while.
What's his nickname?
I don't know.
Worldwide?
It could be worldwide.
Spiders.
He does.
Let's call him Spider. Hope you're well, Spider.
He does very good cheese. Does Webb, yes.
What do you mean?
Well, he runs a big cheese shop in Nottingham.
Oh, I see.
Next time you're there, let's go.
See ya.
No.
He makes his own cheese, does he?
He doesn't actually make it, I think he just sells it.
Okay.
Anyway, I hope he's smiling. You're doing all right, mate. 65 for 1. Karen Nair on 25. Jaiswal 37. So just the 1 wicket to report for England so far, and that was a drag on into the stumps. So from K.O. Rahul, that's some time ago, 15 run.
He bowled well, Wokes, didn't he?
He bowled beautifully.
Yeah, he just got it nibbling enough.
Yeah.
He's got it to kind of kiss off the surface.
Right, another slip moves away, goes to Gully. So mid-off, backward point, Gully, 2 slips. As Stokes from the City end comes bounding in, bowls a bouncer down the leg side. There's 2 out for Nair. For Stokes, he just ducks his head underneath it. It's taken there by Jamie Smith. Lots of blue sky around, cloud is high. Tremendous sound for the crowd just sitting there and enjoying themselves.
What does Edgbaston hold these days? It's jam-packed, isn't it?
Good question. It's over 20, isn't it?
25,000, something like that.
65 for 1. Stokes again, moves in, bowls another bouncer, a very high one that time. Nah, has no problem, he's not a tall man. He's getting under that one.
Well, it's looped through to Jamie Smith. It's a slow pitch.
Very slow.
Yeah, it's a slow deck. And again, I'll just keep saying this is India's best chance of really competing by batting well. And they packed the batting with Nitish Kumar already. Looks like Jadeja will bat number 8. And they'll hope to bat a long enough time to potentially get some footholds for the spinner, Andy Flower. He's here at Edgbaston today.
Stokes bowls on the off stump, pushed away by Nair for a single.
IPL champ.
Yes.
With the Royal Challengers, he's got to be, with all the trophies and everything he's done throughout the different formats, he's got to be the greatest ever coach, hasn't he?
Must be.
Think about what he did with England and what he's
greatest
done
ever wicketkeeper batsman.
Yeah, what he's done with the franchises that he's worked for.
And the runs he scored for Zimbabwe, you know, a pretty poor team at the time, and keeping wicket and captain and everything else. I mean, that's one decent cricketer, isn't it? Quite a hard man to play under, I suspect.
Well,
quite direct, quite.
Yeah, but I think over the, you've got to remember he got England winning.
Yeah.
And now what he's doing with the franchise teams, he's getting his teams winning.
Stokes round the wicket, bowls to Jaiswal, he's swatted that away. I'm not sure how he got it there quite. Perhaps he's been watching Wimbledon on the telly, but he's going to get 4 down to third man, and I don't really understand that shot. What was
tennis? That was. I'm not up on my tennis shots, but it was like a left-handed smash, wasn't it?
Sort of overhead volley.
A volley smash.
Yeah, but how he got it behind. Yeah, and he did play it there. You could tell by his head it was a deliberate shot. He's rolled the wrists over it and then swatted it. Yeah, like some sort of tennis volley or pickleball, which is now my sport, by the way.
Or paddle.
Yeah, or paddle.
Paddle tennis.
I saw an article written about comparing the two the other day. I think it confirmed what I thought.
Have you played paddle yet?
I haven't played paddle.
No.
It confirmed what I thought, that actually pickle is for the athlete. Pickle is for the well-honed athlete. Gliding around the...
It's a smaller court.
Gliding around the badminton court.
It's a tiny court.
When you play doubles. Whereas paddle, anyone can knock that off. 70 for 1, in comes Stokes round the wicket, bowls. Jaiswal wants a single, a bit of a hesitation there, but Nair actually, to be fair to him, responded straight away.
Which one do you play?
I play pickle, actually.
Pickle, yes.
71 for 1 with the ball to go in the 19th over.
Yeah, it's funny how you mentioned Andy Flower and he can't have been great or easy to play under. Isn't sport about winning?
Yeah.
And he gets his teams winning, and you can't tell me that players don't enjoy winning.
And if you buy into you buy into this particular culture, don't you? You buy into the fact that on a flat, slow pitch at Edgbaston, you're going to stick them in. Only for a bowl, they think, oh, thanks very much. But if you're in it, aren't you?
Yeah, that's good.
If that's the leadership. Here's Stokes, bowls, tucked away out towards short leg. Pope's fielding there with a helmet on. And there's no run. There's some cheering in the Hollies stand. Not sure what's breaking out there. They've seen something that they like. 71 for 1. Jaiswal 42. And Nair's on 26. So yes, that is the situation here today. England won the toss on a bright sunny day, slow pitch. And put in.
How would you have taken that, Aggers, when the skipper came to you on a nice, beautiful day in Birmingham, and it's a dry pitch, and the skipper would have said, "Come on, Aggers, I think there's a little bit in it for the first 20."
My skipper, who was here today, actually doing the Today programme, and I've seen him. He did that to me at Lord's on a beautiful, bright, sunny day against Sri Lanka. Stuck him in. He was still going on Saturday morning. So I know what that feeling's like. Not the captain's going to do it. You've got to do it, haven't you? 71 for 1. Jaiswal 42. Nair's on 26. And Tongue round the wicket's going to bowl to the left-handed. Jaiswal's only one slip there now. Bowls to him and he pushes that away down to backward point. And there's no run. 71 for 1. Ebony's here.
Hello, Aggers. How are you?
Well, I'm very, very well. Lovely to see you. I've just been crossing swords with Alex Hartley over on the telly. Did you know? She's a mate of yours, isn't she?
Yeah, we're good mates.
Just come back from holiday. I said, oh, great, Alex, where did you go? She said, I don't know.
That means she doesn't want you to know.
Well,
that's what it sounds like.
I was a bit surprised by the answer, if I'm honest. There you go.
Melton Mowbray.
Wasn't actually, it might have been Melton Mowbray. Might have been yes, incognito.
Yeah, this one, it sounds incognito for
In
sure.
goes Tongue, bowls short, and Jaisal's gone for this. He's pulled it well in front of square. Short boundaries again, but the fielder will cut that off. And they come back for two. No, there's something slightly typical about Alex. I'm relieved to see you here, Abby, for a sensible conversation. What do you make of all this?
Yeah,
Break of the boundaries for a start.
Yeah, I think, look, first of all, well done to Karen Nye. I think he's been really smart, actually, waiting for the ball to be fuller and then capitalises. Hasn't got drawn into anything sort of back of a length. But I just sense here Jaiswal, with this short ball, is looking vulnerable, and if they probe away, maybe they can pull it back.
Tongue again round the wicket, bowls to him. He takes it on once more, hits it hard. Well, he's tried to hit it hard, but in fact didn't time it, and he's fielded there on the leg side. I mean, it's an interesting tactic because he's going to take on these short balls over third man. He really slices that hard, doesn't he? Pull shots. Not big hits required. He'd be picking up some easy boundaries here. 74 for one. He's on 45, and Karana now on 26. Looks around the field again. There's two out there, and also a short leg. Ollie Pope's there. Umpire Shafradella makes sure that there's only two fielders to his right, as it were, as Tongue fires that down the leg side, and now can do nothing with it. It's taken by Jamie Smith.
Not a huge amount of movement today.
Nothing
For the bowlers, really. Hopefully you usually expect with a bit of lacquer.
They've been trying to get rid of the ball, haven't they?
Yeah.
At least two attempts.
What do you think of that tactic? Because I know you would have been in the mix a lot. Umps, as soon as it's doing nothing, you're in the umpire's ear. But how much do you think is genuinely there's an issue with the ball, and the other is just we haven't got a wicket for a while?
Oh yeah, I think it's more of that. That's the thing. If you're getting wickets, you don't get rid of the ball, do you? 74 for one. In goes Tongue again. Bowls on leg stump now, moves across his stumps. And Wokes will come trotting in there. He bowled well earlier on. Oh no, I think if you're getting wickets, just keep the ball, don't you?
You would have been right in the umpire.
Well, I think, you might want the ball to swing, don't you? But they have been trying it. But it's much more of a softness issue these days. I don't remember that being such a thing. Oh, Wokes is having a go. Now, this is attempt number 3. And umpire Gaffney's got his rings out again. Let's see if it passes through. And I think we know the answer, probably. They're just desperate for this ball to go out of shape so they can get rid of it. So that failed. There's a limit,
to the drawing board.
Yeah, in county cricket, there's a limit, isn't there, about the number of times you can actually go through that process. Which I think is a good idea. I think they should have that in Test cricket too. It just keeps the game moving. In goes Tongue, bowls, leg stump tickled away between the short leg and the leg slip, down to the boundary. Basher's down. 75 for one. I tell you what, if you're fielding on the boundary, and Jaiswal does get hold of one of these short balls, you're not going to have much time to see it, are you?
No, it's coming at you.
It really is. I mean, difficult taking a catch.
He hasn't looked fully smooth today. He had that sort of weird flat bat tennis shot. He had the first one from Tongue. He was in two minds. I can sense they might just keep chipping away. The surprise one here and there. More batting, though, for them. Sorry.
Stokes will continue. Yeah, they bat deep, don't they? Well, they bat deeper. And that's not a play on words with Deep himself batting at 9. But there is more depth to India's batting, but they got blown away last time. But so far they've only lost the one wicket, 75 for one. And Stokes on a bright, sunny, early afternoon comes in, sitting behind him, bowls, and now slices that one. That's the first false drive he's played. He knew it too. He's turned away there. He's admonished himself and thumped the back of his bat with his fist, and then plays the shot he'd like to have played. It was just a little bit straighter. 75 for one. Stewards keeping a friendly eye on proceedings in the Hollies to our right there. Strains of a trumpet coming through our open window. 75 for one. Stokes past umpire Shafradella, bowls, and now's on the back foot. And Duckett will field that at backward point. 75 for one. People coming and going. It's a sort of an ever-moving scene over there. Different coloured shirts, hats, and so on. People moving about this way and that. Lots of apologies. Sorry, can't get through. Sorry, yeah, just need to come through again. There's one there. They all get. Look, that chap's come back with a tray full of beers, and they're all having to stand up. Sorry, yeah, sorry. Let's get through. Stokes bowls short and now takes his bottom hand off the bat handle. That climb ball trickles back up the pitch for Stokes to field.
Yeah, or got to get through as well without spilling it.
Yeah, oh yeah, that would be disastrous.
Yeah, that would be disaster.
On complete strangers who are having to get up anyway. 75 for 1. Stokes wanders back to his mark again, waiting for the ball to be returned. Asher's giving it a polish there at mid-on. Stokes has it in his hand. Turns round in the distance. Naya right-handed. Bat raised, waits. Stokes moves in now. Bowls. Oh, well, that's got to be a wide, I would think. Very high indeed. The bouncer. Way over Naya's head. In fact, I think the umpires have been quite generous there. You often see umpires calling those these days.
Yeah, that was a serious balloon ball.
Yeah.
Just noticed Cameron Naya's gone to 27, which is the second highest test score. Obviously that big 303. Uh-oh.
Oh, there's a late call for a no ball. Stokes over pitching. That took a long time to be relayed from umpire Rifle, who's sitting somewhere up amongst us here in his box. The third umpire. So another ball will have to be bowled. As he bowls another short ball, now keeps his bat just inside the line of that. 75 for 1. Saw Andrew Flintoff yesterday.
How did you?
Had a lovely chat with him. It reminded me so much. We're going to be talking a bit about Ashes and stuff with Asher Giles, with that over he bowled here to Ricky Ponting. Oh, one of the great overs bowling from this end. And I don't think we'd have been in this box. The stand wouldn't have been built then, but we were a bit lower, right in amongst it, and you could just feel the tension of that over. Brilliant. He's got good form. In comes Stokes. Bowls. Takes that turned away to backward short leg, running a quick single, and full of lots of praise for his charges in the under-19s too. He's got some very, very promising young players as they're coming through there. That's the end of the over. 76 for 1. We've got 20 minutes to go till lunch. We're chatting to Ashley Giles about all sorts of things in the interval. Ebony, some thoughts from you, and then to take us to lunch, it's going to be Prakash.
Yeah, I've been really impressed actually today with Karen Nair coming up to number 3. He's been really decisive, I think, with choosing those sort of fuller balls to take on. He's only been drawn into one we saw from Ben Stokes, but other than that, he's almost looked flawless, comfortable, as you were saying earlier, Prakash at number 3. So he's holding the fort, rebuilt nicely with Jaiswal.
Absolutely, he has. Just needs to carry on if he can. Jaiswal waits for Stokes round the wicket. Solitary slip now, and the bouncer barrage continues. You almost think that at some point in time soon there'll have to be like there are 3 reviews. There'll have to be a finite number on how many times the ball can be reviewed, and it's become a regular affair. It's not just England. India tried that several times at Headingley, and I think most teams do that. I'm not sure what can be done or will be done indeed. But as someone who's obviously played the game at the highest level, Ebony, do you believe that really has something to do with the ball, or is it just a frustration? Just change something up that you can't and hope for the best.
Yeah, I think it's a mix, if I'm being honest. I think there's a psychology to it.
Josh Dunks, meanwhile, starts a fresh over, goes in bowls to Karun Nair, eases the ball on the offside and will take a single to the left of Stokes. 77 now for 1.
Yeah, there's no doubt as a bowler today there's a frustration. The ball is not really moving for the seam bowlers. You know, and even if the ball is nice and round, if it's getting soft, you're going to think, look, if we risk our chances by getting a new ball, it might do more. And so it's kind of a bit of a game, you know, even if it isn't out of touch and it's still nice and round, your better chances are trying to find a nut or a ball that works for you. But often I think it's sometimes overused a little bit. The bowler's getting in everybody's head.
Turn now round the wicket to Jaiswal down the leg side. Goes down to the keeper. That's an interesting field, isn't it? You've got 4 men on the boundary, starting at sort of a very fine third man for the ramp, and then you've got a fine leg right on the fence. You've got a deep backward square about 3/4 of the way, and an orthodox deep mid wicket on the boundary. Just before lunch on day 1 of a test match, having put the opposition in.
Yeah, they're looking to target him. We were just saying earlier as well, he's going to take it on, isn't he? If he gets any width, you know he will throw the hands through it, but there is that catching third that he hasn't quite been dominant with this pull shot yet, so let's see how it goes.
Josh Tongue in bowls, and he hooks it away beautifully, keeps it on the ground, rolls his wrists, and it races away to the right of the man at the backward square. 4 more to the total, 82 for one now, and Jaiswal up to 49.
Yeah, this one looks convincing, and he knows the tactic, he gets back early, and he controls it all the way. I think that's the most important thing here. He knows what's coming for him, and he's adjusted nicely.
Well, as we look out at a sun-bathed Edgbaston, enough and more blue sky to see. Perfect setting for a day of Test match cricket. Good crowd in. As Tongue goes round the wicket now to Jaiswal bowls. And this time he slaps it. Square of the boundary on the offside. Beautiful shot, and raises his bat straight away for yet another 50. Yashasvi Jaiswal.
58 balls, that was his 10th for, and it is his 16th Test score of 50 or more, 5 centuries amongst those, and he has an extraordinary record against England that I'll come to after this next ball.
Yes, Yashasvi Jaiswal, ever since he burst on the Test scene, Ebbs, has really been prolific, and particularly when he goes on a tour for the first time, he's made it a habit to get runs. He struggled through, had a bit of luck early on in the innings. He just needs to buckle down from an Indian point of view, as Tongue now changes his line of attack, bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, slip in place now, and a forward short leg as well under the helmet. Here's Tongue in to bowl, and this time he gets a bottom edge. It might just beat the man at third man. Despairing dive, not good enough. 4 more runs, not quite as convincing as the previous one, but 4 nevertheless. 90 for 1.
Cheeky, but I like it. He's such a talent, isn't he? 23 years of age, and you know, you think about earlier when he was playing those shots through the V, that on drive, the off drive back past the bowler, and then now you watch him both feet off the floor going for that cut shot. So he's kind of got that rounded game. He's so young, he's got great temperament, and he'll be wanting to back up that 100 from the first innings. So he's not saying no to the contest, which is quite fun to watch.
Tongue away from us now. In goes, bowls down the leg side, and he pulls this one away, gets an inside part of the bat. This will be cut off, probably coming off the glove, I'd say. And 1 more to the total. So he's fearless in that sense, which is the operative word in modern Test match cricket. We've talked so much about the fact that England have put India into bat here already just before lunch here, but whether or not that's the right call. Ebony, do you think it's got to do with the fact that England are just so supremely confident in their ability to chase? Is that what's driving it?
I think it's both, actually, because I saw the stats, and maybe I'll get Andy to back it up, but I was reading this morning that chasing here, actually, the last 4 tests, I think it is, that England, the last 4 tests played here, the team bowling first have won. So I think, a bit like Headingley, there is actually a shift in maybe the pitches, as well as teams are becoming more confident in chasing. It's just shifted that early game plan.
Stokes to continue round the wicket to Jaiswal. Jaiswal pulls, this one's gone in the air, but will not carry to the man coming off the long leg boundary there. Was in the air for a bit, is living a bit dangerously, but then, as the old adage goes, fortune often does favour the brave, and right now he is being brave.
Yeah, a bit of a risk there. And England are hunting. If they get this wicket before lunch, it will mean so much. It will drag back and make that scorecard look a little bit better.
Certainly will. Well, 12 odd minutes, so thereabouts to go for lunch. And back in the day, of course, you played for these breaks. You played for lunch, you played for tea and for stumps. Doesn't appear to be like that at the moment, certainly not with Jaiswal. Karun Nair on strike now, 2 slips and a gully. Stokes is in bowls, and Nair defends nicely off the front foot. What a story for Karun Nair.
Just coming back to Jaiswal's record against England. In all tests, he's heading towards 2,000 runs. Needs just another 40-odd to get there, and it's just his 21st test against England. It's his 7th test, his 12th innings, 870 runs, average 87. This is his 7th 50-plus score in those in his 12 innings against England. 3 centuries, including 2 doubles in the series in India early last year and the century in the first test here.
Yeah, prolific. Nair, bat raised, waits for Stokes. He bowls and he plays it nicely down towards the long leg region, picks up a run.
In terms of most runs by a player against England in tests in their first 12 innings, he's just overtaken Don Bradman in 5th place. Ahead of him, Frank Worrell scored 909 in his first 12 against England. Brian Lara and George Headley, 959 each. Got a bit of a way to catch Viv Richards in his first 12 innings against England. 1,177 runs.
I mean, that's not a bad club to be in, though, is it?
Yeah, number 5 is fine. Jaiswal waits to face Stokes now. Stokes is in, bounding in bowls, short bouncer, and this time Stokes falls over, but Jaiswal ducks underneath it. That's sensible because there are 3 men right on the fence. Well, 2 of them right on the boundary, and then a man about 10 yards or so, 15 yards inside the boundary at deep backward square, choosing to duck underneath this time.
What do you think about the teams bowling first and happy to chase in the final innings? Do you think that's a mindset? Do you think we're seeing a shift in trend?
Well, I think it's an increasing shift in trend in the sense that teams just believe in something. Come back to that as Stokes wide of the crease bowls, and this time gets up on his toes, does Jaiswal, drops it down in front of him, thinks of a run. Stokes comes charging down to short circuit those plans. 93 for 1. I think teams increasingly, you look at what works for them best, and I think Andy gave us an amazing stat at Headingley, amongst the many he gives often, is the runs per wicket over a period of time have increased from inning 1 to inning 4 at Headingley. I'm not sure what it is here, but it'll be interesting to see if that same trend is continuing, which would tell you something about the pitch and the conditions, I suppose, as much as it would about the nature of batting. Stokes into the left-handed Jaiswal. Up he comes, bowls, and Jaiswal works it on the onside, but not for runs.
The short format has got to impact that as the over is complete. Sorry, Prakash, I jumped in. But I'm just thinking about a Duckett in that final innings, and he's looking at a run rate and a pitch that he thinks I can be aggressive on. And so then your mindset now thinks, well, if I can score at these rates in other formats, surely, if I apply myself, I can still maintain a high scoring rate. So I think that sort of fear of ticking along at 2 or 3 is long out the mindset when you're chasing. You think, well, we can go at 4s.
Yes, I mean, you say that, and then you think about Rishabh Pant and his record in white ball cricket versus his record in Test match cricket, where you would expect Pant, who plays as aggressively or as innovatively, shall we say, in Test match cricket, you'd think he'd have a great record in white ball cricket. He doesn't actually. So I guess it's each individual, how you respond to a given situation. You've got a change in bowling. Bryden Carse is into the attack, and Karun Nair, who's on 30, now waits for him. First ball of a fresh spell. Comes in, bowls to Nair. Nair plays on the offside, opens the face just a bit, picks up a run, dabs it to cover. 94 for 1. India had a very slow start, a painstaking one where there was a stern examination in the morning, and loss of KL Rahul's wicket. They have somehow weathered that early storm. Looks like a wicket that is conducive to batting, but there was something in the morning certainly for the bowlers. Well, we had some odd one just taking off a bit, some movement.
Bit of bounce as well for Wokes.
Wokes bowled beautifully. Once again, that well spread out field. 4 men deep catching, 1 on the offside at fine third. Bowls and worked away nicely down to that man at deep backward square. He'll take 1.
Bryden Carse roughed him up a little bit, didn't he, in that early spell. Jaiswal wore a few in the ribs. His eyes are set now. It's different when you're adjusting. Now looks comfortable at the crease.
As every time there's a forcing shot played, you see a giant flag in the stands straight opposite us. That's being handled by a gentleman called Sudhir Gautam, and we get time, we'll talk a bit about him. One of the most amazing fans. I'm sure people have seen him. His body painted in the tricolour, the Indian tricolour that is. Cast bowls, and Nair edges, and he's gone. Just what the doctor ordered for England. Ben Stokes rings the change and a very soft dismissal. That ball just getting up a little. Nair not sure of what to do, hung his bat out, and a simple catch at second slip. And India lose a wicket just on almost at the stroke of lunch, and England have the breakthrough.
Yeah, England really needed this because this partnership was building nicely, angled in with pace. I think that was the difference here, actually. Just a shift in extra pace made it hard when the ball got up at that sort of really awkward shoulder length of the bat, and just ended up ballooning straight to the slip. So it's one of those moments you think if Karen Nair would have got into lunch, India would have felt like they dominated that session, actually. But this little wicket now opens up, and there's still a few minutes to go here, Prakash.
Well, there certainly are, and Shubman Gill, the Indian captain, is slated to come in as he walks out now. Awkward time to come in. Probably another before luncheon break, and Karun Nair, after having batted rather well, in fact his entry into the batting strip really did change the momentum of the Indian innings, because KL Rahul really hadn't gotten off. Played some pleasing drives. He'll be unhappy with himself, but a good ball, and unable to defend. Oftentimes, again, talking about olden days, you'd see good batsmen just drop their wrists. Never try to play that ball above your shoulder. But Karun Nair taken, as you said, Ebbs, by surprise, I think, with that extra bounce and the pace.
Yeah, excellent delivery. And now it just opens up. So what do you think we'll get in? 4 minutes on my watch, maybe the start of one more over. This is just a tricky little phase here. Pace coming at him and a fresh bowler.
Absolutely. So Cas and England now will be looking to pick up the bonus wicket, if you will, just before lunch if they can. The Indian captain has come in to fill the breach caused by the dismissal of Karun Nair. 2 slips, a gully, a man backward point. There's also a catching leg gully for Shubman Gill. Here's Cas into Gill, comes in and bowls, and Gill comes nicely forward, pushes it with the full face out towards mid-off, no run.
You can just see he's keeping himself calm there. It's a lot of pressure in Test cricket, captain. Just that moment, you've got to win session by session. He knows if England pick up a third, he's just walking away to that square leg position just to keep calm.
Young shoulders to carry the burden of 1.4 billion hopes. Shubman Gill, India's newest Test captain, waits for Cas. Cas is up bowls, and Gill comes forward again, looking nice and full there. Cas pushed back quietly by the skipper. 95 for 2. Last ball of the over coming up, and Gill will be thinking the bouncer's coming. First 2 deliveries were nice and pitched up. Another remarkable story, Shubman Gill. Earmarked, I think, for greatness, and many for almost 3 or 4 years before this day appeared at Headingley penciled him in as a future India skipper. He's there now. And Cas missing his run up a little. He'll go back to the top of his run. Crowd expectant. Cas was clearly the sharpest of England's bowlers at Headingley in the first innings for sure, along with, of course, that magic man Ben Stokes. Here's Cas in, bowls to Gill. Gill goes defensively out on the offside. There will be no run. That's the end of a successful over, a wicket-taking one. 95 for 2, with what will definitely be now, Ebbs, the last over before lunch.
Yeah, definitely the last over. I thought Shubman Gill actually navigated those 3 balls well. Bryden Castle was going fuller, hunting at the stumps, but he was met with a very straight bat and a calm presence. So one more over here.
You're going to see some spin.
Oh, in comes Shoaib. Looks good time to do it. Get him a little over in, see if you can squeeze one out. I wonder if, as well, with the heat that we've had, whether we'll see the spin over the course of this test just start to grip a little bit. Some early signs to see if there's anything in it. Shoaib Bashir.
bowled really well up at Headingley in both innings. I thought even when India were piling on the runs, he kept the Indian batting in check. Didn't allow the Indian batters to get after him at all. Nice variation of pace, length and loop. Tall man, Shoaib Bashir. Still relatively new in Test match cricket, but I dare say he's settling into the groove as England's lead spinner, isn't he?
Doing very, very well. Exciting talent.
Round the wicket, slip and a backward short leg. Shoaib Bashir to Jaiswal, defends full stretch. Right on the spot, ball one.
Yeah, tall action and probing away.
Fielder swapping around. Root comes to short square third. And Shoaib now spinning the ball from hand to hand. Nice easy run up to the wicket. And Jaiswal holds him up. I'm not sure what that was. Maybe something got into his eye.
That's not what you want. 5 balls from lunch.
No, quite irritating for a bowler, I'm sure. There's Bashir again into Jaiswal. Quicker, short, cut away down towards the point region for a single. And that'll bring Shubman Gill on strike.
What do you think? Because that was quite an expansive shot there. A couple of balls before lunch. Do you think just play your natural way, or
I think that's how
shut up shop?
That's how these folks play now, don't they? I mean, a run to be scored or a boundary to be had, you go for it. And I think it's got its own logic. I mean, you could have a ball with your name on it, and you know that can happen any time. So, like everything else in the world, things change, and the approach to Test match batting has also altered significantly, no question about that. Over the wicket to the right-hander, worked away on the onside by Shubman Gill. He'll get off the mark with a single. India move to 96 now for 2.
Yeah, you can get yourself in a batter as a tango when you change your thinking. And sometimes try and shut up shop to get through to the end of the session. And then you end up playing shots that you don't normally. So
stay with the flow.
Stay with the flow, and that's clearly what Jaiswal's doing.
There's Bashir into Jaiswal. Jaiswal plays it away now off the back foot, down towards wideish mid-on, picks up another run. 98 for 2 now. Scoring just a shade under 4 runs and over. So except for the wicket column, India would be quite pleased having been put into bat. Had a very, very slow start, agonizing almost. And got a bit of a move on in between, and then the loss of Karun Nair. From an Indian point of view, just at the wrong time. Bashir bowls and Gill defends. A bit of bounce and turn there. Just a shade, just a hint of it. Last ball, I think, now, before lunch. Coming up from Shoaib Bashir. Shubman Gill and Yashasvi Jaiswal, the 2 men at the crease. And Ben Stokes moving the man from slightly backward position now to an orthodox mid-wicket right on the fence. There's Bashir in, bowls to Gill. Gill comes forward and pushes it away quietly on the offside. Umpire Saikat will now walk up to the stumps and knocks the bail off, saying 25 overs bowled in the session, 98 for 2. India losing KL Rahul first, playing on to Ben Stokes, and then just a little while ago, 4 or 5 minutes ago, Karun Nair, who I thought batted rather well, now saw a ball getting up awkwardly, gloved it to second slip, and 98 for 2. Yashasvi Jaiswal, the man on 62 runs, yet again holding the innings together. More from you, Ebony, and then handing over to Jonathan Agnew.
Yeah, I think the game's nicely in the balance here. It felt like England fully controlled that first half an hour with the ball, the wicket from Wokes, keeping that run rate around 2. And then there was the partnership that rebuilt between Karun Nair and Jaiswal. But that wicket just before lunch opens things up and makes it much more exciting. So, well-balanced game, Aggers.
Interesting ball too, bounced.
A lot of bounce.
It's a shoulder of the bat. And actually, KL Rahul's delivery also bounced more than he expected. So although it looks very flat and not a lot of pace, just a couple of balls, and Jaiswal got one early on, didn't it? Cut back and lifted. So there's a little bit out there for the bowlers. Rahul out for 2. Karen Nair out for 31. He was the recent one, caught Brooke Bowcast. Jaiswal has got 62. Gill, having just come into that awkward moment and survived, is on 1. So 98 for 2. Bowling wise, Wokes actually bowled really well today. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 15. A couple of very close LBW shouts. Didn't go quite his way. Cass has taken 1 for 14 from 6. Tung 6 overs for 42, but expensive today. Ben Stokes 5 overs 23, and Shoaib Bashir that one obligatory over that the spinner usually gets just before the interval, 1 over for 3. Well, the players are out in the middle already. The sun is still shining. Pleased to report it's 98 for 2. Jaiswal 62. Gill has 1, and Dan Norcross is going to get us underway.
Thank you, Agus. It's going to be Bryden Cars who's going to start up after lunch. 2 slips in place, a long leg, a deep square leg mid-on, mid-off, extra cover. A cover just in front of square and a deep backward point as Cars is in. Jaiswal lets this go by outside the off stump. It goes through disappointingly low to a sprawling Jamie Smith behind the stumps. And Alex Hartley has joined me, fresh from TV. You're looking fresh, you're smelling fresh.
Thank you very much. Everyone keeps saying I've got a glow.
You've got a glow.
A glow.
I mean, it's been very hot lately. I don't know whether that's helped.
Well, I think it's just the life glow. You know, I'm just
Life
happy.
glow? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're winning at life.
I am. You know what? I am.
You have been perky.
Thank you.
Although, I think I might have a bone to pick with you.
Oh no.
As Cars is in, that's defended to the offside by Jaiswal to point there's no run. When you asked a question on your No Balls podcast
Of who I would like to go to Glastonbury with, the TMS
Glastonbury with,
commentators.
yeah, and I take great offence to how I got 5 out of 10 because you said
I think you might go too hard on day 1 and end up face down in a ditch somewhere.
have I ever let you down the following day?
It's Glastonbury, Dan. It's different.
I have to take your word for it. But, you know, we've toured plentifully. I've been able to get up by the early afternoon most days. Wide outside the off stump, driven into the covers. A run 1. They'll come back for a second. It's sort of to the right of Stokes at extra cover. And then there's another cover. It's quite an unusual field, this. It's a very much catching in front of square type field. And Jaiswal did hit that aerially for a while. Didn't time it perfectly. But those 2 runs bring up the 100 for India after lunch. They've been going on at a very tasty rate. They were 17 off 10 overs, so in the last 15 overs they've got 83 runs, going at 5.5 runs, mostly coming from Jaiswal's bat. Karen Nair before lunch got off to a really good start, but there's been runs and there's been a couple of wickets as Cars is in again. Jaiswal drives but without timing, and Ben Stokes at that short extra cover position just moves to his left to stop the ball, prevents the run.
There's been a little bit of uneven bounce as well, hasn't there? A couple of balls lifting off a length. England obviously went with that short ball tactic. Jaiswal licked his lips and said thank you very much.
Went a bit early with that, didn't it? It's quite unusual to see at 12:30 in the first session of the match.
20th over.
20th, was it? Yes. And I think Quick Viz have been giving us some data that would indicate unusualness. We'll come to Andy about that in a moment. As Cars bowls very full. It's guided away for 4, through where 4th slip would be. It was very full, slightly wide, and Jaiswal has stroked that really elegantly. If you can do that while stretching, he somehow manages to do that with his willowy frame and picks up 4 more. Andy.
Looking at the bouncers bowled in the first sessions, I've looked at the first 25 overs of the first innings of tests in England, and never has a higher proportion of balls bowled by seamers within the first 25 overs of a test in this country been bouncers.
Cars resumes. Still 2 slips, very full, very wide and left alone. End of the over. 6 runs have come from the first over after lunch. India 104 for 2, Jaiswal 68, Gill has 1.
Just over 20% of the balls bowled by seamers were bouncers in that first session. This was after, as I mentioned, in the first 10 overs they were bowling a fairly normal length. So the bouncer attack came with Tung and in particular and Stokes. So that's the highest proportion of bouncers in the first 25 overs of a test in this country. Well, this goes back to about 2006 ball travel.
So what's making that happen, Alex? Because Wokes' opening spell, when he conceded 4 off his first 5 overs, he could have had 3 wickets. He had 2 umpires call LBWs not given, and he did pick up the wicket of KL Rahul. So stuff was happening.
I think it was happening for Wokes early on, And then Stokes came out a couple of days before the test match and spoke about how the balls actually didn't stay hard for very long. So as soon as the ball gets soft, it doesn't really do anything. The wobble ball was nipping around a little bit for the seamers, but also we know England love the short ball tactic. They love going to that short ball. They want those mistimed pull shots, those uppercut cut shots through the offside just to be hit to gully, backward point, taking a catch. So it's just a tactic that England love to go to. But for me, Chris Woakes is obviously at his best when he's just nailing that length and getting the ball to nibble away as well.
Well, it's a different feel for him from the one we first saw at the start of the day, as he begins from the City end. His first ball's a little short, tucked into the onside, picked up at short mid-wicket off the bat of Shubman Gill. So we've got a slip and a sort of third slip. Okay, there are only 2 slips, but they're standing at sort of slip and third slip. Then we've got a backward point, 2 extra covers, one slightly deeper than the other, and the straighter one, Ben Stokes, is very much almost like a subcontinental pitch, driving on the up, catching cover.
That'll be for that uneven bounce we've seen.
Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg as Woakes is in, feeling for this outside the off stump is Gill. He just pushes it, nudges it into the point region where it's picked up by Pope, and there's no run.
Stokes will be in there just thinking, if Woakes gets one on a good length and it's almost not there to go forward, not there to go back, and Jayaswal or Gill find themselves pushing at the ball, he's there to take the catch.
It's I guess they've just assessed what this pitch is going to be like. It's a sort of field you'd get for a much older ball and a little bit of an older pitch as well. Woakes is in once again and beats the bat. Authentic play and a miss from Shubman Gill, who gives his head a little nod in wry appreciation. It went through low to Jamie Smith, taken by the ankles. That harder new ball did carry quite a bit, but after lunch there's just signs that it's not quite carrying. It's a fair way away from that. It's a nice bit of straightening, actually. Still a bit of movement.
That wobble ball for Woakes has almost been his stock ball today.
In he comes again. Right arm over into the right-handed Gill, who works a straight ball off his pads to short mid-wicket where Duckett fields. Straight to that fielder with oohs and ahs. Had he missed that, there would have been an almighty appeal. He's had a couple of big appeals, Woakes, today already. He was very unlucky, I felt, with perhaps the second one. I say that. The Jayaswal one looked out on first glance and then was just shown to be clipping, whereas the lever loan was a little bit, that was perilous from Karen Nye, wasn't it?
It was an odd shot to be playing, wasn't it?
Yeah, an odd not shot, yeah. Here's Woakes once again, dabbed into the onside. They're running through for a quick single. Duckett, not exactly on his heels, but a little deep there, isn't able to get in and prevent it. 105 for 2. I'm not done with, by the way, berating it, because
I thought we got away with it.
Well, not really, but I mean, look, it might be that if I get 5 out of 10, and that's, more than, say, what you're going to be giving to somebody else.
Well, Simon Mann, we spoke about it earlier, actually.
He's a 9, is he?
I'm actually going to put him 10, but he's not going to be offended like you, because he knows his strengths and his weaknesses. He's a man, he knows what he's about.
Yeah, that's true.
He doesn't like loud music, he doesn't like people, he's not coming to Glastonbury.
That's a fair point. Yeah. Well, I don't like the discomfort of Glastonbury, but I assume that I could be somewhere really, we could have a yurt or something. As Woakes is in, punched off the back foot, square of the wicket, just in front of square on the offside. Duckett chases after it. Wasn't that short, but it was nicely played by Jayaswal. And he pushes the ball away for a couple of runs, 107 for 2. So
if I get you,
yes,
you know what? Happy. You be my number one guest, Dan. There's no facilities for you in the morning or an evening.
In fact, maybe let's scrub it.
We're sleeping in a tent, so you're on the floor.
Yeah.
I just don't. I think you're a bit more upper.
I think you're right. I might go hard on the first day and sleep through the rest of it. You're right. Yeah. Okay. It's an acceptable assessment.
There was method behind my madness.
You can find out. Did you rank everybody? And if so,
I'm about to do it on the social media for the podcast.
For the podcast, I see.
Yeah. So
this is the No Balls podcast, which you can get on BBC Sounds, along with Tailenders and BBC Stumped and Test Match Special podcast.
You don't need the other ones, though. Don't worry about those.
You don't.
No Balls, the cricket podcast.
With Kate Cross. As Bryden Carr starts a new over, 2 slips in place, and Gill defends a foolish ball, just pushes it back up the wickets, fielded to the onside of straight by Crawley. There's no run. We've had a message from Sean on WhatsApp. If you want that WhatsApp number again, it's really quite long, so start concentrating now. Get a pen and paper ready. It's 03301 231 826. And Sean says, God bless TMS. I had a ticket for today. I was to travel from Kent to London, then a coach to Birmingham. It's quite a long message. I'll come back to it in a minute. As Bryden Cars runs away from us. And Gill works his ball, crosses pad, rather perilously down towards deep backward square leg, where Bashir runs in, keeps the scoring to just the one. He is playing a lot around that front pad at the moment. So he's travelled from Kent to London, then a coach to Birmingham. I left home at 6:25 a.m, had 2 trains on 2 different train lines cancelled. I think, yes, I had a bit of that experience yesterday. And then missed my coach.
Oh, no.
I gave up, had a cry, and was home in time for TMS to start live coverage. Oh, as I say, God bless TMS.
Sorry, Sean.
Back at home in Beckenham, where it's raining. You're not having the best day, are you? Cars in, short, and dabbed away into the gully region by Jaiswal. A ball he didn't, strictly speaking, needs play, but did follow him slightly. He doesn't get a run for it as it's picked up by man from slip to gully. Harry Brook. 108 for 2 the score remains.
Some days it's your day, and some days it's not.
That's not his day.
Unfortunately, Sean, I'm glad we can keep you company and put a smile back on your face, but that's really not your day.
I was done by balloons on the overhead power lines yesterday.
I was done the other day too.
Cars in, short, punched away off the back foot, but there is a deep backward point who's able to field Bashir, and they just pick up the 1. 109 for 2, Jaiswal with a 71. So how are you done?
A really hot day, 32.5 degrees.
Yeah.
Train tracks are just hot, because we can cope really well with the snow and the heat in this country. When it's too cold, we can't cope. When it's too hot, we can't cope. We've got to have it somewhere in the middle.
I have been told there's a good reason for this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it decades of underinvestment, or is it something else?
It's partly that, but I think it's because because it didn't ever used to be really cold or really hot, so they use different kinds of stuff. As Cars is in outside the off stump, slightly wider, a very elaborate shouldering of the arms by Shubman Gill. It goes through low to the keeper. But I think there was a sort of semi-reason for it, but unfortunately, with things getting hotter, that's becoming a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
But balloons on an overhead power line.
You just go and take them down?
Not me personally, mercifully, but if that can stop a whole train, it's amazing that more balloons on, or at least things of that flimsy nature, don't cause more standstills to me.
So you didn't get in till late last night, did you?
I didn't get in till much later than I wanted to, yes. Cars is in full and forward in defence is Shubman Gill. That's a solid shot, pushed out into extra cover region where a fumbling Stokes makes the stop, and there is no run. 109 for 2, 28 overs gone. Jaiswal 71. Gill 3. Jaiswal's incredible run of form against England continues. But can I ask you something that's slightly confusing me?
Yeah.
When somebody scores as many runs against you as Jaiswal does, you're on the lookout for things, but like a weakness.
Yeah.
Yes. And time again, we have seen him struggle with the ball that comes to the left armpit. Mm-hmm. And balls have been bowled there, but there's been nobody there to take the catch or defend it.
So you're saying, why haven't England had a short leg?
Why haven't they tried a bit more to cramp him? Because he does, I think, if there's one area of weakness I've seen, it's that. It doesn't look comfortable when the ball comes in. Sorry, I'm just punched you in the shoulder. And when it comes into you there.
I think they've gone for the short ball tactic instead, but he actually plays the pull shot really nicely as well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
High back lift into the high to low.
I want it to be short, but directed very specific place as Wokes is in full and dabbed into the offside, just backward a square. As a result, he's able to get a run because there's nobody at point. And he moves to 72, 110 for 2.
I mean, Wokes will be feeling frustrated in the fact that he's bowled so well today. He's hammered that length delivery time and time again. Struck him on the pad, umpire's call.
Yeah. Twice.
It's two different batters, but it's actually the first time I've seen Ben Stokes furious and you could see him muttering away.
Well, it did look quite out, the Jaiswal one, as Wokes is in again, playing around that front pad is Shubman Gill, works the ball up to mid-on. Bashir fields, and there is no run. Another thing we've just seen, a little graphic come up that said that Ben Stokes has only 19% of his deliveries were of a good length, which again, he's bowling so well at the moment. He actually was able to get a bit of movement, it seemed to me. It was really challenging when he bowled a little fuller at Headingley, but they've obviously calibrated the pitch. Wokes in, and this is defended by Shubman Gill on the front foot, pushed into the cover region. Two fielders converge. Pope is the one that gets there first. There's no run.
England have got a lot of energy out there. Pope racing Stokes to pick up that ball, just having a little laugh between the two of them. So although India are on top at the moment, England have got a lot of energy about them.
They do have great body language, don't they? They look as if they genuinely enjoy each other's company. It was noticeable when there were 430 for 3 India in the last game. Wokes runs in once again. And Gill works again round the front pad and picks out Duckett at short mid-wicket. They don't get a run. They never really sort of shoulder dropped, did they?
No, and it tells a tale when a retired player was up in the commentary box last year, the year before, and went, "This looks like a team I could actually play for again." And ended up playing, didn't he? Moeen Ali ended up playing.
Yes, that's right.
He went, "This looks like a lot of fun. I actually want to play," and then went and played.
Because normally it isn't fun when you're on the receiving end of 430 for 3.
No.
Here's Wokes left alone outside the off stump. Just a hint of movement away into the gloves of Smith, but Gill's got pretty good judgment around that off stump. They're trying to go straight at him, and he's giving them a little bit of hope, isn't he, constantly, by this taking the bat across the line of the ball.
Yeah, you just want that one that nips back and he just beats him. He can't get his bat down quick enough, or he's trying to look to go straight but goes towards mid-wicket.
Seen this often enough with Steve Smith, though. If they've got a good enough eye,
Yeah.
the ball will keep hitting that bat. As he plays again a straight ball, but glances it, if you will, down to long leg, where Cast does the fielding, and they'll get a single. 111 for 2 of the superstitious nature. Take your feet off the ground. 29 overs been bowled. Jaiswal 72, Gill 4. We haven't had a wicket after lunch. 13 runs have been scored. As Alex Harley gets to sit down now next to the person she's put righteously in 10th place of all the people that she would go to Glastonbury with. It's none other than Simon Mann.
Well, from one Glastonbury partner or not partner to another, I feel like you both wouldn't want to go with me either. So. Hello, Simon.
Hello, Alex.
I've missed you.
I just want to correct something you said a bit earlier, but you would be absolutely right to put me in 10th place.
No, I just said that you don't like people. You don't like crowds.
I don't like loads of people together.
No, you like.
I like people, but sort of spread out a bit.
Yeah, it's mad. Every time Simon comes on air, we're still 2 metres apart, even in 2025.
There's Gill on strike. Cast goes into Bolton. It's full. It's driven. Nice looking shot from Gill on the front foot. Stopped by Ben Stokes. Short extra cover, and there's no run. So have you been to Glastonbury? Have you?
No, I've never been.
Right, okay.
No, I'm not. I've never been to a festival because they're always during the cricket season. Right. So, cricket always gets in the way. It is definitely something I would love to do, though.
And I would say it's definitely something I wouldn't love to do.
So when I get a +1, I'll be sure to post it through your letterbox.
111 for 2. There's barely a cloud in the sky now. It's a lovely afternoon after a cool, breezy morning with some cloud cover. You'd think perfect batting conditions. And Bryden Cast strides in and bowls, and forward goes Gill. That's the sort of defensive shot that can make a bowler's heart sink. It's 88 miles an hour there, Bryden Cast, and Gill was equal to it. Solid looking defensive shot, although he does come down the pitch and do some gardening. Gill at the toss today saying he would have bowled, but he also said, and a very valid point, is that we batted first at Headingley and made a lot of runs, and probably should have made a lot more as well. So not bothered either way, really. Might prove to be a good toss to lose. Cast, and the old cricket cliche, Cast bowls very full, driven by Gill, and it bobbles out towards cover, but is stopped by Crawley after a fashion, and a juggle with it there on freshly mown piece of the square. Doesn't look to be anything untoward there, but he didn't take that cleanly. Anyway, 111 for 2. Jaiswal dominating this Indian innings. He is 72 not out. He is a player so easy on the eye, and he's going to give a lot of pleasure in the next decade or so. And so too Shubman Gill. Although he has got the weight of the Indian captaincy with him. See how that affects him as time goes on. He's 4 from 23. We've got 2 slips in, 4 saving, 1 on the offside. So strong 6-3 offside field. Short and guided away by Gill towards backward point. Stopped by Duckett to his left-hand side. He's got that ability, Cars, to hurry you up. And he did hurry Gill there to ride the bounce.
And there's been a few deliveries bowled from this end. The media end is what the end's called.
Pavilion and Birmingham City end, I think, officially.
Pavilion end, this one?
Yeah.
So there's been a few
Being as
balls.
that's the city you can see in the distance there.
Yeah.
The far end.
Yeah, or just some high-rise buildings. So from the Pavilion end, there has been a little bit more uneven bounce than from the City end.
Cass rushing in and bowls to Gill, and Gill forces that away again. A nice-looking shot from Gill, but straight to Duckett at backward point, and there's no run.
See, I always like to go this end and that end.
Yeah.
I find that a lot easier, you know. But that's only good for us lot in the commentary box.
It's no good for our listeners.
No, but I think if we started going this end, they'd know we meant our end.
So we're in the Pavilion end at Edgbaston. The Hollies stand away to our right-hand side. Quite restrained today, quite quiet. I'm sure that'll change as the afternoon goes on. Bathed in sunshine for the most part. There's not a huge amount of cover on this ground. It's a day for pastel colours in the crowd. Lots of sun hats. Here's Cass bowling. Another very solid defensive shot from Shubman Gill. He likes it so much, he holds the pose. And the ball goes away into the offside, and that is the end of Cass's over. It felt close to a maiden, and indeed it was one. Cass 9 overs, 1 for 22, and India 111 for 2, 25 minutes after lunch on this first day of the second test.
Well, I think if you're the Indian captain, even though he had a face like thunder at the toss when Ben Stokes won, you go, actually, I'm happy we've lost that toss now.
Yeah, I mean, they were desperate to bowl first as well, but you feel, I suppose they fear what England can do to you, but get in and make the most of it. You're controlling the game. Wokes bowls, forward goes Jaiswal, thickish outside edge. He rolls down through a vacant gully area, and they're through for an easy single. Throw comes in over Jamie Smith's head. Apologies there. Bryden Cass, that adrenaline flowing through his veins after bowling that over. Right over the head of Jamie Smith. One more to Jaiswal then. He goes to 73. He's got there from 80 balls. 112 for 2. Shubman Gill has been far more circumspect. 4 not out. 2 slips in. Short extra cover. Chris Wokes goes wide of the crease and bowls to Gill, who plays a back foot flick cut. A very wristy looking cut out towards the Hollies stand. And Pope is after it, sends in the return, and they come back for 2 runs. 114 for 2. And Gill moves to 6. It does seem astonishing that India made 500s at Headingley and lost. Gill one of them, and perhaps he started it actually. When you think that he was caught on the deep forward square leg boundary, a shot that he didn't have to play against Shoaib Bashir, and that was 430 for 4. Gill waits. Wokes striding into bowl to him. It's a straight ball which he flicks into the onside, forward a square. They're off for 1, they're coming back for the second. Throw comes in from Duckett to the non-striker's end, and they're comfortably home for the second. Again, needs a bit of backing up as the throw had a bit of extra revs on it. 2 more, 116 for 2. Gill moves to 8. One of the things I felt about watching India at Headingley is they didn't quite sense the danger.
Yeah. It almost felt like, because they had such a good platform, it's almost like they could just play their shots and not worry about getting out. They almost forgot about England and the fact that their tail can wag.
Wokes to Gill. Gill angles it away towards backward point, and there is no run. Yeah, definitely, and they fell in a heap in both innings. So there was an element of Josh Tongue, being the enforcer at the end, but there was also some carelessness as well. that allowed England back into the game. It just seemed, again, 500, losing again from 430 for 3. I think they would have gone back to their hotel that evening and metaphorically kicked themselves, really, and the next day as well, and the day after. Wokes rolls to Gill, who's forward to a straight ball, again angling it away. Goes to backward point, and there's no run. Again, and the thing is, the same thing happened in their second innings as well.
I think, for me, the frustrating thing from an India point of view is the fact that the same mistakes happened again. So almost the first innings, the tail doesn't wag, you collapse, you're in a strong position, you learn from it. But maybe India just thought, well, England are never going to chase 350, we're all right.
It's interesting listening to Gill afterwards, as Wokes bowls and Gill drives firmly into the surface, half stopped by Wokes, who pushes it up towards mid-off. There's no run, which is the end of the over. It was 82 miles an hour from Chris Wokes. He's bowling a bit quicker in this game than he was at Headingley. 116 for 2. I mean, he was saying that they wanted their plan, their goal in that second was to set England 430. Because I think there was a feeling 370, India might be happy to be bowled out because it takes that decision away, and and you're right. You get 370 is a heck of a lot of runs to score. So they wanted 430, and of course then that challenges England. I think one of the interesting things about Headingley as well was, would India have got a total at any point, or could they have got a total at any point? They would have forced England to play for a draw. Can you? I mean, okay, you might chase 370, but can you chase 430, 440?
I think England would rather lose than draw.
Well, Cass bowls. It's defended by Jaiswal into the onside, and there's no run. I wonder what they would have thought about Edgbaston last time round against Australia. Then going away from Edgbaston that evening, having lost rather than drawn the game, to go 1-0 down in the Ashes. I don't know. I thought this is supposed to be a bit of a street smarter England now.
It feels it though, doesn't it? It's not a let's go out. It doesn't feel it's a team that's let's go out and try and hit every ball for 6 anymore. It's almost like teenagers they've got that out their system.
They've got a year or two older.
Yeah, they're more mature now, aren't they?
116 for 2. Jaiswal 73 not out. Cast turns down beneath us. Goes in right arm over the wicket, bowls wide to Jaiswal, who chases it and misses it. Well, he's done that a few times in this innings. He's hit a few through the offside, and it looks beautiful when it comes off, but he also gives you a chance. And Cast pushing it out wide. It looked like the ball to hit, but he was underneath it.
Well, you do not want to be nicking that, do you?
No.
That would have been a horrific way to get out. But as you say, Simon's gone underneath it, replays the shot in his crease, almost walks away in frustration, knowing he didn't need to play that ball at all.
Run 16 for 2. Cass bowls a ball on off stump, and Jaiswal comes forward and defends it towards Stokes at extra cover. Well, Jaiswal would be saying, well, I just should have hit it for 4. But
yeah. That's one of those where you chase a wide one, you slap it straight to cover.
England got the lesser spotted deep third in. He's sort of half deep third, half deep backward point for Jaiswal. He's played quite a few down there in this innings. Ollie Pope down by the scoreboard at the far end of the ground in the sunshine with a stiff breeze, keeping the temperature down, keeping it manageable for all the spectators here today. Carr sets off and Jaiswal wasn't quite ready. Now Jaiswal settles. And Cass tries again. Past umpire Gaffney. Into bowl to the left-handed Jaiswal. Jaiswal plays that beautiful back dab down towards Ollie Pope. Gets around, hurls it in. Again, another loose throw in. Making Jamie Smith work after lunch. Eventually backed up at mid-on. One more, 117 for 2. Jaiswal moves to 74. And Michael Vaughan is here.
Afternoon everyone. Is that right, you don't like people?
No, that was absolute rubbish. I heard you had me down about number 8 in your car journey to.
Yeah, but I can explain. But you weren't there, so I didn't think you could read it. I didn't think you'd see it.
It was easy to throw me under the bus. Yeah. It was on social media, Mike.
Yeah, but I didn't think you'd see it. Yeah. Oh, you've been number 1 in a car journey, Simon. You'd bring plenty of laughs.
Cast ran in there, and then and he lost his footing in the strong breeze.
We could speak about Bristol, couldn't we? And all sorts of things about Bristol City.
Well, to be fair, Michael, when we often talk more about Sheffield Wednesday than
let's move on.
Bristol City.
Let's move on.
I thought you might want to.
We might not be a football club soon with the way it's going.
117 for 2. Gill on 8. England with this strong offside field against Gill. 4 saving 1 on the offside, and cast bowls outside the off stump. Gill leans forward and allows it to go through.
They're doing a good job here to the Indian Test captain. He's 8 from 32, so they're drying him up. They feel that if they can get a ball that just nips back slightly, they feel that they can get him out LBW. I reckon that's why they've left quite a gap here. Mid-wicket's open, the square leg on the boundary and the mid-on quite tight. They're dangling that carrot just outside off stump. He's left a couple, and I think eventually they'll go straight to try and hope that he plays across the line.
Well, Cast had him out in the second innings at Headingley, played on. Cast goes in and bowls to Gill. Gill gets one on his hip there. That's easy pickings. Nudges it away. Pope comes in from deep square leg to pick up. Hurls it into Smith. And that is the end of the over. Gill pinching the bowling of the last ball. He goes to 9. And India to 118 for 2. Out today. Rahul played on for 2. And Karan Nair got one that surprised him and everyone, I think. Bounced a bit. Nicked it, looping one to second slip.
And he's got something, is that right, Andy?
Yeah, looking at Shubman Gill's start, 8 off 30 balls. Only 3 times in his career has he had fewer runs after 30 balls. He's now up to 9 off 33. Just put in context what you're saying about India in the last test. As we mentioned last week, it was the first time in first-class cricket history, so test and domestic long-form cricket, that a team scored 5 centuries and lost.
Wokes begins a new over from the Birmingham City end. Outside the off stump, he's nicked that through third slip, but deliberately there. Gill for 4. Down to the boundary. It was a controlled edge. It was a very catchable height through third stroke 4 slip. 122 for 2. Gill on 13 is one of those the bowler might think, well, that was half a success for me. The batter says, well, I picked up 4 runs.
Yeah, he's played it nicely, Shubman Gill. He's just getting planted on the front foot. He's batting outside of his crease. He's not worried about Chris Wokes' pace, so he's just trying to nullify LBW by batting outside of his crease.
Wokes has had 2 turned down today. There were umpires' calls. Goes in there and bowls to Gill, and Gill plays that crisply away on the offside to backward point where it's stopped. Zach Crawley to his right.
Those 2 scores for 3 wickets and 430 for 3 in the first innings, 287 for 3 in the second. So in total, their top 4 wickets put on 717 runs in the 2 innings. And only once in Test history has a team added more than 600 for their first 4 wickets in the 2 innings combined, and ended up on the losing side. And that was Australia at Leeds in 1948. So yeah, it was truly extraordinary to have
England at Leeds in 1948.
Yeah, sorry, England, yeah, against Australia. Yeah.
Here's Wokes bowling, flicked away by Gill towards mid-wicket, sprawling ducket. Saves it away to his right-hand side. Yeah, that famous game in which Australia chased 400 in a day.
Yeah, 404 on the final. They only lost 3 wickets. And this is Pakistan in Rawalpindi against England in that first overseas tour under Stokes and McCullum. In their first test, their top 4 wickets added 589 across the 2 innings.
Wokes moves in again to bowl to Gill, and Gill edges that along the ground through third slip, and that's going for 4 as well. 2 fielders after it, but quick enough outfield, although it's quite green at Edgbaston, greener than some of the outfields around the country. Also the boundaries are short, 126 for 2. And actually those stats, I mean that Pakistan series, and not just that series but also the one that followed it, because I think the match in which England made 800 as well, Pakistan were 328 for 4 after the first day. You have to be careful, this England side, just kind of writing off a decision after one day, don't you? Say, well, clearly they should have batted or whatever, because they've done it before. They've won from behind. Wokes bowls, forward goes Gill, plays it to short extra cover.
Yeah, they'll not be too concerned. At 126 for 2, they know that if they can get 2 quick ones, and it's 150 for 4. They'll have had a really good start to the Test match. But the one thing I'll say is this week it's a slower pitch. I think it'll be easy to kind of control the scoring rates, and spin will come into the game. And the one area that India have is 2 spinners, so you've kind of given India that chance. But India were going to bowl as well.
Yeah. Wokes into Gill outside the off stump. There's no stroke, and it's low through to Jamie Smith. It's really quite interesting. You wouldn't get a straight answer, but to say to the bowlers, Ben Stokes, so you put them in, Ben, what are you hoping to bowl them out for? Because in the old days, I remember Trevor Bailey on Test Match Special way back in the day used to say, well, if you put a team in, you'd expect to have them 5 down at lunch, 4 minimum, but definitely 5. Because I don't think England were expecting them to have 5 down at lunch, or possibly even 4 down at lunch.
I mean, you used to say if you bowl first, you need to be bowling them out on day 1. Now you think that India
bowl them out on day 1. That's your goal.
Generally, I mean that's the old school, but. India got 471 at Headingley in the first innings. England won by 5 wickets. So this England team are doing things that no other team has done in Test cricket history in terms of the way that they approach the game and chase it.
New over from Bryden Carse, bowling to Jaiswal. Jaiswal drives, really time it, get much direction on it, goes up towards mid-off.
And I think let's be honest, the kind of traditionalists that have watched Test cricket for decades, kind of waiting for that moment for the team to bowl first, and then it collapses, if you know what you should have batted. The sun was shining, the pitch is pure. Nearly happened at Headingley. Nearly, that was close. India, if they'd have caught the chances. It's all if buts and maybes. England win, so it's all forgotten. And this week again, the pitch is pure, the perfect kind of conditions for batting, and England have decided to bowl.
Cast to Jaiswal, short ball, he bends to the knees, allows it to go past his chest.
And if you look at the Indian, all right, Siraj is a hustler, he can get a few wickets, I think he's a good bowler. And you've got Akash Deep, who again he runs in hard, but you shouldn't be really too worried about his style of bowling. You've got Prasid Krishna, who's a hit the deck bowler. Again on this kind of pitch, you shouldn't be too concerned. The 2 spinners look to me now will be the major threat on this kind of wicket. Not at the minute, because there's nothing there for them, but if they can bat long enough and bat well into tomorrow, you would think there might be a little bit there for the spinners.
Well, if he does spin big at the end of the game, then you think, well, okay. Cast bowls, short ball, helped on its way by Jaiswal, not with a great deal of timing, down towards fine leg. He's off for a single. 127 for 2, but it's to 75.
You made a good point off air. Would England have won at Headingley batting first? Probably.
Well, I think they would have got a lot of runs batting first, and therefore that's the other way of doing it, isn't it? You control the game. I suppose the only thing about that is just have a look at that match that's being played at the Oval at the moment between Surrey and Durham, where Surrey made 800, and they got them so quickly they were almost compelled to bat on a bit. Okay, they batted on to a tee, they might have batted on a little bit too long. Cast bowls, then what happened there? And Gill moves away from the stumps.
Do you know what happened there? If you watch Bryden Carse in his run up and his act, he does something different. And I reckon Gill thought something had happened. He just tried to give Shubman Gill the visual of something that he'd not seen. Or he moves his left arm in his action. He kind of punches it out to its left.
You're allowed to do that, aren't you?
Do whatever you want.
And Gill moved away, and the ball went over the top of the stumps. Has this been given as a dead ball or not? Oh yeah, he puts his left arm out, and Gill moves away just as he was delivering it. So has Chris Gaffney signalled that as a dead ball or not?
I like that.
I mean, if it
he pointed to the offside as he was running in.
Here's Carse bowling full. He's struck on the pad. Shout for LBW. It's not been given out. Well, it looked a really good shout there. Ness has got an inside edge on it. Carse was off celebrating. Stokes is being calm about it. 5, 4, 3, 2, goes for it. Well, it looked, unless he's got an inside edge, this looks a really good shout.
Well, this is what they've been bowling for. To Shubman Gill, channel, get that left foot over, and then just get one that just nips back.
TV umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. Check the feet, fair delivery. Front on first, please.
Well, England went for it right at the last moment. Here we're seeing it slow down. Oh, if he's not hit that, that's a cracking shout for LBW.
Close, so we'll go to ultra edge.
Is there an inside edge?
Well, that's the thing. Is there an inside edge?
Yeah,
there is.
Ball on bat. We'll go back on field. Chris, you can stick your original decision of not out. Signal now.
And do you know what? Full credit to Shubman Gill, because I believe in this situation and the situation at Guildford, you've got to be a good actor. And he looked guilty.
So you get them to take the review.
Well, Ben Stokes did it at Headingley, where he kind of waved his hand on a decision for a short leg catch or a leg sell. I can't remember which one it was. And India reviewed it on Ben Stokes' reaction. Well, it was great bluffing.
And hit him on the arm.
I reckon Shubman Gill's just acted brilliantly there. England burner review.
Right, cast turns. Goes into bowl to Gill. 127 for 2. It's full. He drives into the offside up towards mid-off. And there's no... It's a very long over this. I'm going to bring in Prakash.
You've had enough. You generally have to see out an over as a commentator, Simon, but, just leave it one ball short.
You can do things differently every day.
I hope something dramatic happens this ball, Prakash.
Well, it shouldn't be only the players on the park who do things differently, should it? Changes everywhere.
The one thing about that LBW shot, the inside edge saves him, but there was just a little bit of nip back, and the ball just kept a little bit low.
Here's Cass into Gill. Past the umpire balls, and Gill plays it on the onside. They'll pick up a quick single. 128 for 2. Good afternoon, Michael.
Afternoon, Prakash. Good cricket once again, but that was perfect execution of what they're trying to do to Shubman Gill. Is kind of get him over to that off stump, get his legs outside the off, and then get one to nip back.
Yeah, every now and again he does play a little bit around his pad, doesn't he?
He does. He just his hands go a little bit away from his body to try and cover that channel delivery, and then he just plays across the line of a straighter delivery. So good tactics from England. It's amazing, really, for such a good player that he has got this vulnerability to the straight. It's not a straight ball because there's a little bit of movement back, but he certainly looks like he's an LBW candidate.
Wasn't that a problem, particularly in the latter part of his career? Yep. Start of a fresh over, pushed away to the offside, up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, he's batting a long way out of his crease to Wokes. Good yard outside of his crease, trying to nullify that LBW. You can see that at Headingley, you could see Shubman Gill in the 30. He came out with a great flow, and he had the timing. He was punching it through the gaps. The outfield was quick. You can see that he's 18 so far from 43. It's not been easy. He's having a fight. He's not quite found the rhythm. Pitch isn't quite as quick, not quite bouncing as much. So I think it's a pitch that you have to work that little bit harder on.
2 slips and a gully. Wokes is in, and Gill defends. Watchful. I think that first innings and then the result, weight of captaincy and the conditions as you just mentioned, I think all of that put together will certainly be playing in his mind somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, from an Indian perspective, Prakash, you'll be pleased now that they lost the toss.
Oh, definitely.
Now they're batting, they've got 128 for 2. Because Shubman was certainly going to bowl.
Wokes is up, bowls. And he cuts it, but only to the fielder at backward point.
Yeah, they've just moved the fielder, so Zach Crawley was backward point. He's now gone to an unorthodox gully for that shot that we saw the previous over, where he glanced it down to a vacant third. So 3 catches, 4 with the keeper behind the wicket. Ring field on the offside, and a straight field on the onside, mid-on, and a straight mid-wicket. Again, trying to say to Shubman Gill, there's nothing there for you straight, so you're going to have to play across the line.
Wokes, slightly angular run up to the wicket, comes in and bowls, and this time Gill punches, but again will find Pope in the way off the back foot. No run. Do you actually believe what captains say after they've lost the toss?
Well, I was surprised that he said...
We said that in Headingley as well.
Yeah, I do say I was unsure. Don't give anything away, just unsure. Not too sure about what I was going to do. I'm happy to have lost it.
Gill?
I've been surprised by India in the talk about Bumrah and basically telling everyone that he's only going to play 3 games.
In comes Wokes, bowls, and Gill defends. Yeah, why would you say that, even if that was going to happen?
Yeah, just say
you don't need to say that. And there's been a lot of debate. I mean, everything coming through from India is anywhere between the 2 of your best wicket-taking bowlers are sitting in the pavilion. How are you going to get 20 wickets? That's probably the headline. And that's not so far off base. One can understand why they've chosen Washington over Kuldeep in a way. But I thought you got enough runs. It was the wickets that you couldn't get in the first test. But that's the brains trust there. Wokes bowls. He strikes him on the pad, way up, way down the crease. Again, a vociferous appeal. But umpire Saikat is unmoved at the bowler's end. And Wokes checking with Gill how lunch was.
Well, I reckon he's a long way down as well. He might be the 3 metres in terms of where the ball impacts on the pad. He's a good yard, and then he kind of steps down a bit further.
It's certainly not easy for Gill.
They're bowling nicely to him. You can clearly see the plan, and they're executing that beautifully. But he's hanging in there. He's the kind of player that if he can get through this little period where England are bowling well to him, you know, the memories of last week and the 100 will soon come flooding back. Might be now. Josh Tong's going to replace Bryden Carse. It's like they're going to go straight to that short ball theory. They've got a wide third, a fine leg back, square leg back. There's 2 slips. I guess they've got a cover fielder as well and an extra cover, so he's covering both bases. I don't think it'll just be the barrage.
Well, Yashasvi Jaiswal fought through the early part. Yeah, Tung's been the most expensive of the bowlers. 6 overs, none for 42, Michael. So, but he's also been the one trying to do different things. Here he is round the wicket, start of a fresh spell. And Jaiswal off his pads works it down towards deep mid wicket for a single.
Yeah, this is a key few balls for Gill, because he may fancy having a little bit of a breakaway kind of shot or two to Josh Tong, but he's dangerous because if he gets it in the right zone, you've got to be very wary of him. He hoovered up the tail nicely at Headingley, and he certainly can bowl wicket-taking deliveries. But you also can bowl your balls where you feel that you can start to get on top as a batter.
More orthodox field, 2 men in the deep on the onside, a long leg and a deep square. And Tung with 2 slips into now bowl to Gill. Little shuffle in, defended on the offside, out towards Stokes.
Is that the ultimate ring field on the offside? 2 slips, gully line, cover point, extra cover, mid off. It's a packed offside. Again, they'll just be hoping that they'll go channel, and then he'll fire one in straight and hope that Shubman Gill just plays across that straight delivery.
Battles within battles, mind games, execution, all on display. Tung bowls and Gill comes forward, full face. Bowler gets a hand on it, no run. 76 to Jaiswal. He's battled through a really tough time in the morning as well. Wore a few. Bit of luck as well that you need inevitably. But he has a knack of scoring runs. Some bowlers have a knack of picking wickets. Yashasvi Jaiswal certainly has been scoring runs.
He likes England, doesn't he?
Fancies them. Here's Tung to Gill. Gill defends. 129 for 2. Beautiful blue sky. You have to search for a speck of cloud. Stands full.
Where have you been the last week when the heat wave arrived here?
I was in Helsinki, Michael.
Oh, nice. Was it warm there?
Lovely. No, it was lovely. I mean, it wasn't as wet and cold as it normally is. So enjoyed that. Got some work done. Nice.
Finland, yeah.
Pardon me?
Yeah, Helsinki, yeah.
Finland.
Lovely.
This one's pushed away on the offside. It was a nightmare getting back in. Took me 2 hours 20 minutes at Heathrow to clear immigration.
Oh.
Yeah. Huge crowd and few counters open. Took time. But all's well that ends well. I'm here now. Bright sunshine.
That's good.
Lush green outfield. Blue sky. Battle between bat and ball. What more can one ask for? Last ball of the 36th coming in from Josh Tung to the Indian captain. Goes in bowls and Gill shoulders arms. 36 overs have been bowled. Just under or just over 3.5 runs and over. So England keeping a tight leash after lunch.
Yeah, so in about 8 minutes time, that's in times of the day's play, halfway through the day, and England will have bowled probably in that time 38 overs. I was saying at the end of the Test match at Headingley that, on the last day you have to bowl the 90 overs.
Yes.
Why isn't it that we just say you have to bowl the 90 overs every day? Why is it just the last bit? Time wasting? They'll say, well, what about time wasted on days 1, 2, 3 and 4? It'd be a lot easier, and the players would get through the overs a lot quicker if they knew they had to bowl the 90 overs.
I think so. And your favourite theory of moving to 4-day tests, you'll have to then enforce that and add a few overs to that 90 as well.
It's a great spectacle, but I'd like it to be played just a little bit quicker.
Wilkes into Jaiswal now, and Jaiswal back and across defence.
I think that used to be the case in Test, didn't they? You would have to play up to 90 overs, and I think they had flexibility to add an hour on if the overs weren't bowled rather than just half an hour. And now that the overs are written off, there's no incentive to.
I guess
have to bowl them.
Yeah, I guess obviously TV's involved and broadcast, but county cricket you have to bowl the overs.
Do you?
Yeah, it's just get the overs in.
Change in line of attack now, round the wicket, folks. 2 slips in place, balls to Jaiswal. Jaiswal defends.
There's no pace, is there? The ball's now into the 37. You can just see
soft as well.
Soft. We've already had a few discussions with the umpires about the ball and can it be changed. Just looking at footholes, there's nothing. I know we're only early in the piece, but there's nothing yet that is starting to develop. Looks past umpire Sekhar again, bowls, and it's worked away off his hip. Wait for the umpire's signal, suspect it's off the pad. They've taken 1. Gill was thinking about a second. Gill and Jaiswal says no leg by signal, 130. Yeah, I think it's England are bowling for patience, dots, try and build a maiden or two, and that might force an error. I don't think at the minute it's the kind of pitch or the ball that's suddenly going to go bang, bang, bang. You're going to bowl 3 Jaffas. I don't think it's that kind of pitch. I think it's wear the opposition down, wear the batters down, bowl for patience, and then hope the batter loses patience and tries something that's not quite on, and you've got to be good enough to take it.
Pokes in. Gill pushes, thickish part of the outside edge, out towards point, no run. Is it really? Is there a basis for what's often said is that this Duke's ball tends to get softer earlier than some other ball? Is there a theory that is backed by anything, or is it just?
I have no idea.
You hear a lot about that, don't you?
I just know over the course of the last few years, the ball certainly hasn't done anything like. There was a period around 17, 18, 19 in the UK that the ball was doing all sorts.
Walks in again and defended on the offside.
Yeah, and since the Bazball days have started, the pitches have certainly been really good for batting.
But what an awesome record England have in chases. It's almost unreal, really.
Yeah, just seen a side on of Shubman Gill. He is walking out of his crease to Chris Woakes, and even that last delivery was just a bit back of a length. He was on that front foot, pressing forward.
Woakes bowls and he works it nicely, fine towards the fine leg boundary. It'll just be cut off, bit of football, and well managed in the end. Limits the scoring to 2.
Big Joxy Tong down at right back.
So easy to hurt yourself.
More like right centre back. I'm not too sure it'd be a wing back.
Well, as the test commentary on 5 Sports Extra, you can also follow today's county cricket on our new streams on Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3. Lancashire have finally won a championship match this summer with James Anderson, the skipper. There we are.
Well, they nearly won last week. And they played at Blackpool under Jimmy's leadership. Got the victory this week against Derbyshire at Chesterfield. That's where they've been playing.
Tang round the wicket to Jaiswal. Full whipped away on the onside for a single. Hint of inward movement.
Just to illustrate what Michael was saying about batting in Test in England in recent years, since the start of the 2022 summer, when Stokes and McCullum took over, all teams combined, so England and their opponents and a couple of World Test finals, 33.2 runs per wicket over the previous 5 summers 2017 to 2021 inclusive. It's 28.4 runs per wicket, so quite a significant jump.
Josh Tongue now over the wicket to the right-hander. In bowls, and Gill pushes it away. But again, just a hint of playing across that front pad. Gets committed, doesn't he, a bit?
Yeah, he just gets a little bit closed off with that front foot. That left foot just plants itself just outside the off stump. The ball back with the umpires. It goes straight through that. Oh no, he might have a little bit of luck here. No, it's gone through. Have to carry on with it. I think Chris Wokes is probably, they're all good guys, but I think he's the nicest guy, so he's doing the negotiation. Wokes is going up to the umpire and just being nice.
Josh Tongue now into Gill. In balls, Gill lets it go through. They say that a lot about Kane Williamson. There's always a please to the umpire. Apparently very polite when he asks even for a review. Doesn't hurt, for sure. 133 for 2, having been put into bat in the 38th over. Bright sunshine. You would argue, wouldn't you, Michael, that these are perfect batting conditions, or as close as you would get?
Yeah, it's a good day for having the willow in hand.
Tongue in bowls and pushed away on the onside, and they will take a single to the right of mid-on. 134.
And it's mad, in India are scoring at 3.56s, and you'd feel that, go back a few years, that's a decent rate, whereas England will be feeling at this stage that they're controlling the day.
Yeah, they push 5, don't they?
Yeah, they can get 1 or 2 in the next hour. They'll be delighted.
Reminder to our listeners, you can message us on WhatsApp 0330 1231 826. And Pesti Parekh has done just that, but he's not happy. I'll tell you why he's not happy after this delivery. Tongue is in, bowls to Jaiswal, who pushes on the offside, won't get a run. He says this has to be India's worst Test 11 since early to the mid-90s. Devoid of any experience or leadership. This is what happens when you prioritize T20, he says.
They've not done too bad.
Holding back.
Not done too bad in 50 over cricket. I guess there is a focus on the Test team though, because they've lost 7 in 9 games.
Oh yes. Tongue into Jaiswal, bowls, and Jaiswal opens the face, glides it down towards third man. He'll get 4 runs. In control of that. Again, showing the pace for the lack of it. 138 for 2. Andy.
Well, that run of one win in 9 matches, in which they've lost 7 and drawn 1. That's India's worst run since the late 1960s. You've got to go back to run 1967 and 68 for a worse 9-match sequence for India. Just on Jaiswal's innings, he's now with that 4 up to 81 from 94. Looking at the sort of blocks of 30 balls, he had 12 off his first 30, 46 off his second 30, then another calmer 18 off the next 30. So we're seeing various moods of Jaiswal in this inning so far.
Right. Cheteshwar Pujara alongside me. Drinks are on the field. Jaiswal's just momentarily gone off. Probably a bio break or a drink. If you're batting out there for a long period of time, Cheteshwar, and there's a break for drinks or something of that kind, did you really have to focus back in immediately, or what did you do during the drinks break other than have a drink?
You just try and switch off when there's a break. You just try and make sure that you're not thinking too much, you're not thinking about the game. You just want to relax, and then once the drinks break is off, then you switch on. So it's that time where you just try and relax, have a chat with the reserve player, what's happening, what are the guys chatting in the dugout. So you're just trying to switch off when the drinks break is on, and then because it's important. Even I always, when I go into bat, I always take 1 hour at a time. So for me, if I've gone in at just between a session, I think the drinks break is the time where I always look up to. As a batter, if you can just break it down into smaller sessions. This is, for me as a batter, it was always the end of a session, because if I've batted it in India, we start at 9:30, so drinks break was around 10:30. So I always used to look at 10:30 and then look for another hour. So it's always about breaking down into smaller sessions. And as a batter, because there was one point with the Indian team, we used to have this target of 1 hour for all the
1 hour blocks.
Yeah.
Well, Cheteshwar, you had lots and lots of hours and lots of drinks breaks, but time for me to step away. Jonathan Agnew taking over.
What about Cheteshwar when a bowler runs up pulling faces at you, as Bryden Cast was then? Did you see?
Yeah, I saw that.
Did you see pull away? He's pulling faces and he's pointing his hand. I mean, that to me doesn't seem right. I don't think. I think the batsman was perfectly right to pull away and say, "Hey, I'm not."
Yeah, because on that particular delivery, he felt that he was either trying to move the field or trying to tell someone that just try and move the side. And actually, he just did that because if he does it again, then Shubman will have to face that ball. But on first occasion, as a batter, you're allowed to just pull away.
And he's also the next ball is pulling faces and sticking his tongue out and all these things as he's running into bowl. So, it's a bit going on out there, which is quite fun. But of course, the umpire doesn't see that, does he? The umpire doesn't see the bowler running up and sticking his tongue out and pulling faces, gurning at him.
But as a batter, because someone like me, I can never.
Put you off?
Yeah, no, it won't, because I don't look at the face. I just look at the ball. When the bowler is running in, why would you look at someone's face?
Well, I suppose you're right.
Yeah.
Maybe that.
Can still, when someone is moving their hand, you can still see it from your peripheral vision, but not the facial expressions.
This is where my cricket went wrong.
Is it?
I should have watched the ball when I was batting and not the face.
Yeah.
If I'd looked at the ball, I'd have been better.
I completely agree.
Well, it's too late now for me, but there we go. Right, well, they've had their drink anyway. Now what was going on? It was a little bit of byplay going on there. But England desperate to try and get wickets here. They've bowled pretty well. There's been some close LBW shouts. A sort of a frustrating sort of a number of LBW shouts that they will say haven't quite gone their way. But India making the best of a pretty paceless pitch. A couple of balls have done a bit. In fact, they're 2 wicket-taking balls. Bounced.
And it's a pitch where there's something in it for the seamers. Pace-wise, it's slightly quicker than the usual Edgbaston pitch. There's a bit more extra bounce. But overall, it's still a good pitch to score runs.
Yeah.
And we saw even in the first session when Shoaib Bashir came into bowl just before lunch, there was a bit of turn in it for him. Not a lot, but still there is something in it for spinners as well.
138 for 2. Bashir's going to bowl. He's going to bowl to Shubman Gill, who's on 21. Jaiswal 81. He's faced 94 balls for those. There's a slip. The man just round the corner there. Leg slip. And Gill grips his bat, settles over it. And in comes Bashir from the far end, bowls, and Gill leans forward, rolls away out to extra cover, and there's no run. And the best news of the day, Shubman, is that the samosas have been warmed up. My friend the samosa waller, you had one. I think you had one vegetarian one the other day. They're back again. You can have something. You can have another one. They've been warmed up. They're good to go.
No, I'm not going for it anymore.
Oh, here's Shoaib again. Bowls tossed up, driven. That's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot from Shubman Gill. He's just silkily played that past the man there on the drive at extra cover and finds the man out on that offside boundary. I was going to say out in the deep, but the boundaries today are not deep. They've been brought in quite significantly. And so, twos actually were quite a rare event with these boundaries. But I suspect that boundaries themselves, 4s and 6s, when batsmen get in, they'll be well within range. 139 for 2. Bashir around the wicket, bowls, Jaiswal drives, gets a single to long off, because they are tight, aren't they? They've been really brought in.
Yeah, they are.
The 6 hitting areas.
Yeah, there are quite a few. Yeah, long on, long off. If you look at the straighter boundaries, it's quite small.
It is.
The square boundaries are slightly bigger.
140 for 2. Gill on 22. Bashir again very tall, hair flopping, bowls, and Gill on the front foot just plays the ball to his right hand. So there's a fielder at deep square leg you'd expect, but there was one out of that deep point boundary as well, with the cacophony of the Hollies stand behind. There's beach balls as he have appeared now. There's the trumpeter again in the background. As Bashir bowls shorter this time, and Gill can steer the ball off the back foot for a single through the offside. So another one to India's captain, 23.
And Shubman is very watchful against Bashir, because we saw in the last test match he was trying to go over mid-wicket, but he was caught at deep square leg.
Yes.
This innings, he's not trying to play expensive shots. He's just trying to rotate the strike.
Just well. Bates Bashir moves in bowls, and that clips him on the pad. Ball rolls away into the offside, no run. And India have had no meaningful cricket since the last Test match, which is quite rare, isn't it? Because there's quite a long break between, but they haven't had a match. They might just have done a bit themselves, but they haven't played against a county.
Now I think all these guys, they've been playing a lot of cricket, so some time off from the game is important for them. I heard that the first couple of days they had a complete off. There was a team bonding session as well in between. They went for a paintball game.
Oh, did they? Right.
Yeah. Everyone had good fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do agree that you don't need to play too many games. Earlier days, yes, I do agree, when there was not a lot of cricket happening, but these guys, most of them are playing all 3 formats of the game, so they need some time off from the game.
Well, that's true. Tongue's on his way, bowls, and Gill is forward. He's straight bat again there. Finds Stokes fielding at extra cover. 141 for 2. Very gentle breeze. It's a beautiful day today, much cooler. I know you went home. It might have been hot while you were at home. It's been very hot here.
It's monsoon back in India.
Oh, is it?
So it was pleasant.
Well, we could do with some of the rain you probably had there. But you've had no rain, but it's been very hot for England standards. 30.
Now, I was talking to some of the guys, and they were saying even they were finding it a bit hot because it's slightly different from what they are used to.
Yeah. Oh, it's been sweltering. But it's a bit fresher today. 141 for 2 as Tongue bowls. That's worked off the pads by Gill for a single. So Ollie Pope is a fielder out there. 142 for 2. And Gill moves on to 24. Did you ever field in front of that stand, Cheteshwar?
Yeah.
The Hollies? You did? Bit noisy, eh?
It is, yeah.
They love you, really. I mean, they might not give the impression that they do sometimes to the visitors, but they do, really.
But you don't want to field there for a long time. If you're an Indian player, you don't want to.
You don't want to drop a catch out there either.
Yeah.
142 for 2. Tongue's on his way around the wicket, bowls, and that thumps into Jaiswal's pad. And Jamie Smith tosses off one of his gloves. Goes and retrieves the ball. 142 for 2. They're in full voice out there now. So quite good stamina, actually. They keep going. They keep going for hours.
They do. And this is the time, because I see them the louder from lunch till tea, and the last session is the loudest.
That's definitely the loudest. Can't think why. 143 for 2. Then goes Tongue again, rushing in hard, bowls short. And Gill's got all the time in the world just to stand up. I mean, that really demonstrates that generally this pitch is very slow.
It is, and it gets slower as the game progresses, isn't it?
Well, it could well do.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely a gamble to have given India first use of the pitch, I think.
I think even the weather has changed a bit. Morning session, it looked like it might be overcast for a bit longer. But the sun is out now.
Gone now.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Blue sky. Tongue runs in, bowls, Gill forward. And Stokes. No, it's Cast actually. At mid-off, 143 for 2. As the breeze has got up, it's just pulling a little more now at the flags to the left of the scoreboard. She's wearing black armbands for memory of Wayne Larkins, who was a terrific cricketer. You may have, certainly before your time as a player, show him. There goes Jordan. Tongue rather in bowls, and that's played out towards cover. Like Jordan. Anyway, just remember dear old Wayne. He was a very attacking batsman. Perhaps a bit ahead of his time, really. I ran in and bowled the first ball of a championship match.
Yeah.
Leicestershire I played for, Northamptonshire he played for.
Yeah.
He always loved the big cover drive.
Yeah.
Didn't bother about feet movement very much. Just first ball of the match, extra cover, 6.
Oh.
Straight
what
down the
number
road.
did he bat?
He opened, number 1.
Yeah, okay.
First ball of the match, boom.
And that was his, and he also a great smile. He was a very entertaining cricketer, great fun, enjoyed life, bowled a bit of medium pace. He could have played more times for England, I suspect. Here's Bashir, bowls, and that's sliced away down through backward point. People wondering why he was called Ned. He was always known as Ned. There was a Ned Larkin who was in the Archers around that time, and so that's how Wayne Larkins got known as Ned. And when he got after you and smashed you around the ground, it was known as being Nedded. It became a verb on the county circuit. He was a terrific player. A lovely man, but the players are wearing black armbands rather too often these days, I'm afraid. A lot of good friends going. 144 for 2. And Gill defends that, plays out into the offside, picked up by Bashir. Very strong reflection of the sun off one of the high-rise buildings there in the distance. Are you getting that as well?
Yeah,
yes.
I am.
It's like someone's shining a mirror straight in our eyes. Bashir bowls, tucked away out to mid-wicket. Finds Stokes there. 144 for 2.
As a batter, I always used to get distracted by any of the reflections. Yeah.
You're one of those people who held up play all the time.
Yeah.
Bashir bowls. Oh, he's down the pitch and hits that away into the leg side. Hasn't quite got hold of it where he would like. And they will come back for the second. A little bit of a fumble out there from Bryden Cass. No, that was he was aiming more there for a straight mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's not able to get that properly. Shubman, he's just trying to go over mid-wicket, but because of the drift of the ball, he's just ending up hitting at deep square leg.
He picked up 2. 146 for 2. Bashir bowls, pushed back at him. But you see, when you're batting, you shouldn't have looked for the movement. You should just look for the ball.
Yeah.
That's the advice you gave me earlier.
That 2 brought up the 50 partnership in 17.1 overs.
146 for 2. Gill 26. Bashir bowls. Wants 1 there. Yes, he'll get it as well. Nudging it away down to deepish mid-on. The worst I remember was Alex Stewart, who was always, he could see a fly landing on the sight screen. A stop, sorry, there's been a movement on the arm there. It always amazed me how people saw it.
Yeah, I think different player has different concentration, different way of looking at things.
Yes.
And when you're trying to concentrate too hard, even the little bit of movement, you pick it up as a batter. And sometimes the fielding unit or the players on the field, they don't even look at it. They don't even know that what's happening. But yeah, as a batter, if there's any distraction, for me it was always when I'm looking at the bowler, in any movement in my peripheral vision, I always used to get distracted.
The poor old bowler have to stop and go back to his mark and start all over
and
again.
I feel for the bowlers because it's never easy for them.
I don't think you felt that much for them. In goes Tongue, bowls, and that's driven away. Oh, beautifully fielded by Stokes. Diving full length to his left at extra cover, saved a boundary there. I don't think you felt sorry for them at all.
I did. When they're running in, and it's not, I'm not doing it purposefully. Sometimes some of the bowlers felt that I just did it for them, but it was never the case. I'm very honest about it.
I believe you, Cheteshwar.
Yeah.
100s wouldn't, but I believe you. Yeah. 147 for 2. Gill on 27. It goes Tongue again. He's there and he bowls, and that's a slightly closed face of the bat this time. And the ball rolls down to mid-off. And there's no run. Sometimes you see the batsman not notice that the advertising hasn't changed on the sight screen. It can be a different colour, it can be blue. Yeah. The batsman doesn't notice, and the bowler bowls. And
I always now even the advertising board. So if you look at that right in front of the side screen, it's at the bottom. But sometimes if there's any subtle movement with the advertising, I could see that.
Tongue again, bowls short, and it's pulled away out towards on the first bounce, almost carried to Pope actually there at deep square leg. A bit uppish there from Gill. He hit it hard enough, but his heart would have been in his mouth just for a moment there, I think. At the top edge of the bat maybe.
Yeah, he wanted to keep it down, but there was top edge.
Yeah, landed just in front of Pope coming in from deep square leg. 148 for 2. The Army want a wicket. And Jaiswal who's just achieved something significant that I'm sure Andy Zaltzman would have spotted on the screen. Waits as that's down the leg side, little flick and a miss.
It's just reached 900 runs against England.
To do with his average against England.
So that he's been out 10 times, which makes his average 90. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to know that. And currently, in terms of career average of players who've batted at least 10 times against England, he's just overtaken Don Bradman at the top of the list. Bradman averaged 89.7 against England in his 63 innings.
I knew he'd be on it. He goes tongue again, bowls on the leg stump, flicked away down to long leg.
And I think he's very close to the fastest Indian to score 2,000 runs in Test cricket.
Yes, I've got all those stats ready to go. Without wishing to. So when he gets a 97, if he gets a 97 today, that'll take him to 2,000.
It's a very English saying, Cheteshwar, about stealing someone's thunder. And you've just stolen Andy's thunder.
Stats belong to all of us, Aggers.
149 for 2. And,
especially your stats.
Oh, anyone can have those. They have them for nothing. Then he goes tongue again, bowls outside the off stump. And there's no stroke from Shubman Gill. So that ends that over. 149 for 2. Jaiswal 84. Gill has 28. We've got time for a change here. Cheteshwar, I'm going to leave you. Lovely to see you. Good company. Welcome back again after your brief stay at home. Dan Norcross is coming here.
Looking at the other names high up the list of highest averages against England, Jaiswal currently top, although if he's out he will fall back down that list if he's out before he gets enough runs to keep himself at the top of the list. Bradman second, a chap called Stewie Dempster for New Zealand in the 1930s, averaged 88 in 11 innings against England. And Lawrence Rowe, West Indian, played in the 70s. George Headley, contemporary of Bradman, first great West Indian test batter, averaged 71 against England. More recently, near the top of the list, Mohammed Yusuf, Viv Richards, Brian Lara.
Shoaib Bashir to continue. The first delivery just nudged into the onside by Jaiswal, but picked up a couple of yards in front of square, and there'll be no run. 149 for 2, India, having been put into bat. There's a lot of people talking about whether or not that's the right decision. I'm not really sure if there's any point speculating anymore. It's Stokes, as we've established, will do it anyway. Bashir is in again. Just tries to give himself a little bit of room, Jaiswal, and then works the ball along the ground up to quite a deep set, wide mid-on. And they run the signal, it takes to 150. 150 up, Jaiswal to 85.
I think Ben Stokes, he has made the right decision. I know that India is batting really well, but if we look at the first Test match, when they bowled, they were confident that they can chase any total down. And the same applies even in this game. When you have done well chasing it, why won't you do it again? Doesn't matter what the surface is.
Bashir is in now to the right-handed Gill, who comes forward in defence and pushes the ball solidly along the ground. Back to Bashir. There's no run. There's barely a cloud in the sky. It's another beautiful warm day in this, so far, magnificent spring and now summer in England. A surprisingly warm one so far, and a bright one as Bashir is in. Forward comes Gill, and he drives this nicely into the covers, but it's just to the right of short extra cover. He's able to parry it into the ground, and there's no run again. Bashir is in his 4th over, conceded 11 runs. I've got a stat which I think speaks to something. They all do, as Andy will tell me. Down the wicket comes Gill and drives in the air over extra cover. 1 bounce, 2 bounces for 4. Good use of the feet, got to the pitch to ball, and actually Ben Stokes is applauding. I'm not sure whether he's applauding Bashir or Shubman Gill there, because I suppose you could be applauding them both. There's a little bit of flight, perhaps a little bit of drift as well, and he had to reach for that, did Gill. It would have been a little bit of hard in mouth at one point, but he's got it just fading over extra cover. It was in the air certainly, but far enough away from the fielder.
And on this occasion, he got to the pitch of the ball.
Gill now taps this next one out to deep backward square leg, just from playing around that front pad, which he's done so often. 155 for 2. Bashir none for 16. We'll come back to that thought in a minute. But Andy, I heard something the other day, and I want to get this right, that Shoaib Bashir, for a bowler who has bowled as many balls as him, has got one of the higher, if not highest, economy rates. Is it ahead or just behind, Mark?
I'll dig that out for you. So we're looking at any bowler or just spinners?
Well, go with any bowler and then see if it ends up.
We see a
being
lot
spinners.
of bowlers in the modern era with high
economy rates.
Also, we see it's a feature of Stokes' captaincy that he keeps very attacking field. So with Jack Leach, and in the first sort of period of Stokes' captaincy, he was England's first choice spinner. His average stayed about the same as what it had been before, but his strike rate came down, so he's taking wickets much more often, and his economy rate went up. So it suggested that he was sort of equally effective in terms of runs per wicket, but taking his wickets more often and conceding more runs as Stokes played a more aggressive game.
And the speed of taking those wickets was what sort of won England a couple of games out in Pakistan, wasn't it? It bought them enough time, and then they were able to get over the line. As Stokes comes into the attack, first ball is.
But it also depends
through the keeper, no run.
But it also depends on the kind of pitches you're playing on, because as a spinner, just to contain on these pitches, it's very tough, because when you are having attacking fields and there's not much turn, there's a little bit of turn, which on a day one pitch, you wouldn't, as a spinner, you can't say that it's a turning track. So on a flat pitch, when you're bowling in the first innings, your job is to contain, but at the same time, Ben Stokes, he wants to keep attacking fields against the Indian batters who are very good players against spin.
It's a remarkable thing as Stokes is in with two slips, and Gill just again works the ball from off stump into the leg side out towards a deepish set Ollie Pope at mid wicket, so that allows him to amble through for an easy single. 156 for 2. I mean, in the hands of any other captain it would feel like quite a mixed message, because you're sort of saying to your spinner, I need you to bowl quite a lot of overs on the first day, but I'm always looking for wickets at the same time. And actually Stokes manages to make that message work somehow.
Yeah, he has to, but at the same time I think it's not a bad strategy, because he might end up conceding few runs, but at the same time there's an opportunity to pick a wicket. If you have a long on and a long off, then the batters will just try and milk the spinners. They'll just try and rotate the strike, take singles.
Stokes into Jaiswal, and he drives without timing, a full ball on off stump up to mid off, straight to the fielder. There's no run.
And Indian bowlers made the same mistake in the second innings of the test match, where Jadeja, when the England batters, they started taking him on, there was a long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and Ben Duckett, he could rotate the strike easily, and he was anyways conceding 4 or 5 runs and over. So if you don't have an attacking field, then chances of a spinner to pick a wicket it decreases.
Stokes is in around the wicket. He's got 2 slips. Second of those slips quite wide as this ball strikes the pad and thuds down towards fine leg. I don't think there's any bat on that. No, umpire's going to signal a leg by. I'm pretty sure he does. 157 for 2 in the 44th over. That run rate 3.6. England were going at about sort of 4.5. That's another feature, isn't it? That I suppose England can also, they look at scores that have got against them, say 500, and back in the day you'd think, well, that's 2 days batting to get to parity, but actually England see that as about 4.5 to 5 sessions, don't they, which is just significantly less time. Stokes into Gill, who drives elegantly but can't beat extra cover, straight to the fielder.
But what it does is it's also moving the game forward. Even within those 5 days, you know that there's a possibility of a result. When you are having a higher strike rate or the economy rate, whether you're a bowling unit or a batting unit, you know that the game is going to move on. It's not going to be a draw. So even if it's a high scoring game, you know that either team has the opportunity to win a game.
There was a no ball incident. He'd just been signalled quite late by umpire Gaffney. As Stokes runs, it bowls, it's full on off stump, just defended straight to mid on. There's no run. When umpire Gaffney signals his no ball, by the way, he has a rather delicate little flourish with his second, third and fourth fingers. They just flutter ever so slightly like a butterfly's wings, which is quite nice.
That's a very good observation. I could never do that.
I often wonder, had I been an umpire, how I would umpire various signals, you know, because I think there's a lot of space for interpretive dance in umpiring that's not used. As Stokes is in full on off stump, just defended solidly straight to mid on. Ball not doing a great deal for Stokes as of yet, no real signs of reverse. But he's not bowling a short ball strategy. 158 for 2, 44 overs gone. Jaiswal 85, Gill 34. These two young guns both getting hundreds in the first test of the series, and they're both on course again. They're looking very solid here, Chideshwar.
Yeah, both of them, and both of them are eager to score big runs. They know that they saw even in the first test match, both innings, the Indian lower middle order didn't contribute. So there's a lot of responsibility on both these batters to ensure that when they score, they need to score big, because despite scoring a lot of runs in the first test match, India was on the losing side.
Bashir starts a new over and round the wicket, Jaiswal, who plays off the back foot, a ball that was quite full but finds a gap between extra cover and point. There's a sweeper out there, so they just amble through for 159 for 2.
So the stat you're talking about showed Bashir's economy rates 3.78 runs per over currently out of all bowlers in Test history. He bowled 300 or more overs. Of spinners, only Mark Craig of New Zealand has a higher economy rate, and that just fractionally.
Bashir is now back over the wicket, the right-handed Gill, who drives forcefully along the ground up towards the left of a deep set mid-on. He's not all the way at mid-off, not a long off, but he's far enough back there, Wokes, to allow the single. 160 for 2.
Bashir went past 600 overs in his career in the last test. He's taken 61 wickets at an average just close to 38. But to illustrate the point I was making, his strike rate is a wicket every 60.2 deliveries.
So every 10 overs or so, yeah. As Bashir's round the wicket again. Now to Jaiswal, who nudges a straight ball off his pads down to deep backward square leg fielders to run in from the boundary. They get 161 for 2.
Which is almost identical to Graham Swan's test strike rate, one of England's finest test spinner of the last 40 years. Certainly 60.1 balls per wicket for him. Jim Laker, one of England's all-time greats, at an average in the low 20s.
As Bashir, his hair flopping slightly in the breeze. He's in forward in defence. Comes Gill, pushes the ball back to the bowler.
193 wickets, average 21. Strike rate 62.3. So actually Bashir takes his wickets quicker than Jim Laker, but goes at 3.78 and over rather than Laker's 2.04. Sort of illustrates how much cricket has changed, amongst other things.
Bashir in again. This is getting defended on the front foot into the onside of straight.
But as a captain, you would always take that. If the bowler's strike rate is better, then you always want that, because as we were discussing, the game is moving forward. You know that there are a lot of runs scored, but you need bowlers to pick wickets, even if they are a little expensive.
Bashir is flatter this time. Forward in defence comes Gill. End of the over, it's pushed back to the bowler. 161 for 2. Jaiswal 87. Gill has 35. And I suppose it's also reflective of attitude, isn't it? When Graham Swan was playing, you'd have played against Graham Swan.
Yes, I have.
But that England side had this mantra of bowling dry, didn't they, under Andrew Strauss? So they wanted to kind of just depress the scoring rate. So Swan would be asked to bowl, I suppose, in a containing mode on the first couple of days and then in a more attacking mode later on. Whereas for Ben Stokes, it doesn't matter what day it is, just wants wickets.
Yeah, that's correct. But when I faced Swan in India, because we were playing in India, he was quite dangerous. Even from first session onwards, he was looking to pick wickets. But because the pitches were such, his role was to pick wicket rather than contain.
Stokes is on a new over, round the wicket, short, flayed out. Has he got an edge on that? Up goes the finger. And Jaiswal has his hand on his hip, and I don't think he's referring this, and he's walking off. Stokes has made the breakthrough. He went for the cut. It was a little bit fuller perhaps than he thought. It's a thin edge and a devastated looking Yashasvi Jaiswal has to walk off for 87. It's the skipper with the breakthrough again, and India a 161 for 3.
Yashasvi will be disappointed with that shot. It was quite wide. He should have left that one. It wasn't there to play the cut shot. It was slightly on the fuller length, but that wasn't the line where you start playing cut shot. He was batting so well, he must have been very disappointed by that. He missed out on 100.
87 from 107 balls, and he was looking at $1 million. Had a few struggles against the new ball to start with against Chris Wokes. He could have been given out, but survived on umpire's call. But once he got into his teens, early 20s, he's been magnificent today. And it was a wicket that's come from nowhere, really. Often the way when Ben Stokes is bowling, but it's noticeable, isn't it, that Stokes before lunch bowled, I think, 90% of his balls were on a good length. the others, he's gone hard on the bouncer strategy. Well, in this session and in this spell in particular, he's changed. He's got a little bit fuller and he's got his reward. It was tempting a bit, I suppose, because of the width, and I guess if you're in and you're on 87, but the disappointment, he was glued to the crease. He was hard to remove. I wondered if, but obviously if he hadn't touched it, he would have referred it, or if he didn't think he'd touched it. Have you finished eating?
I know, I was trying to buy myself 20 seconds for that milk bottle sweet to go down before you started asking me technical questions. Look,
Emily Ravenbrand, by the way.
Hello, everyone.
Has just joined. If you're wondering what's happened to Jadeshwar Pujaра's voice.
Look, he will be disappointed with that. He's nearing that century. Almost, just keeping the bowlers at bay at this moment. And to give away a wide one would be frustrated. However, I'm quite excited to be at the microphone when this batter walks the crease.
Well, I tell you what I'm going to be excited about, and it's a stat that was brought up by Andy Zaltzman in the last game.
Oh, hello.
Will Ben Stokes have heard about what Rishabh Pant does to his second ball? First ball he normally defends. He's facing now. Stokes into him. He lets it go by. Now then, this is the second ball of Rishabh Pant's second balls. In the last game at Headingley, he charged at both of them. One of them he smashed back past Ben Stokes, who smiled at him vigorously. And then the second innings, it was Chris Wokes who openly threw his head back in laughter as the ball flew off the outside edge and went down to a fly slip. Ben Stokes has not heard or got the memo, because there is not a long on and there isn't a fly slip. Is Rishabh Pant going to charge this ball?
Here we go.
It's his second ball. Here comes Stokes. Into Pant. Who defends it? This is very disappointing.
Dan, have you made that stat up?
That's an enormous
Where did you?
climax.
You've over-egged the pudding.
Andy, help me out here.
No, we looked at it in the last test. His strike rate off the second ball of his innings was, I think, 91 per 100 balls. Off the first ball was about 35, and off the third and fourth balls was around about 50, 55. So the second ball,
that's where it's popular.
Generally goes for, but
maybe he's heard that and he's going to charge this one. Let's see. Third ball. Here comes Stokes into Rishabh Pant. Who lets it go by? Through to the keeper.
Or maybe you've been talking about it so much, it got to the India camp and they said Norcross has put it out there.
Zaltzman started it.
We know something's going to happen, though. That is the key thing. Something will happen very soon. Rishabh Pant will either take it to the England bowlers and throw the game completely away, or there may be an opportunity.
Well, he's a very curious starter, Rishabh Pant. That's the thing, in that there will be a shot from nowhere, but there'll be lots of circumspection in between. Two slips in place. Stokes into him, wide of the off stump, tempting, not gone after. No run. Let's just for a moment ruminate, though, on Jaiswal's dismissal. It was a little full for the shot, wasn't it? And I think we're going to get a chance to see it again. But there was enough width to be tempting. I'm not sure if the ball did a great deal.
He didn't move his feet at all. I sometimes don't mind if you commit to a shot and you get yourself into a good position. It was genuinely a waft at a wide ball, stayed a little bit lower, so he's trying to cut when it didn't really have that bounce. And he will be so gutted at that.
Punt on strike. Last ball of Stokes is over. Short, and it's worked into the onside in a very idiosyncratic fashion. He manages to get on top of the bounce and just get it into where a sort of slightly squarish mid-wicket would be. And Ben Stokes has run off to get the ball because there's no fielder there. And they scamper through for the single. 162 for 3. Warm applause from around the ground for Ben Stokes, who has made the breakthrough. Punt has 1. Gill has 35. Andy?
Well, looking at Jaiswal's cut shots in this series on the CricViz ball tracking data, so shots they define as cut, late cut and uppercut. It's the first time he's been out, but he's played and missed at 11 out of 33 and edged that one of the 33, and that's comfortably the highest full shot percentage he's had on cut shots in a test series in his career. Admittedly quite a brief career so far, but we've seen him flay quite hard both at Headingley and here. Missed quite a few, and on this occasion edged one, so a bit out of character.
So I wonder if that's a plan that England is developing to him. I wonder.
The flay hard plan.
Yeah, well, sometimes when I think of, for example, Rory Burns, a man who cuts a lot, but it can be his downfall quite a lot as well. Sometimes the strength can be a downfall, can't it? Now then, Bashir is going to bowl to Punt, the left-hander, round the wicket. He comes forward in watchful defence, back to the bowler, no run.
Do you know what bit of technology I would love to be implemented? I know it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
But something that could transmit to the radio from Rishabh Pant's brain to us now. Whether he's thinking, this is going for a 6.
This is defended into the onside. It's a little bunting motion, square of the wicket. There's nobody there, so they're able to go through for a single. It was a full ball on the pads. I'm
you
sorry.
know what I mean?
I struggled to describe that ball because I thought that what you just said to me is the most Ebony Rainford Brent thing I've ever heard in my life.
But you know what I mean? We know
yes.
he's dotting it up, but there's going to be one where he just goes, this is going out the park, mate.
Yes, I know. Bashir is in, forward in defence comes Gill, pushes back the bowler, no run. Yeah,
and imagine the fans, the listener get that insight, and then the ball goes out the park. Wouldn't that be?
Yeah, I think they might leak some of that to the England team out there as part of the problem, you know. It's a bit of technology that could be badly abused. Forward in defence comes Gill, pushed back to the bowler, and there's no run. Do you watch?
We don't know if we tried it.
Do you watch Black Mirror a lot?
I love Black Mirror.
Well, I thought you might, yeah.
I've watched the recent one as well. Do you watch it?
Yes. It's just I thought that is a very Black Mirror idea of yours.
It would be amazing.
Yeah.
But then it would be the downfall of the game of cricket, so we can't do it.
Kind of might be. Bashir bowls flatter and full and straight, and Shubman Gill's content to defend. Back to the bowler, no run.
What if you could only listen to it after the match in the highlights?
Yeah, okay.
That would work, wouldn't it?
Yeah, okay, yeah, so there's kind of embargo on it.
Like stump mics are turned down, really, aren't they?
Yeah, I get your brain mic. Yeah. It's in for the off stump, but it's worked up to mid-on with soft hands, and there's quite a deep mid-on is Ben Duckett, so they're able easily enough to get a single. 164 for 3.
Can we put a patent on that name?
Brain mic?
Yeah, I think that's it.
I like that idea.
Not sold.
No, it's not that. It's just I love you dearly, but I don't think you've ever been more yourself than you were when you were having that thought.
Anyway, Simon's coming. He doesn't want to continue this.
164 for 3. Punt has 2. Gill has 36. I'll just hold on in case they suddenly start to bowl a ball. But I thought, here is Stokes. Right arm over the wicket. Couple of slips in place. He's into Gill, who defends into the onside up to mid-on, goes straight along the ground. There's no run. Right, I'll get out your way.
Thank you. That idea has been given the stamp of approval by the producer.
Oh, really?
Good idea.
Mounties, because that would enhance the... This would be the best... I mean, it is already an incredible world-class broadcast, Mountie, as I look at you, but would this not lift it?
They've kind of done...
You know, like when I hit you for 6 in the TMS game? Imagine everyone could hear that insight.
If that had happened, Ebony, yeah. Of course, everyone knows it didn't. 164 for 3. Gill waits for Stokes, who bowls, and Gill eases that away into the offside to left of mid-off. Sliding stop by Cass to his left. But they go through for a single. There is not a cloud in the sky now in Birmingham. Oh, actually, there's one over there to the left-hand side, actually, I can see. I just ducked beneath the edge of the window. But it's a lovely sunny day after a cloud cover this morning, which induced England... Well, it wasn't just that, was it? It was because they won the toss. England decided to bat second. 165 for 3. Pant on 2. 2 slips in the gully. Stokes bowls way down the leg side to Pant. And moves across. And it's taken by a sprawling Smith away to his right-hand side. Well, they've done it. I mean, it exists already, doesn't it? Really, with the player mic.
Oh yeah.
So we've seen. I remember Adam Gilchrist doing it in a T20 match in Australia, right at the start of T20.
And he talked you through.
He talked you through his innings. They'd won the Ashes, and it was kind of like a celebratory T20 match almost. 20 years ago. Stokes bowls to Pant. Oh, and Pant fishes for a ball outside the off stump that curved away, went in with the angle and then left him off the pitch. And Pant groped forward and missed it, and it went through to Smith. Pant comes down the pitch to do some guarding, just to settle his mind, really. And Gilchrist was saying what he was going to do next, but it was like a match without too much consequence.
Yeah, so you could you wouldn't want that to come out if you're really focused, and then.
No.
I think it would add a lot.
And
knowing what's...
Shane Warne used to do it when he was bowling as well. He would talk you through his over, what he was trying to do. Stokes bowls, Pant turns it away into the onside, backward a square. They offer a single, might be a leg by. Might have flicked the thigh pad. Yeah, umpire. Oh, hold on. Umpire Gaffney there. Are you registering that as a leg by, Zoltz, or not? Because he went to signal leg by, and then he seemed to chat with Pant, and Pant seemed to suggest, I might have hit that.
So something on it.
Kind of. But if you're a batter, you'd say, yeah, I did hit that. Wouldn't you get an extra run? So I don't know if that was a leg by or not. I don't know if because he half signalled it. Oh, a difficult one for the scorers to cope with. They'll be all of a flutter until tea when they can consult with the umpires. 166 for 3. Pant is on 3, so they have added a run to Pant's score, have they? So that obviously it wasn't a leg by, even though he went to signal it. And Pant must have said to him, I hit that. I wouldn't say that if he had one outside the off stump and went through the wicket-keeper, would he? Gill on 37, leg slip in. Stokes ran the wicket, bowls to him, and Gill leans forward and lets that one go. Stokes looking to angle one in from round the wicket to the right-hander. It's the end of Stokes' over. He has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 28, because we're on Ben Stokes' bowling watch, because that feeling that you don't want him to bowl too much. He's bowled spells of 5 overs and 3 overs, and there are 17 minutes to go until tea. What he's doing at the moment, he's using Bashir to hold an end and rotate the pace bowlers from the other end. Bashir, 6 overs of 21, he's not bowled a maiden, doesn't look threatening in any way at all, but it's the first day pitch, it's flat, they've got fine players up against him.
There's not much in it in the ball either, is it? They've tried numerous times to get it to change, but there's no real bite off the surface or swing in the air. Got to put in a shift here for the bowlers.
Yeah, it's a sunny, breezy day at Edgbaston. Big crowd in. They're getting baked. The midsummer sun. Forward goes Pant, damming it away into the offside. Bashir trots forward to pick up, and the umpire trots forward as well to pick up something he spotted on the pitch, 2/3 of the way down.
Moving quite well there, the umpire.
He's got good eyesight as well. It was a little piece of debris, 2/3 of the way down the pitch. Chris Oakes will say, well, his eyesight wasn't that good on those LBW shacks that turned down, because they were both hitting the stumps. Here's Bashir bowling. Pant comes forward and blocks that. 3 wickets today. Jaiswal out for 87, caught behind off Stokes. Rahul played on to Works for 2, and Naya caught by Brook, one that bounced a bit off Cast for 31. Brook at second slip. And those 2 turned down, where they were umpires' calls. England reviewed them, but they were not out because the umpire had given them not out. 1 slip in, the only close catcher. 3 saving 1 on the on and the offside. Bashir round the wicket to Pant. Pant chops that away. Sprawling stop on his knees by Cast to his right prevents Pant getting 1 or more than that. If he had beaten the fielder, it might have been 4. Just trying to crowd Pant here. There's a very straight long off, almost behind the bowler, and a deep backward square leg as well. Now that cover's gone out again. It came in, it's gone out again.
He's tempting him though to go down the ground, bringing it in.
The long off has come in 10 yards. Duck it down there at the far end of the ground. Here's Bashir bowling to Pant. He nudges that away straight to short fine. Throw fired in from short fine leg. There's no run. 166 for 3. It's the 49th over of the day, so we're 25 past 3. We're only in the 49th over. And Bashir tries again and bowls to Pant, who is forward blocking that back to the bowler. And there is no run. Are we on the verge of a Bashir maiden, or was there a run early in the over? No. 1 ball to come. Unblemished over so far. Pant on the 3. Bashir sets off again past the umpire to complete the over, and Pant guides it away, but they push that cover back, and so Pant gets a single and ruins the potential maiden over. It's 167 for 3. Pant goes to 4, and Bashir's bowled 7 overs for 22, and on we go until tea, which is 14 minutes away.
I don't think I ever gave Jaiswal's final figures. It was 87 from 107 balls with 13 fours. The partnership with Gill, 66 in 21.4 overs, following an 80 stand with Karen Nair in 14.5 overs. He's developing a bit of a trend of getting out in the 80s. 9 times he's reached 80 in Test cricket. He's been out in the 80s on 4 of those 9 occasions, including 3 of the last 4.
Stokes begins a new over. 4th of his second spell, round the wicket to Pant. Pant blocks one into the onside, but into a gap, so he gets an easy single towards mid-wicket. Pant goes to 5, and India to 168 for 3.
Are you waiting for it, for the Pant shot?
Charge?
The charge, or it's 17 balls in. I mean, Dan's theory is well off, he said on the second ball, but still, you just feel at some stage he may press that button, but we're seeing quite a conservative introduction to the crease.
Yeah, you wonder how much longer he can help himself. Stokes round the wicket to Gill. Stroll gets the bat there. You see Stokes there. He's bowling round the wicket, but he's tailing it in, so it's not impossible, I feel, for him to get an LBW bowling round the wicket.
And Shubman Gill there just got a little bit, got that front foot a little bit across there, so you can be a bit of an LBW candidate. Might just have to open that front foot a fraction.
There's that leg slip in as well for Shubman Gill. 2 players back on the leg side boundary. He was nearly caught a deep forward square leg earlier off tongue. Stokes bowls to him. It's on the pads. It's clipped away to that man at deep forward square leg. Ollie Pope, who whistles the return in, just in case Pant was loitering on his run through. One more, 169 for 3. Gill to 38. I mean, Pant, when he made that 102nd innings at Headingley, I mean, there were 3, ridiculous shots that he played. Ridiculous in inverted commas.
Yeah.
I mean, just horrible hoiks. There was one off Josh Tongue's first ball of the day, and he just had a massive larrup at it and missed it. It went over the top of the middle stump. So it was a fine innings, but he did have some luck. Here's Stokes bowling, stroked away by Pant towards mid-off. Runs with a stroke, and he gets through as well. He's quick. Another run to the total, Pant to 6, and India to 170 for 3. And then, of course, his dismissal was the one that just got England back into the game in that second innings. Caught long on, and if he batted for another hour, then they would have scored, or another half an hour, 3/4 an hour. They would have scored those 430 they needed, or Gill said he wanted, to set England in that final innings. A change of approach from Stokes now. He's given up bowling round the wicket to Gill. He's coming over the wicket with a strong offside field, 4 saving 1 and 2 slips. Stokes bowls outside the off stump. Gill semi-forces away into the offside, straight to cover, and there's no run. Gill knows where it's going to be with that field, but also there's that ball that nips back in. They're just trying to target that front pad as well. LBW.
Yeah, probing away. Well, it's not really diverting off the surface at all. Stokes does get that extra tiny bit of movement with his release.
Last ball of the over. Stokes bowls to Gill. Gill is really solid in defence there. Head over it. Back to his fellow captain, or opposite captain. And that's the end of Stokes' over. I wonder if that's the end of Stokes' spell. He's bowled 4 overs in the spell now. 170 for 3. Pant 6. Gill 38. I love the scoreboard. It says there, India lead by 170.
Indian fans will be loving that. Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, they're in a good position. They've made a lot of changes. I mean, they've moved the batting order a bit around. Karen Nayan actually did a good job. I know he didn't kick on to half century, but he actually built a nice partnership with him and Jaiswal after the first wicket that just kept things ticking. So the game feels very much in the balance, but there's not, I think the hard thing here is for the bowlers, there's not much in the ball. It just feels a bit flat. So you're going to have to keep trying to find ways to hunt these wickets.
I just have this really strong feeling that as a bowling side, it's England team, when they go out in these conditions, they kind of know it's going to be like this. They know this is what they're going to face, but the long game is the one they're looking at. Okay, they're going to get 350, 400, but they're backing themselves to take that score down and more when it's their turn. Now Pant with Duckett up at deepish mid-off now. Pant turns into the onside, gets a single. Square leg umpire trots out of the way, mainly because he's heading to the other side, because the right hand is going to be on strike now. 171 for 3. Pant dealing in singles at the moment.
Yes, 7 singles in 19 balls, 12 doubles.
And nothing reckless, not even a hint of an attacking shot so far.
And Gill 38 off over 100 balls, so maybe they're just ticking along till tea, keep things before the afternoon session.
And Bashir from the Birmingham City end of the ground bowls to Gill. Gill goes back and guides it into the onside. They're off a quick single towards short. Square leg. Stokes fumbles the ball. He was going to throw the ball at the non-striker's end there. It felt like a tight single, that, didn't it? It was quite close to Stokes. But he went to pick it up, I think, on an old wicket end. And the ball came out of his hand. It was Gill playing it into the onside, just setting off. There's a fraction of hesitation to start with. Stokes has got a bullet arm. If he had picked that up and hurled the ball, then Gill might have been in trouble. But he wasn't looking at the ball, was he? He was looking at where Gill was.
Yeah, he was too excited to try and get it out and just didn't pay attention at the moment you get the ball in your hands.
172 for 3. Bashir to Pant. Pant is forward, propping forward there. Smith comes behind the stumps to pick up.
He looks like he's got a lot of time, Pant. He's seeing the ball early, he's moving his feet quite well.
He's got a good defence, Rishabh Pant.
Plays it late.
He can just fall back on that when he wants to. It's quite a difficult batter to bowl at. Bashir to Pant, stretches right forward, plays towards extra cover and there's no run. Having said that, he's facing Bashir on a first day pitch. There's no spin. But he looks pretty comfortable out there.
Well, he uses his feet well, doesn't he? He gets right out to the pitch of the ball, smothers it, make sure that pads out the way. I think that will hold up even in more spinning conditions.
And then constantly changing the field. Ducky goes a bit wider at long off now. Deep cover comes in inside the notional ring. Bashir bowls to Pant. Pant props forward again. Plays it back up the pitch.
I think he's got no interest because you can normally tell from the height of the backlift if there's intent. And he's just kind of getting forward, keeping it low and just ticking over here.
Surely he's going to belt one before.
It's coming, isn't it?
Again, changing the field. This is part of this low over rate. Is the field constantly being changed. He's put a fielder out of cow corner now rather than deep mid-wicket. Bashir bowls. There we go. There's Pant hitting it into the onside. I told you it was coming. It's heading out towards the long on boundary. It's gone for 6. He can't resist for too long. It was beautifully played. So well struck. The timing in it was perfection.
So well executed. They just moved the mid-on wider. And I guess it just sort of sat in that arc just to hit through. And really, actually, there's not much between the defence and that shot that goes over the top, except just taking it on a little bit earlier. But when does he decide? That's what I want to know. Is it just in the flight and he thinks, right, it's gone above the eye line? Or is it more calculated? I'm going to take down the 5th ball. I don't know. But it's fun to watch because you know something's going to happen.
178 for 3. Pant to 13. Hitting Bashir for 6 off the final ball of the over. 5 minutes until tea. Stokes is going to continue. So 2 5-over spells. Was very full to Gill, who drives towards extra cover. Beats the dive at extra cover. It's going out towards the boundary. They'll come back for 2. One of those that it might have been stopped, actually. Is it Chris Wokes?
Chris Wokes,
yeah. Extra cover. His hamstrings after how many overs Wokes bowled today?
He has bowled 13, 7 overs with the new ball and then a 6-over spell after lunch.
And on a warmish day, just taking a while to get down. 180 for 3. India were 98 for 2 at lunch after 25 overs. This is the 52nd over. Stokes bowls full, driven nicely by Gill, but straight to mid-off. And there's no run, so we'll have a few more session, but we have had the spinner on, so you'd expect that. Still, there are going to be 37 overs remaining at tea, so there should be time for one more over after this. Again, another change in the field from Stokes. He's brought a short extra cover in. Do you think Stokes can? Would you think he'd be able to relax if he went on holiday?
No chance. Absolutely no chance. He's not one of those. Everything's moving. It doesn't seem like one of those characters.
You sit and read a book for half an hour.
He'd be thinking too hard.
Goes into bowl to Gill, outside the off stump, guided away. Well played by Gill, but hit straight at Duckett, slapped away. Then coming out of the middle of the bat. And there is no run.
Always little bits of tinkering, thinking. I mean, to have concentration really, actually, to think for a whole day in heat, putting your body under it, and always wanting to find clever or smart ways. It shows you love the game, really.
I think he said after Headingley, didn't he? If we have a whole summer of this, I'm going to be pretty tired by the end of it. Full 5 days. And another change. What have we got here? We've got mid-off coming in quite close. We've got cover coming in quite close. Got a little umbrella on the offside.
Oh, he's really going for it here, isn't he? Everyone's tight.
Short mid-off, short extra cover, short cover. Stokes bowls to Gill. It's full slower ball. Gill is equal to it on that front foot. 72 miles an hour there from Stokes.
The ball's not flying, it's not racing off the bat, isn't it? I'm just wondering if he thought slower ball, get it to hold a bit. One of those sort of, just looking at that slower ball, it was almost like a leg spinner. And just maybe thinking hold and just punch it into these catches on the offside.
I said one more over before tea, but we're just pushing it at the moment. It's taking a while, this over. This is the penultimate ball. 2 slips in, 3 close in on the offside. Stokes bowls to Gill, just dragging his length back a bit there. Gill on the front foot as such. Plays it back to Stokes, who picks up in his follow through. And there's no run. Flag's fluttering by the scoreboard at the far end of the ground. Breeze perhaps just dropped a bit. It's been strong today. And the crowd probably welcoming it as well, with the sun on full beam now. 180 for 3, coming up to 20 to 4, and tea on this first day. India put into bat this morning. Cloud cover didn't last that long. Stokes is wide of the crease to Gill. He's on the front foot again, playing it to short extra cover. There's no run. It's the end of the over. I think we might just squeeze one more over in before the tea break. Umpire Shafadullah coming in from square leg. Yeah, he's happy to take Bashir's cap. 180 for 3.
Well, you mentioned we've seen a restrained Shubman Gill today. After 100 balls, he'd scored 38. It's the 12th time he's faced 100 or more balls in a Test innings. Only the second of those 12, he scored fewer than 50 in his first 100 balls. The other was when he was 34 of 100. That was in a 4th innings chase, relatively small one, but went very carefully against England in Ranchi early last year. Rishad Pant's 6 was his 83rd in Tests. That takes him ahead of Andrew Flintoff. He's 1 behind Viv Richards now. And in terms of balls per 6, 1/6 every 52 balls faced in Tests.
Is he going to go for it again before tea, or was just going to block the over out? Bashir bowls to him. It's short outside the off stump, clattered away to deepish cover. That wasn't a great delivery from Bashir. So single to Pant. Goes to 14, 181 for 3.
6 every 52 balls for Pant in Tests. Out of players who've faced 2,000 or more balls in Tests, only Tim Southey, the New Zealand lower order slugger, has hit 6s more regularly. 1 every 28 balls for Southey, and 3rd on the list, Harry Brook, 1 every 65 deliveries.
New Zealand slugger, surely you mean England bowling consultant.
Potato.
Yeah. What have you got here?
I'm going for the ball again, Simon.
Oh yeah, the ball again. It's been a square leg umpire this time. Ben Stokes standing next to him. Chris Gaffney says no, lobs it to mid-wicket. Get on with the game. 181 for 3. Bashir's in his 9th over. No wicket for 31. Bowls to Gill, but short again. Gill able to go back and manoeuvre it through the cover gap towards deep cover in front of the Holly stand. One more run. 182 for 3. Gill moving to 42. Gill in determined mood, battling away for his team, looking to make the most of this first day and second day pitch, which they probably will get to unless there's a dramatic collapse after tea. Bashir fires that one in. Pant tickles it away towards short fine leg. That really was a quick delivery from Bashir.
You can see the pace on that. Must be up. I knew it'd be over 60.
Over 60, yeah. 61 miles an hour, which is fast for a spinner. 182 for 3.
What do we got left? 3 balls before the team's another change in the field. Deep cover coming up to orthodox cover. Man coming over towards square leg for Rishabh Pant. So 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 4 on the onside, and a cow corner, a wide long on. Bashir to Pant. Pant turns it away towards square leg. Do you think England sense that Pant is going to play a big shot?
Yeah, of course.
And they're kind of constantly changing the field.
I think that's to partly get him thinking about different things or what area he's, if he's knowing him would be thinking, right, am I going over mid-off? Am I slog sweeping? By just playing around, I think the goal is to try and create a bit of activity.
2 balls left. Bashir to Pant. That's fired in as well. Very full. Pant gets the bat down. He's hurried there in defence. And there's no run.
Just seeing him bowling that ball. Released it out the front of the hand, so the seam was horizontal rather than vertical. Just pushes it out the front.
Last ball before tea. 182 for 3. Bashir bowls, and that's driven away by Pant. Good looking shot, but straight to cover. Missed out on the boundary there. I think Pant will feel. Hit that sweetly, a bit frustrated. His body language was pummeled away into the offside. And there is no run. So that's it. The end of the afternoon session on the first day of the second Ross Day Test match. 182 for 3. 53 overs bowled. So 28 overs in that afternoon session. And 84 runs, 84 for 1. So quite a quiet session really by modern standards. 3 runs per over. India chipping away, trying to make the most of their first innings.
Yeah, I think they're trying to build a bit of a platform really. Lost a wicket early on in the first session and then rebuilt, got to just under 100 in that first session. Now just keeping things conservative, but I think it's the right move. You know that coming out after tea, you've got 2 high quality batters in Gill and Pant who would have had a little bit of time at the crease, would have found the measure of it, and they can look to be a little bit more positive in that final session. So the game nicely in the balance here, but I think India with a slightly deepened batting lineup today will be comfortable where they're at.
Yeah, so Gill leads the players off. He's 42 not out. Rishabh Pant is 14 not out. 37 overs remaining in the day's play. So we'll be going through to 6:30, but you probably already knew that. Okay, it's sunny at Edgbaston. It's tea time.
The players are out there. Everybody's ready to get cracking again. 182 for 3. India after quite a quiet session. Just England picking up the 1 wicket. Only 84 runs scored. 28 overs gone. The wicket to go. That of Yashasvi Jaiswal caught by Smith off the bowling of Stokes for 84, and that leaves Rishabh Pant on 14. He's hit the match his first 6, and Shubman Gill with 42. Jonathan Agnew's back in the chair, and he will shortly be joined by somebody, but I can't see the rotor. So,
indeed, thank you, Dan. Very much indeed. The main line is that the sun's still shining, which is great. Still looking at the forecast, the weekend looks a little bit unsettled. So it's just a question of fingers crossed for that. But for now, we've got a good game of cricket. 182 for 3. India put into bat this morning. Pitch is generally pretty slow. 1 or 2 balls have lifted a little, but Gill's on 42. Woke's having a change of ends, and the first ball after tea is tucked away into the leg side. Pant set off there looking for a single, but he'll have to scuttle back into his ground again because it's gone straight to the fielder, and there is no run. So 182 for 3. We've got drums drumming, we've got trumpeters trumpeting, and all sorts of the usual atmosphere really here at Edgbaston. The crowd really enjoying the warmth, but not the oppressive heat that we've had over the last week or so. It's actually stultifying in this part of the world, at least up here in the Midlands. 182 for 3. Gill on 42, waits for Wokes. Away he goes again, bowls, and that's a bit of a mistimed stroke there from Gill, looking to force the ball away into the offside. Actually finds Ollie Pope, who's fielding at mid-wicket. I amused myself, Stephen Finn, by listening to Ollie yesterday, answering a series of questions that were written down and given to him. He had to look at it at a camera in the stand below us here and just deliver them straight. And he paused with one, the answer to which was, I've got to be honest, that's never happened to me before. And it made you wonder where these questions had come from. It goes Wokes, bowls and Gill defends. The question was, what do you do if you need to go to the toilet when you're batting? I think it came from a sort of an online forum, but all sorts of very strange questions he was He was tapping away. The things these England cricketers have to do these days.
Well, I know people that haven't wanted to break their concentration whilst batting. So the answer to that question would be...
Keep going, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
But whilst also relieving themselves whilst they're...
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not sure about that.
You wouldn't want to be short leg.
No, I wish I rather brought up the subject now. We've got a closely packed offside field there. Men on the drive, that sort of thing. There's Gill again. The beautifully straight bat of his plays out for cover. And Stokes is the fielder. So, slip, duck it at backward point. Then there's a cover point in the shape of Crawley. And Root and Stokes are within about 5 yards of each other. Sort of cover and extra cover, really. And there's also mid-off. So there's 3 on the leg side. No one down at third man. Woakes has got to be careful with his line here. Don't give Gill any width. And he goes and bowls. Oh, he just pushed at that. Just pushed at it. Gill will say he kept the bat just inside the line, but I don't think he did. Just nibbled at it.
Came wide of the crease, that delivery, Chris Woakes as well. The other deliveries have been delivered from the middle of the crease. So Shubman Gill facing that line, defending up and down that line. Chris Woakes came wider on the crease there, and Gill would have felt as though that was angled more in towards the stump, so it forced him to play at it, but it just held its line. Lovely delivery.
It was. And he goes again, skipping in bowls, and Gill plays a ball from off stump straight back to the bowler again to end the first over after tea. Woakes has bowled well today. He wasn't at his best at Headingley, rather feeling his way back into things, I think. But if he was spot on today, on another day, he would have picked up 2 or 3 wickets, because he had a couple of umpires' calls for leg before wickets and so on that, of course, rather count against the bowler if it's given not out. And actually, by Woakes' standards, he got a bit grumpy as well down at the far end, didn't he? He really got quite cross.
Well, there was one time where I think, remember who it was, someone pulled out of facing him. It might have been Nair. Pulled out of facing him, and he had to run all the way in. There's nothing that makes you more grumpy than that sometimes. Even if there's a legitimate reason, someone's moving behind the arm, you feel like you wasted 30 yards.
Well, from what he was saying, Cheteshwar Pujara was one of the worst at that.
Yes.
And he claimed that he felt sorry for the bowler when he said, sorry, someone's moving, and then he'd got to go all the way back and start again.
The thing is, I think he's quite a genuine person, Cheteshwar.
I'd like to believe Cheteshwar.
Yes.
I would like to believe him.
I've never known a man with the hunger or appetite for runs as he does. Oh, my word.
Right, interesting field here as Bashir's bowling to the left-handed Rishabh Pant, who comes forward and plays his first ball of this session back up the pitch. We've got a slip and then a backward point, deep point and a mid-off. So lots of gaps there in the offside, and they're protecting the leg side, which has got an orthodox mid-on, a deep wide mid-on, deep square leg, and 2 others fielding within the would-be circle, if you like, as Pant is forward. Pads that next delivery away, 182 for 3. So he has hit 1-6 already on this very small boundary. Very hittable 6s here in this game, that's for sure. 182 for 3. So Bashir bowls a flatter one, which Punt turns around the corner. It'll run out for Ollie Pope to field, coming in from in front of the Hollies stand, which again is seething, if you like, people moving up and down all over the place there. Perhaps not quite in the straight lines they were when they first arrived this morning.
At least Spider-Man's not going up and down the pole like he sometimes does.
No, not much of that today. So generally people I think remember where their seat is. It's quite difficult in a stand of that size, so many people. Bars doing a roaring trade, I would say, judging by the sound levels, which are gradually increasing. Bashir bowls, and it's pushed away past his outstretched hand. Picked up at mid-off. No run. Peaceful sort of feel, really. Certainly the weather feels peaceful and calm. Just a few fluffy clouds, that's all overhead as Bashir bowls. Turned away into the leg side. Bashir, the tall man, can quickly skip across the pitch and prevent a run being scored. 183 for 3. India in no hurry today. They simply just played along at their pace.
Sheer bowls, and again Gill defends. This is 118th ball, and he's 42 not out. 183 for 3. 55 overs completed, so 35 are supposed to be bowled. And what remains of the day, they might get close to that if Bashir keeps bowling, I suppose. 183 for 3.
It's definitely been a pointed effort today by India to bat and not throw it away.
Yep.
I think, especially Gill here. And Rishabh Pant coming in 15 from 31. It's unusual for him to start as slow and without as much intent as this. We've not seen him darting around the pitch trying his flip up over his shoulder shots. They may come later in the day when he earns the right to do that, but they definitely seem determined not to throw this good start that they've got away, and I'd imagine that's under strict instruction from Gautam Gambhir in between.
I would think so.
matches.
He looked a bit grumpy at Headingley, didn't he?
Yeah.
Very, very grumpy. Okay, the Barmies are up again. Most of the Hollies stand seems to be joining in this. 183 for 3. Woke's on his way, runs in bowls to Pant. Down he comes and plays a wild slog. And the ball just trickles out towards wide mid-on. They take a single. He's one of those batsmen, I mean, he's got a great eye. But he does get away with those. There are lots of batsmen I can think of, not least me. If I came down and did that, my stumps would be knocked out the ground.
Have you ever done that to anyone that bowls more than 80 miles an hour, though? No, I wouldn't dare.
But he does get away with it, doesn't he? That is totally uncontrolled. That could have gone anywhere. And again, England trying to get rid of this ball. Have they succeeded? Oh, Ben Stokes, I think he has. He's actually shaken Ollie Pope by the hand, saying, well done. Finally, they've chosen the moment where this ball is going to get changed. They've been trying to get rid of it all day. And Ollie Pope there, presumably as a result of that bit of a haymaker there from Pant, and they're talking about it now, has managed to choose the moment to once again approach umpire Gaffney, who's not been in much of a mood today. He was quite grumpy at the start of the day. He told some people off. He thought the scorers off, actually, didn't he, before a ball had even been bowled, for daring to reflect some light off their windows. Finally, they've worn him down, and that ball has not gone through the ring. Ben Stokes and Ollie Pope shake hands. Stokes says, thank you very much indeed. Well done, Vice-Captain. And umpire Saggers appears with his briefcase full of replacement balls. And I don't know how many attempts it took to change it, but I know a man who certainly does.
Well, I make that the fifth, possibly sixth attempt. I don't keep a full record of that. We've seen Chris Woakes bowl in a very different way in this match so far. He's bowled 20% of his deliveries in his first 14 overs would have hit the stumps, which is the fifth highest he's had in the first 15 overs of a home test innings in terms of percentage of balls that would have gone on to hit the stumps according to ball tracking, and the highest since the 2021 summer. His two innings at Headingley were at the lower end of his stump hitting data, 10% in the first innings and 5.5% in the second innings. So just trying to compare like with like, the first 15 overs he's bowled in each inning. So he's been much more probing away accurately today.
It has certainly been more accurate, and those figures would back it up. Ben Stokes has got the changed ball, you can't call it a new ball, in his hand. He's giving it a rub, and after all that effort, let's hope from England's perspective this ball swings round corners. It doesn't feel like a swinging day, if I'm honest, and I think possibly it might have been due to the hardness more than actually the movement. They've felt that one's gone soft, and they didn't like it. So there's another slip there now, two slips. They've taken the man out on the drive, so they're hoping a bit of extra bounce here. Might find the edge of Gill's bat. He's on 42. In goes Woakes. Let's see what happens. Is there any bowls? And look much the same as the others, if I'm honest. It went splattered to the middle of his bat.
It's funny, these Dukes balls are, because they're handmade, the Kookaburra balls, the difference between the two balls, Kookaburra are machine made, so every ball is almost identical. You pick it up and it's very difficult to differentiate between the two. Whereas the Dukes ball, any one can feel so different to the other. And in certain batches, they make them where they feel tiny in your hand. They feel like a kid's ball.
Woakes bowls, little bit of swing there. Gill's on the front foot,
plays out to mid-off. There's this interesting experiment at the moment with the Kookaburra ball, isn't there, in county cricket? And it makes you think, thank God for the Dukes. But balls are made for conditions and places in which you play. Therefore, the Kookaburra ball appears to be the right place to play it in Australia. The sort of pitches there and the conditions. The Duke's ball we use here for good reason. Why you want to bring the Kookaburra ball here, I don't know really. 184 for 3. In goes Wokes wider of the crease. And this time Gill allows that to go through. I mean, it's as much the conditions, the pitch and the grass and all of that, as it is the actual ball itself.
Yes, but you would typically say that a Kookaburra ball is good for pitches where the ball carries, which in Australia and South Africa the ball does carry, or in conditions where it's dry.
A bit abrasive.
Spinners will come into play and reverse swing will come into play. Because it's quite lush here at Edgbaston.
Wokes again. And bowls as the in-swinger. Gill prods that left foot down the pitch, turns the ball away out to mid-on.
The Kookaburra ball just doesn't really deteriorate at the same rate in these conditions in this country, and that's why we've seen some absolutely monstrous scores in the county championship. 820, 790. It's crazy.
It's just trying to be a bit over clever, I think.
Yeah.
The Aussies had a go at the Dukes, didn't they? They weren't very pleased with them either. They were just... the beauty of international cricket is that it's different. It's not just a set formula. In goes Wokes. That's a beautiful shot from Gill. He's played a full ball, Midland leg. He's tipped it away through mid-wicket. Just down there in front of the Hollies. Nice stroke. 188 for 3. And that's why Test cricketers want to prove that they can adapt and they want to be successful all around the world, don't they? English batsmen want to go to India and score runs, or English bowlers want to score runs there. Joe Root, he wants to go and score runs in Australia. He hasn't done it yet. So it's a different game in different parts of the world, and that's part of the joy of it.
Yeah, I think the argument would be is that it's trying to teach bowlers or give bowlers experience of bowling on flat pitches with a ball that's not doing much, and almost problem solving on the job to try and work out how to take wickets, because when England go abroad to Australia, places where the wickets are flat, and you're bowling at players who are very good at playing in those conditions.
It's Bashir round the wicket, punt on the back foot, slashes that. Oh, very well stopped there. Beautifully saved by Stokes. Spinning. Yeah. In fact, so I'm about to go, Andy, so you can look up Surrey against Lancashire 1990, because this was the season that finished me off as a bowler, because they gave us a ball working on the same sort of theory. They had about 2 bits of string on it as a seam. Then comes Bashir, and that's turned away out towards square leg for a single. And while we were being flogged around the park at Chelmsford, to the extent that even Neil Foster got 100, word filtered through from the Oval, which is where of course they've scored all these runs over the last couple of days, that a large 6-inch nail was being hammered into the scoreboard, ready for the 1 to go up for the 1,000. Didn't actually get there, but how many did they get that day?
Well, let's just talk about your figures.
No, which one was?
No, let's definitely.
I've only got 3 balls left, and I don't need to worry about that particular game. In comes Bashir, bowls, and that's tucked away back to him again. I'm thinking of the 6-inch nail going in at the Oval.
Well, whilst you were conceding 0 for 170 and 35.5.
That's a daddy 100.
No.
Surrey 707 for 9 declared.
There we go.
Lancashire 863.
That's when the nail was going in. 189 for 3. Gill's down the pitch. He drives. Has that gone for 6? Probably. They're short boundaries. Let's have a look. This must have just landed in front. So how many runs are scored? So in 2 innings, it's been like 1,500 runs scored.
Yes, just under 1,600. So that's Gill's half century from 125 balls, with his 5th for his 14th 50-plus score in Test, 6 of which he's converted into hundreds.
So just those 3 innings alone, I mean, Essex's, I think we scored 500. I think we replied with a very fighting 500 and something. So just in that match alone, with this ball that literally had 2 bits of cotton wrapped around it.
The Surrey-Lancashire game come to after this ball.
Okay, there's Bashir bowls, defended.
1,650 runs for 20 wickets in total. Surrey were 80 for 1 in their second innings.
Excellent.
Chelmsford, Leicestershire 520 with a brilliant 37 from Jonathan Agnew.
That's how flat it. that's how the ball did absolutely nothing. It's Bashir bowling, tucked away out to mid-wicket. There's no more evidence needed, frankly. So that totals.
So I'm just totting it all up. Then Essex, 761 for 6 declared, and Leicestershire 249 for 3. So I make that in the 2 games 3,180 runs for 39 wickets.
That was cricket. Can I just say, bring those days back. Bring them back. They are, Finney. That's what the game was really like back in those days. Word from you, and then Prakash is coming in.
Well, I'm surprised Jonathan's failed to mention there, in one of my last games of first-class cricket, I was asked to captain Sussex versus Leicestershire, Prakash, and Cheteshwar Pujara played in my team, and he batted and scored lots of runs for us in the first innings. Then we came to field, and I presided over 750 for 4 declared. I even gave Cheteshwar a bowl.
Start of a fresh over, sort of bunted away towards mid-wicket and controlled by Pant for a single, 193 for 3. The most interesting stat for me, by the way, out of everything that Andy said, was Agger's bowling analysis. That was fantastic. Outstanding.
A daddy 100. Graham Gooch always talked about scoring daddy hundreds with the bat, and Agger's done it with the ball there. Good effort.
And didn't take that long, it seems. 35 odd overs, wasn't it?
That was a rip-roaring rate then, yeah.
Would have put Pant to shame. 194 for 3 then. And let's take a look at this field. It's rather interesting. It's almost like someone would paint a picture, as it were. There's a man at sort of third slip, between second and third slip. There's a backward point. There's an orthodox cover, a catching extra cover, a catching wide mid-off, pushed back to the bowler by Gill, who's batting out of his crease. So every time he does play a forward defensive stroke, he quickly skips back into the crease. 194 for 3. Then there's an orthodox mid-off, a mid-on, a straightish mid-wicket, and a man just back with a square. This is what England clearly bowling to a plan to the Indian captain.
Well, I think, and Gill is intercepting the ball a long way in front of himself here to Wokes versus any other bowler.
Wokes in again, and Gill lets it go outside the off stump. But by varying, I think, where he delivers from, he's causing that little doubt about where the ball will nip back in, is it?
Yeah, so Chris Wokes predominantly when he bowls from the middle of the crease, so halfway between the stumps and the return crease on the side. But occasionally, maybe once an over, he'll bowl from very wide to the return crease. So the batter will feel as though the ball is angling back in towards his stumps, and it forces someone to play at it because you see that angle coming back in. But if it holds its line, it makes the outside edge very much in play.
Wokes in again, bowls, and there was a little bit of extra bounce. Hits him quite high on the bat, out towards Root, I think it is, who fields. 194 for 3, it stays. India have scored in patches. The most productive, I think, was that period when Karun Nair was together with Jaiswal. They got a fair few runs. And I don't know, I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Karun Nair, in many ways, albeit he got only a 30-odd, looked one of the more comfortable players.
He looked
on
very
this.
good, actually. I was impressed.
Here's Wokes in again, this time wide of the crease. Bowls, and Gill whips it through the onside. There'll be runs here, a couple probably, as it'll be dragged back in. Didn't time it all that well, but he'll get 2. 196 now for 3.
Yeah, I thought he looked calm. He was really selective about when he played his shot, so he was defending the ball when it was on a good length, going back and playing it comfortably when it's from back of a length. But when the ball was full, that's when he saw his opportunity to score. And by full, I mean almost half volley. And in his first 20 runs, I think everything was scored from that very full length. So he was the art of batting in the top 3 here in England on the first morning.
Wokes to Gill. Gill drives square this time of the wicket, fielded at cover, no run.
It's very much being selective about when you play your shots, and I thought he looked really, really good. He played some really attractive punches through the offside, and he just got an absolute brute of a delivery, which you can get on the first morning of a test, and bowlers are fresh, a new ball in their hands. And that ball that he got really bounced and took his glove through to the wicketkeeper. So it was good bowling as opposed to poor batting that got him.
Question for you from Adrian, who sent us a WhatsApp message on 03301 231826. Why do bowlers not like out-of-shape balls? Surely a slightly oval ball may bounce oddly off the pitch and induce an edge.
Well, yeah, but then that edge may not carry. And because theoretically you would imagine sometimes you hold these balls, and kind of the point I was trying to make, these balls can feel really small in your hand. And there'll be like a triangular edge on it. And it will keep going through. It looks really out of shape when you're holding it, but because it goes through the ring, it means that you can't get it changed. And that's almost exactly what would have been happening to England out there. It looks out of shape, but because the ball's small, it fits through the ring still.
Bashir starts a fresh over, and Pant plays his now trademark shot. Didn't get all of it. Root will give up the chase just a few yards inside the long leg boundary. Was in the air for a while there, Rishabh Pant. But with Rishabh, you expect that to bring up the 200 for India. 200 for 3, Pant up to 22.
But I think when the ball does go that out of shape, or you have an oval or a triangular edge on it, it means that the ball's really soft. So actually the way that it responds off the pitch is like everything just is dissipated from the ball when it hits the pitch. If you find an edge, the ball's so soft it won't carry through to the wicketkeeper or slips. So that's why players are so desperate to get the ball changed.
Bashir in again, gives this one air, and Pant defends. Adrian, you've got the perfect response from the very scholarly Stephen Finn.
Well, not the perfect response, it was a response that in my opinion is perfect.
Well, that's all that matters, Kenny. You've got the microphone and you're the expert. Here's Bashir again from the city end into Rishabh Pant. Slip in place. He's up, bowls, and Pant plays that sort of French cricket style back foot defence. Ball rolls back to the bowler. There's a short third man, square, wideish. The deep point, very wide mid-off. Mid-on, a man very wide at long on. A straightish mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a man and 45. It bowls, and it's cracked away on the offside, only as far as the man coming off the sweeper boundary. At cover, a single. Pant up to 23.
Feels like Pant's just about limbering up, doesn't he? He's played a couple of shots, a trademark flick over his shoulder, a charge down against Chris Wokes to try and hit him back over his head, and then that flay through the offside. So maybe Pant just going through the gears here, put a bit more pressure back on the bowlers.
Well, some batters would no doubt like a harder ball as well, wouldn't they? I mean,
yeah, well, you saw that clip from Gill, the over that the ball was changed. It really raced off. So, yeah, it just means as a bowler you have more chance of that edge if you do find it carrying.
Over the wicket now to the right-hander with a leg shot, backward short leg, or a leg slip in place, pushed back to the bowler by Gill. So 201 for 3, having been put into bat in some years ago. That would have been considered a very decent score. Maybe not so much in modern day cricket. Gives it a little bit of air, does Bashir. It's driven out towards long on for a single. 202 for 3. It's been a measured approach by the Indian batters, and the way the fields have been placed, I wonder if that's a sign of how the England captain and the team are reading the pitch as to they don't really want India to get away to a big score. Is that a fair observation?
Yeah, and hope that frustration brings the wicket or brings a big shot, because you know there is someone inside these two players saying to them, come on, you can whack this, play a shot, pierce that infield. And that's what you're challenging when you set fields like this, and you're tasked to bowl to that plan with an umbrella field around the batter. You're saying, I am going to have more patience than you in this situation because I believe that's my best way of taking a wicket. So Chris Wokes has been really disciplined. His economy rate today has been brilliant, and he's bowled to the plan. You just hope that he and England can hang in there long enough to frustrate these two batters.
And to highlight that point, Shubman Gill's half century from 125 balls, his 14th Test 50 plus score, and the slowest in terms of balls taken to reach 50. Previously that was 122 balls in that low fourth innings chase in Ranchi. Other than that, his other 12 have all been in 100 balls or fewer at Leeds. His 50 took just 56 balls, and the 4 he hit off Chris Wokes through mid-wicket, that was only his third 4 off seamers. and the first in front of square. And it was, I think, the 94th ball he'd faced from fast bowlers and the first boundary hit in front of square off a fast bowler today.
Time to say good afternoon to Alex Hartley. How are you?
Hello, Prakash. Feel like it's been a while.
It has, hasn't it? World Cup?
Yeah, New York.
Yes.
New York it was.
It was too. And that game of baseball that I didn't understand at all.
No, me neither. We sat there for 4 hours to not see a single run scored. And they think baseball's better than cricket.
Well, back to the cricket. Vokes is in. Bowls to Gill. Gill drives off the offside. Diving attempt just takes the sting off the ball. They'll take one. If you watch the highlights tonight, BBC iPlayer from 7 p.m, you'll see a piece of Steve Finn he's done on England's bowling tactics and the size of the boundary as well. So instructional and incisive. Stephen Finn. What do you make of the state of the game right now, Alex?
Yeah, I think India are grinding it out, and rightly so as well. It's not easy for England and England's bowlers. They're having to be patient, aren't they? It's a very, very flat surface.
As Vokes in to bowl to Rishabh Pant. On the leg stump, flicked away down towards Longley. They'll get one. 204 for 3.
You almost feel like India will have learnt from that first game. They're going, okay, we're not going to make those same mistakes. We're not going to have 2 more batting collapses where we build a brilliant platform and then we allow England to have a sniff. I mean, the platform's been built now. India have really got to capitalise on that.
Yeah, they've got to bat long and just not worry too much about anything else, isn't it? It seems that the first couple of days supposed to be the best weather. There might be some rain around towards the weekend. Here's Vokes into Gill, and Gill cracks this one off the back foot. He straight to point. Brilliant stop there. I think that might be Duckett, and certainly saving 2 there. Gill very strong square of the wicket, and 2 more to the total. 206 for 3.
Well, what I love about Gill is that crack of his wrists.
Yes.
You know, just breaks that bottom hand, doesn't he, as he slaps the ball through the offside. Just almost breaks those wrists. Just so flashy.
Yes, brought up on that almost constant practice on a half concrete pitch with a wet tennis ball that later on got replaced with a proper cricket ball. So both his shots square of the wicket on either side, even that short arm pull that he plays, very, very firm wrists. And Alex Hartley, who's alongside me right now, will also be presenting the highlights tonight, which you can also see on BBC 4. Today at the Tests, 7 p.m. Full outside the off-stump. Gill watches it go through into the gloves of the wicket-keeper. No runs, 206 for 3, the 60th over in progress. England have had the ball changed. They finally convinced the umpires.
They've gone all day, they've been going, please, 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 can we have this ball changed? And then finally the umpires go, will you stop asking me? Here you go.
Yeah.
Just have one.
I was talking to someone off air, just in a lighter vein, saying maybe there needs to be almost like a cost of, let's say, I don't know, 5 runs for every time you ask for the ball to be changed. And then when it's finally changed, you get it all back. Chopped away nicely by Gill. He'll take 1 down to the man coming off the deep point boundary. 1 more to the total. 207 now for 3. Gill is 57. Pant is on by his standards, a subdued 24 or 40. The very fact that in Test match cricket we now look at strike rates is an indication of how much the game has changed, hasn't it, Alex?
Yeah, but Gill's slowest 50? Is that
Yes,
what I read?
that's what Andy just pointed out. I think he's slowest of his 16 50 plus scores, 14 60 plus scores. There's Vokes now into Pant, short bouncer, and he swats it in control, hits it down into the ground. It runs down for a single. 208 for 3.
I mean, even that shot from Pant there is just ridiculous, isn't it? It's almost like he's trying to swat a fly away.
But I think that's also indicative of the pace off the pitch, isn't it? It's a slowish pitch. We've seen a couple of balls behave, or misbehave rather. One of them got the wicket of Karun Nair. That's the other thing. I certainly have seen very little of the old drop your wrists way of leaving a ball outside the off stump when it's coming at you or is aimed at your body or your helmet. Batters tend to look at ways to score all the time. Maybe that's the factor. Bashir to continue. He's got Again, a very interesting field. 3 and 2, 5 men on the onside, 3 of them in the inner ring in a semicircle, almost like a crescent, and then 2 men patrolling the onside boundary. Bashir bowls and Pant lofts him in the air. He's going to be taken. He is. Rishabh Pant has paid the penalty. Could not hold back. We were talking about patience, and Rishabh Pant walks away. Dejected, no doubt, but patience not being able to hold on. And here's Shoaib Bashir striking a mighty, mighty blow, maybe just the break that England wanted, and just at the right time, just not quite getting into the middle of the bat, and taken comfortably, nicely judged by Crawley running round from the long on boundary.
Well, he'd done the hard work, had Pant, and the captain Gill at the other end rolls his eyes as he walks back to his crease, but Pant had been patient. It's such a weak dismissal. It's almost a dismissal of a man that's gone, okay, I'm bored of my own innings here, I need to hit some more boundaries, I need to get on with it. I'm not playing the way I like, I'm not playing with that freedom that I did in that first game, and he hasn't done today, to be completely honest, but he's given his wicket away there, and you can tell by the captain's face that he's not very happy with him.
No, certainly not. He's also the vice captain, mind you. But the man coming in to replace Rishabh Pant now is Nitish Reddy, who's been drafted into the playing 11 after the first test. One of 3 changes that India have made. And we'll have to wait and see how Nitish Reddy copes. But England will be absolutely overjoyed because they... Well, you can't even say they purchased that wicket. It was gifted, as you say, Alex, to them.
Well, what you want as a spinner, I mean, that's absolute Christmas, isn't it? Somebody to be caught at the long on boundary. But what you want is to have that in-out field to tempt the batter to use their feet, and then you beat them with a beauty and you get them stumped or bowled. You're not going, okay, let's have that in-out field and just hope you hit one to my fielder that's out there.
Yeah, but Pant obliging. And with Pant come objectives. There was that famous story doing the rounds after Australia when he played a horrible shot and Sunny Gavaskar went stupid, 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 and then at Headingley he went superb, superb, superb. So I wonder what Sunny's going to come up with today. But, you know, with Rishabh Pant, I think you really don't know what you're going to get. He'll destroy attacks on his day.
Brilliant,
and
brilliant.
Get out like this as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, England with their confidence up and looking to now strike quickly. First ball to Nitish Reddy, defended on the onside. Smart thinking young man Nitish Reddy showed in Australia that he's willing to grind it out, he's willing to play big innings. He really has a task on his hands now. 208 for 4 India having been put into bat. Pant the last man out, holding out to long on. Bashir is in, bowls, and Reddy comes forward, pushes the ball out to cover. Wait to get off the mark. Lovely conditions, beautiful blue sky, some spots of white cloud way up. Crowd enjoying themselves in the Hollies, as indeed they are around the ground. Good attendance here. Bashir is in, bowls, and Reddy flicks it away on the onside, runs with the stroke. They'll take a run, but he draws his captain into a sharp single. Just as well that Shubman Gill responded, might have been just on his heels a little bit, and they do complete the run. 209 for 4 and Reddy's off the mark. That first run, so important for anyone, doesn't matter who you are.
Just go and breathe every time.
Well, Gill now even more responsibility on his shoulders, having lost his deputy to a shot which on most occasions one has to say he would have planted in the stands. On this occasion didn't quite get it in the middle of the bat and paid the penalty. He's now sitting in the pavilion. Bashir into Gill. Gill lets this one go outside the off stump. Bashir's bowled well both at Headingley and here in this innings so far. Varied his pace, varied his length and line as well.
Yeah, I like he's almost every game that he plays and every innings that he's bowling in, he's gaining confidence, and you can see that, can't you?
Absolutely. Here's Bashir with the last ball of his over into bowl to Gill, who turns it away on the onside. He'll take a run before it's again acrobatically stopped by the England captain. India will move up to 209 now to 210 for 4. 61 overs bowled, more from Alex Hartley, and then Salman Mann for commentary.
I think results, you've got something for us.
Well, it's done a Pant and Bashir. It's the second innings in a row in which Bashir has been caught by Crawley at long on off Shoaib Bashir. He'd made over 100 in the second innings at Headingley, but Bashir's 4 wickets in the series, all caught in the outfield so far. Just done a pretty good job in terms of economy rate. India have been quite cautious against him, but when they've taken risks, Bashir's picked up a few useful wickets.
Also, Shubman Gill can't really roll his eyes at Rishabh Pant's shot, because I just think back to Headingley. Gill was caught on the deep forward square leg boundary, and that started India's collapse in the first innings.
Yeah, it very much did.
Gill on 58. Here's Wokes going in to bowl to him. It's outside the off stump. It's cut away towards deep backward point. They're off for one. They have 2 fielders in the deep there on the offside boundary. And the deep third, Duckett gets round, sends in the return. 211 for 4.
I think the frustrating thing for Gill at the non-strikers end would have been they've taken so much time out of this game and made England work for every. England have made them work for every run. It's been a real good contest between the two. And then it's almost like, okay, I'm a bit fed up out here. Let's see if I can clear that boundary.
Yeah, the field was set for it as well, for Pant taking it on if he got it wrong. There was a deepish mid on and a long on behind him.
You got to admire the confidence of going, no, I can still play this shot. I can still take it on.
And the boundary's relatively short as well. Didn't quite get it. Wokes bowls to Reddy. Reddy's forward, playing that away into the offside towards mid-off, and there's no run. So Nitish Kumar Reddy playing in his 6th Test match. Good enough to make 100 in Australia in his debut series. And he averages 37 with the bat and 38 with the ball. So he's their is he their 4th seamer? He can bowl some medium pace as well. We've got 2 spinners as well. Wokes bowls outside the off stump, close to off stump. Yelp from behind through to Smith as Reddy allowed that to go through. So the benefit of having Pant as your all-rounder and batting in the top 5 is that they have got 6 bowlers and 2 spinners, but they haven't got Kuldeep Yadav. They've gone for Washington Sundar, who I presume is going to bat at 8, unless Jadeja's going to bat at 8. Wokes goes wide of the crease. Oh, he's bowled him! He lets it go! And Reddy's been castled. Misjudgment from Nitish Kumar Reddy. Wokes going wide on the crease, angling it in. And Reddy undone by some poor judgment. And England have 2 quick wickets. It's 211 for 5.
Well, we've spoken about India doing the hard yards. They can't afford another collapse. England have had 2 quick wickets in quick succession here. This one, Reddy leaving the ball, thinking it's going to be outside the off stump. It nips back, it hits off stump. Chris Wokes delighted with that delivery as he picks up his 2nd for the day. And Nitish Reddy cannot believe what he's just done out there.
Well, he's walking off a very sorrowful figure down there in front of us. Going over the boundary rope now. Jadeja's already halfway to the crease. So that's answered that question. Jadeja is going to be 7 and Washington Sundar at 8. It's threatened to happen a few times today. We've seen a few really tight leaves. And there we go, Nitish Kumar Reddy is sat in the pavilion watching it all day long. And to his 6th ball, lets one go. And it's telegraphed by Wokes going wide of the crease. I mean, sometimes you kind of angle it into, then leave the right-hander, so you get him to play, but he didn't play at it. And that horrible sound behind you as a batter. You've played no shot.
Cricket is such a funny game, isn't it? Pant, Gill, they'd built a brilliant partnership. They'd batted for a long time together. Pant gives his wicket away. Reddy comes to the crease. There's 2 types of leave, and that wasn't the one he wanted.
No. I mean, they do have a little bit more in their lower order in this game. Although Washington Sundar against Shardul Thakur, you'd probably say Sundar's a better batter. But they're similar styles of cricketer in that they offer you runs down the order and they can bowl as well. We've seen Shardul Thakur play some aggressive innings in England, made 2 half centuries at the Oval last time, but didn't have a great game at Headingley. There was a lot of people, not blaming him, but there was a lot of people saying, why is he playing India, playing with 10 men, and picked up a couple of wickets on that final day, but not much with the bat and not much with the ball really. So he's been dispatched. This is Jadeja. Wokes goes into bowl to him. Jadeja gets off the mark straight away, turning it through square leg. Duckett's after it from mid-wicket. So Jadeja 1. India 212 for 5. And you're right, Alex, this is in the balance now, isn't it? You work hard all day, and then the wickets start to fall. They haven't scored particularly quickly today. I suppose not by modern standards. Old days, this is quite a quick scoring day. There's still 28 overs remaining, and they're 212 for 5, but they haven't really gone anywhere as such. Wokes into bowl to Gill again wide of the crease. Gill's forward, laying towards extra cover. Fielder there, not for the first time today. That's Ollie Pope's sunglasses falling off. And there was an incident earlier. Hold on, we're just having a look at the India under 19s score, where Suryavansh's made 86 off 31 balls with 6 4s and 9 6s. 112 for 2 after just the 8 overs, needing 269 to win. I thought Thomas Rue made 76 not out today to go up with a brilliant 100 he made the other day to help England win by 1 wicket.
Not quite quick enough, that one, though, is it?
No. I'm not sure if Ant is going to bat out,
Yeah,
but he is out.
Oh, he's out.
Yeah. 212 for 5. So Cars is going to bowl from the Birmingham City end. I think it's the first time he's bowled from the far end today. That end as opposed to this end. Yeah, I'm learning from you.
Thank you, Simon.
I noticed you've gone away and done that video as well, that Glastonbury video which you can see online. Here's Cars bowling round the wicket and Jadeja playing defensively towards mid-off, and there's no run. So you threatened to put me in 10th place as your companion, 10th out of 10 I should say,
Yeah.
Glastonbury.
Yeah.
Not in I'm in your top 10, but
You're
I'm
in my
10th.
top 10, but you're 10.
And
But
you've
also-
actually done it. You've actually done it.
Yeah, you also did volunteer to be 10 as well.
Yeah, I didn't mind.
But the
Fair
best
enough.
bit
It's a
was,
fair enough call, I would say.
I think I lobbed Zoltz in the middle somewhere. I thought he might be all right at Glastonbury. But I managed to slag Aggers off and get away with it because he doesn't have social media.
Yeah, he doesn't know he's 8th. 212 for 5. Cast bowls. Jadeja drives. Good fielding by Cast off his own bowling away to his left. Sharp piece of fielding. It was hit back firmly by Jadeja. Right, it's time for these two and Washington Sundar to make something of this first day for India. It's clouded over a bit now. The sun's gone. Still plenty of blue sky above. It might be just be temporary. Sun on the blocks of flats in the distance beyond the trees at the far end of the ground. Still, the breeze has dropped a bit. It's been a cool sunny day at Edgbaston. As Cast bowls to Jadeja. He's forward, playing towards mid-off. They're off a quick single. Stokes is onto it. It's the stumps. But Gill, I think, is home. There doesn't seem to be a great deal of excitement out there. They are going to check it. It was a magnificent piece of fielding from Ben Stokes to pick up in one movement.
TV umpire director, we have our umpire review for a run out. The best side on view. Strikers in, please.
They're just checking this. There's no great excitement for England. Let's have a look now. Stokes releases it. Where is Gill? Home is the answer.
Yep. Batsman's ground. Ready to make my decision.
Well, he was home by what? 8 inches, something like that?
Yeah, that's what 8 inches is, Simon. I reckon he's home by 8 inches.
Alex is just holding her two hands out, about 8 inches apart.
Right, yeah.
But Stokes could have done no more there.
He's threatened to do that a couple of times today as well, hasn't he? Picked the ball up one-handed. On a few occasions he's missed.
Yeah, fantastic piece of fielding. Wonderful athleticism, but there was a single and a little bit more. 213 for 5. Cast bowls. Gill defends on the front foot. Rolls up towards mid-off. No run. So Gill is trying to hold it all together here. 59. And out there for 143 balls. Stokes loosening up. That suggests that we might see him, well, possibly back in the attack. He did bowl before tea. He's bowled 2 5 overs. But yeah, he's definitely going to bowl, isn't he? The way he's loosening up now. Yeah. Stokes' time.
And he makes things happen, doesn't he?
He took the wicket earlier of Jaiswal, going to play an injudicious shot, caught behind. Cast bowls, Gill drives, Stokes dives, can't stop it. 4 through extra cover. Magnificent shot from Gill, timing it superbly. He rifled that through extra cover, and despite a full-length dive from Stokes, it sped away to the boundary. How close was Stokes to it? Just a fraction late, but I mean that's not meant to be a criticism. It was hit so hard.
So you could hear the crack off the bat, and Bryden Carr's not happy with that one as he's slightly too full.
2 slips in the gully for Gill. Carse rushing in, bowls to Gill, he dabs it into the offside, short of Stokes, who picks up, well, he doesn't pick up cleanly this time. He was going for the run out of the non-strikers there, turning his body round. And he didn't pick it up cleanly, but I think Gill would have been home in any case. It was well judged, that single. 218 for 5, Jadeja 2, Gill 64. And I think if you'd said to Ben Stokes, not that he would have told you, but if you'd said to him at the start of the day's play, look, India would be 218 for 5 after you put them into bat, I think he might have said, okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
It's not it wasn't a put in for 200 all out or 150 all out or anything like that. It's an acceptance, I think, in these conditions that India are going to score a few, but the idea then is you just go past them or chase down whatever they set you eventually.
Well, it's just like when he said after the first test, if we batted all the overs, we knew we'd win the game. We knew we'd chase the total down, no matter what that total was. And I love the fact that this team aren't frightened of anything. You know, there's a total of 400 on day 5, fine. We'll bat the overs, we'll get it.
Right, Stokes is going to bowl then from the pavilion end. So 10 overs, 1 for 33. Third spell of the day, 2 lots of 5 so far. Josh Tongue, how many overs has Tongue bowled, Zols?
Tongue has bowled 10, Chris Wokes 8.
Here's Stokes into bowl to Gill, wide of off stump, friendly loosener. Gill not tempted, through to the keeper.
Stokes has bowled, Wokes has bowled 18 in 3 spells. His last spell was 1 for 16 off 5. Carse just finished his 12th over. He has 1 for 32. Tongue none for 52 from 10. Stokes 1 for 33 from 10. And that 1 ball on Bashir, 1 for 46 from 30.
Yeah, so Tongue's probably the next in line to bowl. The next bowling change is made. Stokes into bowl to Gill. Gill slaps that away towards deep backward point. Gets there very quickly, so quickly in fact they can't come back for the second. Even though Zach Crawley had a long way to go to his right hand side. Took a good catch to get rid of Rishabh Pant. They don't come that quickly very often at long on, do they?
No, and all the pace was taken out of the delivery from Bashir as well. It was 46 miles an hour, so he really tossed it up. It was that tempter, and Pant went, all right then, fine. And then he had a few yards to his right hand side, didn't he, Crawley?
Yeah, ground to make, and it got there quickly. It was almost a skimmer out there, not quite, but anyway, see for yourself tonight on BBC Two the highlights presented by Alex. Here's Stokes outside the off stump to Jadeja, who dabs it away towards deep backward point. And the shear is there in front of the scoreboard.
I said the other day when we were doing the England women, I said, there's a proper minger presenting the highlights next week at the men's test. Henry said, pardon? I said, don't worry, it's me. I'm allowed to say it.
I'm not going to comment any more than that.
I thought it was very funny.
220 for 5. So are you one day only? Or you...
No, I'm here for the foreseeable.
All 5 days?
All 5 days.
Right.
5 days only.
Gill on 65. Single there to Jadeja. Here's Stokes bowling to him, and Jadeja's forward, guiding that through the vacant gully area down towards deep third. Through for a single. 221 for 5. That's a no ball as well. It's over from Stokes. Just looked a fraction laboured. Early days in the over. He walks back shaking his head.
Does it all the time, doesn't he? He'll bowl or no ball. He'll get really frustrated, and then it's almost like he gets himself into the battle.
Look at his speeds in this over, but just getting into his work at the moment. Jadeja dabs that one away towards the gully, sets off for a single, which would have been, well, you feel a run out might be on with this Indian batting lineup. Well, there definitely would have been one there if he'd set off. Kind of offering the single to Gill. Sometimes you do that as a batter. Do you want to come through? And Gill most firmly turning it down, quite rightly as well. 2 for 5. India. 64th over. 2 slips in the gully. Jadeja waits. Stokes round the wicket. Bowls to him. Oh, he nearly plays on. Inside edge, past the stumps. Goes down towards fine legs. Smith's after it. Picks it up. Sends in the return. 23 for 5. Jadeja with that single moves to 4.
It's the ball that Bashir bowled to dismiss Pant. You mentioned it was a slow delivery, 46 miles an hour. It was his slowest of the day so far. He also dismissed Pant at Headingley, as I mentioned, and that was another delivery, 47 miles an hour. That was much slower than Bashir's standard speed.
Stokes sets off again, bowls to Gill outside the off stump. Nothing there from Gill. Through to Smith. End of Stokes' comeback over. 11 overs, 1 for 38. 223 for 5. India.
Yeah, in that over that he dismissed Pant, he went pace on, pace off, pace on, pace off. So he mixed it up a little bit. And we were saying that he's growing with confidence the more and more he's playing, and obviously, but the more he's growing, the more confident he is to be able to take that pace off when he feels like he can and put pace on. And he's also been doing a lot of work with Moeen Ali this week on some of those variations as well.
Yeah, if he has a slow ball, I mean, you've got to speculate to accumulate, but you feel it's 46 mile an hour attempt at a Rishabh Pant. It could go horribly wrong, couldn't it? He could put you in the stand a few times, but, well, that's twice he's got him now. Caught by Crawley at long on both occasions. This is Cast with a new over. Round the wicket, bowls to Jadeja. Jadeja plays that up towards mid-on without classic foot movement. Picked up by Bashir. And there's no run. We're just seeing a replay of the dismissal on our television screen, the one that you can see tonight. Well, you can see it on the BBC Sport website actually as well.
I know.
Highlights there. But at 7 o'clock tonight, you can see all the highlights of the day's play. But it was quite a kind of well-struck skimmer out along on. It smacked into Crawley's hands. Didn't have a lot of time to think about it, unlike the one at Headingley, who had all the time in the world. Cast bowls, Jadeja up on his toes to a length delivery, dropping into the offside.
Yeah, every time the skipper would turn around to me and say, take the pace off, I'd be going, oh, you sure? Are you sure? You really, really want me to take the pace off? But you've got to go pace off. It's either got to be full or back of a length, because if it's in the slot, I'll tell you now, it's going into the stands.
Yeah. So for you, pace off, what would that be? What would be
My pace off probably was about 42.
Cast bowls wide of off stump, nothing there from Jadeja. So Bashir bowling at 46, his normal speed would be, well, we saw him bowl one at 61 today. Yeah. That's really pushed through. So in that 53 to 56,
I was thinking 52, yeah.
52 to 56,
yeah,
something like that. An occasional much slower ball, and then they've got a quick delivery, really thrown through. Not literally thrown, but, you know, fired through.
I'll start those rumours.
Just before tea against Pant. Here's Jadeja getting a ball outside the off stump against Cast. Allows it to go by. Strolls off towards square leg. Jadeja, another of the Indian players today, like kind of Naya early, wearing a short sleeve sweater. I can imagine many people playing cricket yesterday would have been doing that. Or the day before.
All you know, though, in England, when it's been that hot, there's a thunderstorm on the way.
Yeah. Cars, top of his mark. Rushing in now and bowls to Jadeja. Jadeja nearly plays on again there. A fidgety defensive shot up on his toes. Inside edge onto his boot and went away into the offside. And there is no run. Were there thunderstorms last night? I think there were one or two around with that.
Was there? I was fast asleep. I got an early night. I didn't sleep very well, actually. I'm a bit nervous for today, you know.
What, presenting the highlights?
But just first test back for a while.
2-2-3 for 5. Jadeja on 4. Cast bowls to. He comes forward, pushing that towards mid-off. There's no run. It's the end of the over. Looks like we're in double change territory. Cheteshwar Pujara is coming in. Daniel Norcross is coming in as well to replace me. At 5 o'clock with an hour and a half's play left. 223 for 5. In theory, 25 overs remaining. So double change. Here's Dan, and then Cheteshwar's coming in too.
Thank you, Simon. I think that is very much in theory. But I was just talking to Cheteshwar about this, and thinking about sort of 6:05, a new ball might become available. You think they would take it, don't you? Thinking they would take that and hope to
definitely
get a couple of breakthroughs before the close?
Because the Indian team, they're 5 down. If you're looking at the second new ball, if they pick another wicket before the second new ball, if India is 6 down, they would definitely take it.
Stokes comes in to Gill, who comes forward and defends really well. Right out of the middle of his bat, pushes into the cover region. Straight to a fielder, no run. It's been noticeable England have targeted Gill's pads, they've targeted the stumps when bowling at him. And they saw quite a bit of him at Headingley, so they're constructing a plan here.
And from England's point of view, their game plan is a lot better today if you compare it from the first test match. It's a different pitch, different outfield, but still they're bowling a lot straighter. They know where Shubman Gill has scored in the first test match, so they are just trying to block his strength.
Stokes into him. And again, that's straight and played slightly across the pad along the ground up to mid-on. There's no run. They're obviously targeting that LBW, but so far he's not really looked in any trouble. There's one moment.
There was an inside edge, but also he hasn't scored a lot of runs when they've gone straight. So the plan is just try and contain him. He will try and do something, because as a batter, if you are set, you still want to make sure that you're scoring enough runs. You are rotating the strike.
Stokes in, and Gill gets a short ball which he pulls away well, and he's going to get 4 for it, just in front of square on the leg side along the ground. There's a fielder out at a deep backward square leg, Bashir, but he didn't stand a chance of that one. It was timed well enough and it was played very carefully. Brings the 4 to Gill, takes him into 70s. He has 70, 227 for 5.
And that's his scoring opportunity. He doesn't miss those. He's very strong on the shorter deliveries. He plays that pull shot really, really well.
Yes, it just sat up for him on this pitch off this rather soft ball. As Stokes is in again, he carves away at this and sends it down to deep third. Duckett does the fielding. It was a bit edgy, but safe enough. 228 for 5. As the field will now change for the left-handed Jadeja, who's just a couple of times looked like he might play on a bit, and that can happen, can't it? I guess with the ball being a bit softer, and sometimes you threw the shot a little bit earlier as well.
He has just walked in. He's just trying to warm up a bit. He's not a great starter. He's a bit of a nervous starter, so he needs a little more time to settle in. He will take few deliveries to just move his feet. He doesn't move his feet much when he walks into bat.
2 slips and a gully now for Jadeja. As Stokes is in, he plays this nicely off the back foot down towards deep backward point, and he's going to get 4 for it despite the dive of Bashir. That was played really nicely. Again, controlled shot along the ground past the left hand of Gully into the right of deep point. 232 for 5. Jadeja to 8. There was a little bit of width.
Stokes, he was just telling himself, just try and go straight. I think this one didn't swing much. He wanted that ball to come back into Jadeja, but there wasn't much swing on that one.
So into nearly the end of the 66th over, and this is the sort of point at which Stokes is thinking, right, if I do have a second new ball later, I need to keep Wokes quite fresh. Stokes in again. That is straighter, and he defends, and for a moment Stokes thought he'd got through, but it's definitely bat, not pad. He's half wondering if it was pad first, but don't think it was. And it's just pushed out square of the wicket in the offside end of the over. 232 for 5. Jadeja has 8. That's a costly over. That rare costly over from Stokes. Gill has 71. Just seeing it again. Yeah, there was a slight optical illusion. You could see why Stokes thought it may have been pad first, but the bat just jabbed down on it at the last minute.
But that one did nip back in, and that's the ball which Ben Stokes is looking to bowl against Jadeja, because he has been out LBW quite often in these conditions, and they are aware that his little weak, his right foot goes across on the off stump.
Now Kars is bowling from the City end. I think 1 for 32 in his 13 overs so far. If Stokes wants sort of 2 or 3 overs for him at the end of the day, he's probably got 2 or 3 overs here perhaps. He comes hurtling in, wide of the off stump, driven square of the wicket for 4, up to the Holly stand. That was a lovely languid shot from Gill. There was width and a lovely generous length, just allowed him to put his hands into the ball and send it whistling away for 4, 236 for 5.
That's the strength of Shubman Gill. The moment it's just outside the off stump, just wide, it was pitched up, but he was ready for it. He's seeing those balls really well because he's very well balanced. The moment the ball is outside the off stump, or if it's short and wide outside the off stump, he goes for it. He knows that it's his scoring opportunity. He won't miss any of those deliveries.
Used his bottom hand nicely just to guide the ball where he wanted it. Now there is a deep point in place and a deep third as it's pushed it to the offside. Wants a run, it isn't there. Sent back. Good fielding in the covers. Prevents that run. It's full, just pushed out to the offside. So I'm sort of wondering at what point sort of you get a burst of tongue. There often comes a point, doesn't there, in the lead up to a second new ball, and we're a little way away, probably around about an hour, where the captain starts to sort of manage his resources. You can have a bit of spin and maybe
I think 3 or 4 overs from tongue will definitely help at this stage.
Cars into Gill, who gets a very full ball, which he gets down on and pushes without timing to mid-on. Bashir does the fielding. Again, no run. You were telling me off air, you thought that England had not just bowled a bit better today, but also that their field placings to the different batters were better, almost as if plans are starting to come together.
And they saw what Indian batters did at Headingley, where their scoring opportunities were, and they had fielders in place, especially for Rishabh Pant. They had a wide long on. There was a mid on as well.
Cars runs in. This is just guided nicely, but just to the left of Crawley down at deep third. They think of a second, it isn't there. As a throw comes in low to Smith. 1 more to the total, 237 for 5 brings Jadeja onto strike.
So even as I was mentioning, the field placement for Rishabh Pant when Shoaib Bashir was bowling, there was a long off which was very straight early on, and then later on we saw that there was mid-on, mid-off, and a wide mid-on, long on I would say, where Rishabh Pant got out. So they knew when Rishabh goes for a big one where the ball goes, and they had fielders there. Ben Stokes was playing around with his field, but at the same time when he was playing around, he knew where he had to put the fielders.
Round the wicket to Jadeja, who clips this nicely into the onside, the left of mid-on. Picked up by Stokes as he moves to his left, but gives him ample time to get round for a single. Chris Woakes is off the field at the moment. Looking contemplative, he's scratching a chin. I think he's coming back on pretty shortly.
He should. And he has bowled really well today. I think he looked like a completely different bowler today from the first game. He's looking a lot more aggressive. He's hitting the stumps quite often. First test match, he was a bit wide outside the off stump.
Well, the other noticeable factor is he's bowled 6 maidens today. Cars is in, and this is wide and driven at, but without any timing at all. It dribbles up to mid-off. No run. 67 overs bowled, 238 for 5. I think England have bowled 8 maidens today, and 6 of them have been from Chris Woakes. Is that right?
That is correct. He bowled, 4 of his first 5 overs were maidens. The 5th over being a wicket maiden. Also had an umpire's call LBW go against him in the 4th over, the 3rd of those 4 maidens early on. Just a little more on that wicket by Bashir of Rishabh Pant. I mentioned it was the slowest ball Bashir has bowled today. It was the slowest by quite a large margin. It came up to 46.0 miles an hour, which is the slowest that Bashir has ever taken a wicket with in matches where we have ball tracking data.
I'm not surprised.
I think a series in India where we don't have the ball tracking, but unusually slow. And of wickets that England have taken this decade, for which we have the speeds, it was the second slowest ball that's taken a wicket after Matt Parkinson's one Test wicket against New Zealand.
I was going to say, because often it's a wrist spinner that can really go slow. As this first ball of a new Stokes over is nicely cut by Jadeja out into the offside in front of square. Deep backward point. Bashir has to run round to his left of field. They get back for a couple of runs. You know, Adil Rashid in one-day cricket could really get that right down to 45, 46 miles an hour. But, you know, just to put into context how slow that is, I mean, a normal pace for off spinner would be somewhere about 53, 54. You'll get some quicker off spinners. Sophie Eccleston, for example, so left armour for England, will bowl 54, 55 miles an hour generally. So that is...
Bashir's average today was 54. The wicket of Pant at Headingley, I'll come to after this ball.
It's round the wicket, Stokes. 2 slips and a gully. Deep backward point, a long leg. And it's defended by Jadeja into the offside, but he saw the opportunity for a single because it was quite square and there's a gully and an extra cover. So between them, they couldn't get there in time. 241 for 5, Jadeja to 12.
That was 47.0 miles an hour. That's the 6th slowest delivery to take a wicket for England this decade. So is this a plan, Cheteshwar, to just keep tempting Pant with almost unrecognisably slow deliveries?
Yep, it is, and there was a field place for it because they knew that Rishabh, he blocks few deliveries, but he goes for it when he sees the ball above his eye line. And it wasn't just the slowness of the delivery, but it went above the eye line. It was very well flighted delivery, which Rishabh saw that, but he didn't time it well.
Stokes in over the wicket and goes after this. Does Shudman Gill? It goes through low to Smith. It was a little wide, a little short, and it was somewhat wafty that from Gill. He's slightly fortunate to get away with it. It goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, so it's also the trajectory of the ball because it was about the eye line of Rishabh Pant, and that's why I felt that most of the times when Rishabh, he sees the ball above his eye line, he goes for it, and he went for it. I think he picked the right ball, but the execution part wasn't there because of the slowness of the ball.
Stokes, yeah, he's in to Gill, who pushes the ball off the back foot, but in very controlled fashion, square of the wicket, out to the deep point that has a huge gap, so he's able to take a very simple single. 242 for 5. You're no Rishabh Pant, way better than any of us. It seems like an impossible conundrum to work out which balls he's going to actually try to nail and which he doesn't. Yeah. Have you got any insight at all? I mean, when you've batted with him, have you thought, I know he's going to go after this ball, or does it always come as a surprise?
No, it's always a surprise because that's his strategy, that's his game plan. He always tells when I'm batting with him or someone else, we'll come back to that after this ball.
Stokes around the wicket to Jadeja, who defends a very straight ball that goes right back to Stokes. He juggles with it, but there's no run.
And so Rishabh likes to chat with his partner. So whenever I'm batting with him, whether it's me or someone else, he will keep telling that what he's trying to do because he's very chirpy. He likes to talk. So whenever he's talking, he tells that I'm just looking at the ball. If he's defending, he doesn't want to give any cue to the bowler or the opposition fielders that he's going to go for it. So he doesn't want to be predictable. He always wants to be unpredictable, and that's why he never decides that this is the ball I'm going for.
Apart from the second ball of his innings. But then he didn't do it today.
Yeah.
Stokes in. This is pushed again square of the wicket off the front foot by Jadeja. Out into the offside. It's picked up a sort of gully position, so they'll just get the 1 for it. As Fielder Crawley had to move round. 243 for 5. 68 overs gone. Jadeja has 13. Gill 77. Stokes with 1 for 52. How many overs in this spell from Stokes, Andy?
3,
so he might have another couple with him in him. It's going to be Drinks. Drinks is always late or later in the final session because we always go the full hog out to 6:30. And at Drinks, India, I think they'll be a trifle disappointed with the scoreline as it stands. The difference between where they are here and where they were at Headingley is that They've still got Washington Sundar to come in next.
But they will be a little bit more worried compared to the last game because their lower middle order hasn't contributed in the last couple of innings. Now Washington, he can bat, but at the same time, if you don't get 450 on this pitch, if you are getting bowled out for 350, 400, as a batting unit, you will be disappointed because they know that England can chase 370, 400 in the fourth innings.
And there's no Bumrah.
Yeah, and Bumrah is not going to be available. I mean, he's not playing this game, so there's more pressure on the young seamers. Akashdeep, he has played enough cricket, but at the same time, he's playing here for the first time. Siraj is experienced, but Rashid, he didn't bowl well in the first test match. Second innings, he was a lot better. He's improving. But when you are a young bowling unit, there's a lot of pressure, and they know that pitches are a lot better now. So if they don't bowl well, if they don't pick wickets, this England batting lineup, they can score runs at a decent strike rate.
Well, the captain himself is playing a fine knock, Shubman Gill, unbeaten on 77, not really looked in too much trouble despite the plans that have been hatched for him off 160 balls. And if you want to watch clips of the action, you can on the BBC Sport website and app, as well as all the text updates that you can find there. And today at the test is on BBC4 and BBC iPlayer from 7 p.m. And you can watch highlights of last night's Women's T20 on the BBC iPlayer, in which India's women took a 2-0 lead in the 5-match T20 series with another convincing victory. You mentioned a little bit earlier that Rishabh Pant likes to chat. You always, I might be completely wrong here, but you struck me as the kind of guy who liked to be slightly in a bubble when you were batting. So could that be a trifle irksome, having somebody wanting to chat the whole time, and you just want to,
So I always tell him that when I'm on strike, I'm not going to talk much. So he walks in from the non-strikers end, and he will try and tell me a few things, and I'll always go and tell him that I don't need any feedback. I know what I'm doing. I know what the bowler is trying to do. But if you pick up something, you just tell me in between the over. I don't mind chatting in between the over, but I don't want to talk much while I'm batting. If he needs any feedback, I don't mind giving it from the non-strikers end. So if I'm not facing any deliveries, I don't mind. So he needs a lot of feedback when he's batting, and I don't mind giving it if I'm at the non-strikers.
So what sort of feedback we're doing? Is he sort of asking about which way the seam is trying to make it go and that sort of stuff?
Yeah. Firstly, he wants to know where the bowler's line is, whether it's fourth stump, fifth stump, whether the bowler is trying to bowl in the stumps. If an off-spinner is bowling against him, whether most of his deliveries are finishing in the stumps, whether it's finishing outside the off-stump. If the ball is pitched up, whether he played well on the front foot, whether he can back of the length deliveries, whether he needs to play on the front foot or the back foot, if he has made the right decision. It's not every ball, but when he thinks that he's not batting well, or if he's not moving his feet well, that's when he needs the feedback. When he's set, he knows what he's doing, but there are times where when he walks into bat, that's when he needs the most feedback. Yeah.
Interesting. Trifle needy. I can understand that. The players are almost ready to resume. 2:43 for 5, and it's going to be Bashir back in the attack. That feels about right, really, because there are 12 overs until a new ball might become available. And Stokes, if he wants to use it tonight, wants to have 2 bites of the cherry, will just need to speed things up a little bit here. It's been slow over rates throughout. England were bedevilled by that in the World Test Championship, of course.
Yeah, they wouldn't want to lose points because of the slow over rate.
No, I mean, in some part, we're waiting here for the Indian batters to be ready. So it's a very complicated arrangement. It's always a bit opaque, isn't it? The scorers always keeping a little eye on stopwatches and whatnot.
But you do get allowance for if the batters are not ready. You still do get allowance. But it's from the fielding point of view. I think even in the last test match, they were slow with the over rate, and I'm sure they must be having a chat about it.
It's time for a change. Jonathan Agnews going to come and replace me.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I'm sure they are, because they lost so many points deducted from the last round of the World Test Championship. They need to bowl their overs more quickly. Bashir finally gets underway. Again, hit on the pad here. There's an appeal flag before wickets, given not out, as they all have been today. Today just leaning on his bat, as if to say, come on then, you review it if you're that confident. Did run on. It seemed to hit the pad a little sooner than he expected. Ben Stokes still Conferring 3, 2, 1. He's got to get a move on. No, timed out. I think the thought there was it might have struck him outside the line of the off stump.
Or was it going down the leg because he's creating that angle where it didn't spin enough? Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, might be missing leg stump.
Didn't feel out, did it, looking at that replay?
No.
So no review taken. 2:43 for 5. Slip there. Bashir moves in, bowls. Jadeja gets creeping away off an edge down a short, fine leg. But there's no run. I thought Bashir's dismissal of punt was extraordinarily brave.
It was.
I mean, it really was a really good piece of bowling.
Oh, it was umpire's call.
Yes, that last WW. Grazing leg stump. So a fair decision by the umpire there. 2:43 for 5. England, to be fair, have had quite a lot of umpire's calls today. Virtually every LB that they've had is the next one tucked away. Just a gentle pace. They're taking a single there to Stokes. That's good batting. 2:44 for 5. But to toss the ball up with that short boundary to one of the biggest hitters in the game.
You need to have a lot of
brave.
courage. As a bowler,
Brave.
you need to have a lot of courage to do that.
That could have gone straight into the stands.
Yeah, but that's the best part about the way England is playing now, because they've found the right balance, but when they are bowling, they are attacking.
Yeah.
And they're looking to pick wickets.
The pressure always seems to be on the opposition when England are bowling at the moment. Gill at the moment, though, standing resilient, 77 not out, and Bashir bowls to him. He tucks that away to the fielder at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Beautiful afternoon here at Edgbaston. It's not nearly as hot as it has been, and the sun's shining. A few clouds, but lots of blue sky. Very happy crowd. They've had a good day. Bashir from the far end bowls. Flatter again. Gill tucks him to mid-wicket. And they've got plenty of cricket left.
Do you find this weather to be very hot, or?
I find this to be very pleasant.
Pleasant.
Well, yes, this will do me. I didn't like the 32 very much.
Yeah.
We had a few of those while you were back at home in your monsoon.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't fancy a monsoon either, to be honest. This is Bashir again, who fields that, scuttling across to pick it up. No run. 2:44 for 5. Did it rain when you were at home? Did it pour down?
Yeah, it did. Well, on a couple of days. Yeah.
Big rain.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. But it wasn't bad. I love monsoon because it's just 4 months in a year in India.
Yes.
And I love monsoon because other 8 months you always see the sun.
Yeah,
so
I
you don't
understand.
mind that.
Bit different. So where do you live? Remind me.
I live in Rajkot, which is
Rajkot.
close to Ahmedabad.
Yeah, I know Rajkot.
Yeah.
We've been there a few times.
It's a small town.
I saw Yuvraj Singh score an incredible 100 against England in the one-day international.
I remember that innings.
On the old ground.
He had some back injury.
He did.
Yeah, and he ended up scoring a brilliant 100.
He did. It was on the old grounds, a very small ground.
Yeah, small ground.
Yes, I remember that very well.
Flat pitch. I've scored a lot of runs on that pitch.
I'll bet you have, yes. No, he hammered England that day. Rajkot, yes.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to start my first class cricket on that ground, on that pitch.
Did you play? So we had a test match in Rajkot, I think, on our last but one tour.
That was 2017.
You probably played there, yes.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
That was first ever test match.
On that ground?
On that ground.
Aha, there we go. 2:44 for 5. In goes Stokes. Bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from Jadeja, who leaves it with a bit of a swish. So I'd imagine actually the monsoon, it must get, I mean, India is quite dusty, isn't it? It's hot, especially Rajkot. There's a very dry state, isn't it? Good, lots of dry areas, desert. Just to get rid of all the dust with the rain falling must be really nice.
Yeah, and the weather, the temperature drops down.
Right.
It's about 20-25 degrees when it starts raining. So it's very pleasant.
Yeah, lovely. 2:44 for 5. There goes Stokes bowls, and that's ignored by Jadeja. Because when it doesn't rain very much, we were in Alice Springs one time where it hadn't rained for, I don't know, about 3 years or something. And the little bus tour going round, and it started to rain. And the driver said to us, I'm going to drop you off early now at the train. I'm going home. I'm going to sit on my veranda in the rain and have a beer. And he just got his beer and he sat there in the rain on his veranda. It hadn't rained for, about 2 years or something ridiculous. Just to feel the rain.
Yeah.
244 for 5. Stokes. Round the wicket, bowls. Jadeja taps that away. Runs up to mid-off, and there's no run.
But you don't need that here, do you?
We don't need that here, Jadeja, you're right. But there's something beautiful about coming back home to England when your aeroplane inevitably descends through the low cloud, coming into Heathrow or Gatwick, and it's all green. Yeah. That's very nice.
It is.
Often places you go in the world, it's not all green, is it? But here, it's home. Green fields, green hedges. 244 for 5, 2 slips, gully. Goes Stokes bowls, and that's nicely played by Jadeja into the offside. Again, he's stealing a single. He's always very busy. Likes to keep that scoreboard ticking along. 245 for 5. In fact, Rajkot, that game, I think, was Stuart Broad's 100th Test match.
Was it?
Was it?
I don't know.
It was on that tour. Because he came, we were staying in a hotel at Rajkot, and he came and he joined us for dinner. And I think it was his 100th Test, but I might be a test out. Because actually, I think I interviewed him at that very nice ground next to the Wankhede, the old place.
Yeah, the CCI club.
Correct. This is tucked away off his hip this time, down to deep backward square leg. And they're going to take a single. 246 for 5.
The Rajkot Test of 2016 was Broad's 100.
Get in.
Oh,
get in.
That's spot on.
Yes. There we are.
Can we look at the scorecard, please?
No, we don't.
Who scored runs now?
I don't remember the game at all, Jadeja. I'm very sorry. Go on. How many did he get? How long did he bat for?
Just the 297 minutes. That was quite short for you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
124.
Oh, well played. Stokes round the wicket, bowls. That's forced away off the back foot. Jadeja looking to pierce the gap, but can't beat the extra cover fielder. Go on, I can't remember the game now.
It was the game in which 2 high-scoring first innings, 5-3 700s for Root, Moeen Ali and Stokes. Murali Vijay and Cheteshwar scored centuries for India. They made 488. England 260 for 3. Cook and Hamid had a big opening stand. Hamid made 82.
Yes.
Cook 130, and India were 172 for 6 in second innings. Brief period when England looked like they were with a chance of victory as a few early wickets fell.
Is that we went to Ahmedabad afterwards and Hamid broke his finger? Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
It's the 3rd Test, I think.
Yeah.
Third Test.
Yeah, this was Rajkot was the first Test.
And then after that, I think we went to, was it Kolkata or Mumbai? No, it was Ranchi, I remember. Yeah. Not even Ranchi, sorry.
No, it wasn't.
It was Vizag. Visakhapatnam.
It was Vizag.
Yeah, Visakhapatnam.
Down to the seaside, yes.
Yeah.
So it's tucked away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. That's right. And actually, that's a nice. I liked Vizag. Oh, memories. You need a bit of a spur, and then the memories come. You need something. This reminds you. The most memorable thing about Visakhapatnam, that game, the dog ran on the field. And it ran into, first of all, the England dressing room, came out and then ran into the Indian dressing room and ran off. It went all over the field. It went berserk. There's Bashir bowling, tucked away out to mid-wicket. And there's no run. There's something strange with the devaluing of the Indian currency, I seem to recall, because we had to queue up with a few meagre rupees that we had on our BBC expenses and go to a bank and cash them in, and you got sort of half like they were actually worth, or something like that happened. Do you remember all that? It was like the Indian currency was devalued. Something happened with cash. It's tucked away out to mid-wicket, going through for a quick single. Dribbles away out to square leg, and they take one more run.
I think it was done with very little warning.
No warning whatsoever.
2 or 3 days warning.
In fact, I think we were having dinner in Rajkot when Prakash realised all the money he got stuffed under his mattress was worth about half what he thought it was. We had to go to. I remember queuing up in this bank of all things in Visakhapatnam, standing, and with a handful of rupees. If you didn't change them, they were worth nothing.
Yeah, at that time I think they stopped using 2,000 rupees note.
That was it.
Yep.
There's one pushed away out towards cover. He wants a single, sent back though there. Jadeja, rightly so. 247 for 5. Yes, that was it. There was a fairly panic-stricken, wasn't it? The whole country went, oh crikey.
Yeah, just for a brief little period of time.
Yes.
But after that, things settled down. There was a reason behind it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bashir again, tossed up once more. Jadeja sweeps. Runs down to backward square leg. He couldn't use ATMs. Yes, it's all a bit of a crisis. There we go. Anyway, well played at Rajkot, Jiteshwar. I'm glad you brought that one up.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow. 2:47 for 5. Jadeja on 15. They've got an hour of play to go with the extra half hour to be added. New ball due in 10 overs as Bashir bowls. Jadeja nudges it away towards mid-on. And that's the end of the over. Michael performs on time, but I'm leaving you, Michael. I'm sorry, I've not seen much of it.
I was going to ask, have you brought the jacket this week?
I have. Not wearing it today.
Will it make an appearance?
Today, from top to bottom, Dandy Designs Limited, Lahore.
Is that right?
Yeah,
the shirt as
Most of the buttons are still on this one. They're not on the other one. I went in the washing machine once and they came off. But anyway, no, this is Dandy. What do you think?
And did he run out of material for the trousers?
They're a bit short, aren't they? Look, a few adjustments and I'll be all right, okay? 2:47 for 5. Who's coming in here?
Well, you better stay, Agus. No one wants to come on air.
Actually, I'm not finished yet. After all that.
Just quickly, at the start of Ben Stokes' previous over, I think the umpires issued an official warning for time, excessive time taken between overs. I think it was the first.
Right. I'll keep an eye on that. Here's Stokes bowling, a thick edge. All bounces just in front of second slip.
So I think that was the first time warning.
Official
the
warning.
Second time warning, and the third one is a 5-run penalty.
Well, we've got 58 minutes of time left, and England have bowled 71 overs today.
Well, they complained about the over rate, and in fact, they got the rule changed as a result of all those penalties. Well, the 22 points or something they lost in the last round. They said we're going to do better, but they haven't. And Bashir's bowled, well, how many? He's certainly bowled 12 overs. Yeah. Stokes again kicks up his heels, and he bowls on the off stump. Gill picks up a single, nudging the ball square out to Duckett at point. 2:48 for 5. It's a great scene, though, isn't it? You know, a lovely summer's day and a summery crowd, bright colours. That noise getting a little louder.
I noticed the reception, Jofra Archer. From the Holly stand when he walked round with his the day clothes, 12th man, a few drinks. He walked round past the Hollies and he got a tremendous ovation from all the supporters in there. They'll be looking forward to seeing him bowl.
Stokes. This is forced away, and it's a brilliant piece of fielding there at cover. England's fielding has been very good today. Actually led by Stokes, but he's bowling there. But that's Cast, another of these fast bowlers who throws himself about.
That was you in the 80s, Aggers.
I think so.
Cover point, diving down, splitting your strides.
That would have been Ken Higgs fielding there, who'd have shouted, "Yours, kid," to the fielder behind him.
Yeah, it was good to see Jofra get that ovation.
Yeah.
It looks like he'll play at Lords, and maybe he said to someone that he'll play at the Lords.
So we've talked a lot about it, Michael, but does it feel like a gamble?
Well, it feels very modern of this England setup that they're going to play someone that's bowled 18 overs in 4 years in red ball cricket in a Test match. But it's the way that they go about their business. They believe he's done enough workload and the load of bowling in training and practice. The old schoolers like me and you, Aggers, will say, it's not quite the same as a game.
What surprises me is if that decision was taken by a coach who was a batsman, then I would sort of get it. You've not been out there for 2 days and bowled. Here's Stokes paddled away down to one of many in the leg side. They've gone short here, and it's 1 run. If it's a batsman, but Ben Stokes is involved in it. He knows what it's like to bowl. In fact, he said he was absolutely exhausted after Headingley in the field, I think, every day.
Well, the one thing that you can't get from bowling load, because you do your bowling loads at practice, which might take 2 hours, is fielding.
Yeah.
Standing in the field, just walking from fine leg to mid-on. The 90 overs in a day, but let's say 85, that's what England bowl every day, and you bowl 16, 17 of them. You've still got 68 overs that you've got to be on your feet.
Yep.
You can't just go like in practice and have a brew and have a shower.
You can't replicate it.
No,
and the fact you've got to go back the next day and do it again.
Well, the only way you can replicate is go and stand in a field for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Just walk around.
Yeah, walk around.
And then have a bowl and then do it again.
Yeah, exactly. No, I just hope they're not pushing him too quickly, that's all.
But I don't quite understand the negative, or why you wouldn't want to see him play at least one more 4-day game.
Stokes round the wicket, bowls, and Jadeja prods that away. Going for a quick single. Carse is there, and Gill runs his bat into his ground at the far end. 250 up.
But I will say, I think he's missed a good one here this week. This is a flat one. This is a road.
Yeah, England had chipped away, and they manage to do it, don't they? They just always feel as if they're just putting pressure on the opposition all the time.
Yeah, it's the captain and the way that he sets his fields. And look at this now. I mean, he's got a backstop.
Oh yes.
He hasn't got anyone down at 3. He's got a backstop, a fine leg. He's got a hovering fine leg wider. He's got a square leg on the boundary. He's got 2 mid wickets, a mid on, a gully.
Stokes runs in, bowls short. It has to be with this field. Oh, Smith can't gather it cleanly. It bounced a second time in front of him, so it does rather demonstrate how sluggish this pitch is. That was a proper bouncer.
I think the cat's listening in Spain. He's on his holiday. Phil. It's
about 50 degrees down there.
Yeah, it's a bit hot. He'll be coming back next week. He'll be red. He's going to be red.
Yeah, it was. It sounds. I mean, we've had some heat, but.
Oh, it was hot, wasn't it? The last few days. I was down in London over the weekend. Oh, it was warm.
That wouldn't be pleasant.
No, it wasn't.
It is now, though. It's lovely, and it's going to be a much fresher night for everybody too. So, a better night's sleep. 252 for 5. Bashir's going to continue from the city end. There's one out in the deep, but he's at mid-wicket rather than for the sweep shot at backward square leg. Bashir swings his arm, towers over the umpire, comes in and bowls, and Gill looking for a single there to long on, but it's intercepted.
I think that's right. Shoaib Bashir's got 4 wickets in this series. Is that right? I think all of them have been caught on the boundary.
That sounds right. Into thinking mentally through Headingley.
Okay, I think that's correct.
Bowls, it's tucked away into the leg side. They get their single this time. I was saying to Jadesha, I thought his bowl to Pant was extremely brave. Yeah, he really tossed it up, didn't he? With a very short boundary. Yeah. A big hitter. That's a brave ball.
Yeah, that's the one thing. I think he gets a nice drop on the ball. You know, he gets a nice dip, which is so important as a spinner. We saw from Jadeja last week. He just fired them in. There was no loop.
No. Yogi Bear's down there in the Hollies stand waving an England flag. That's pushed away by
He's a blast from the past, isn't he?
Yeah. He's just sat down again.
Whereabouts? At the far
bottom row. Yogi got up, waved his flag and sat down again.
Nice.
He couldn't come in fancy dress in 32 degrees.
No.
Unless he came as, I don't know, a pole dancer or something. But you couldn't come as Yogi Bear in 32 degrees. Well, Tarzan or something, you know. It depends on
when have you seen a pole dancer?
Well, I've never have, if I'm honest. Okay, we'll change that to a
Polish dancer.
A lifesaver.
Different thing, isn't it? The Warsaw Ballet, outstanding stuff.
That's exactly what
That's what you meant, isn't it, Aggers?
It could come as a streaker, I suppose.
Well,
there in the stand.
Yeah, that's one way of staying cool.
Bashir bowls, steady forward. Rolls away just a couple of feet.
Just sort of again on that Bashir wicket, just to repeat what I said a little while ago, I think while you were doing the TV, it was his slowest ball of the day by almost 2 miles an hour, and the second slowest wicket-taking ball by an England bowler this decade.
That's remarkable.
It is.
Well, who bowled the slowest one then?
Sure. Tossing it, another slow one. This one's gone though. It did toss through his head for 6. In fact, it's bounced just in front. 4. Jadeja's eyes lit up. And that was again that was 47.
I'm intrigued to know who's bowled the slowest.
Well, it was Matt Parkinson's 1 Test wicket. He came in as a concussion replacement for Jack Leach in the first Stokes-McCullum Test against New Zealand at Lords in 2022. His 1 wicket was Tim Southey. It was 43 miles an hour.
Oof. Probably wasn't 43 miles an hour it left the bat, I wouldn't think, knowing Southey. There's Bashir. And another one is nudged away into the leg side. So it's 2:58 for 5. There are 7 overs to go until the new ball. There's 50 minutes of play left today.
Are the shoes dandy as well?
No, they're not. I shall see you later. 2:58 for 5. Prakash is coming in here. After you, Michael.
Yeah, India just trying to win back the session. Those 2 wickets were not the start that they wanted to this last session, but this partnership's moving it along quite nicely. It's so important that you always looking to score. The rate at 3.53 is a rate that England will be happy with the way that they've bowled. They've just chipped away at the right times, getting a wicket, 5 wickets on day one. Go back to Headingley. Day one, England got 3. And India ended the day, 330 was it? 330 odd for 3. After day one, there were 430 for 3 at one stage, and England still won that game. So England will be very pleased with their work so far.
A change in bowling. Josh Tongue is back into the attack. His first 10 overs costing him 52. Still searching for his first wicket, but as Michael just said, England have picked up 5. Jadeja on strike. 2 slips. In goes Tongue, bowls. Jadeja comes forward, pushes on the offside. 22 is Jadeja of 37. Gill is 82 of 173 balls, playing a very watchful innings. Went through a really tough time to start with, weathered that storm, and is sort of holding this innings together, one feels. 258 for 5.
Yeah, he's a fighter, isn't he, Jadeja? He's a scrappy cricketer.
Tongue bowls, and this one's on his pads. He turns it around to square leg. He'll pick up a run.
Yeah, how many test hundreds has he got, Jadeja? Let me have a look at my little stack. The Andy Zoltz numbers on my... He's got 4 test match centuries. Pretty good effort. Average of 34.7.
Yeah, his overseas average in recent times hasn't been great. I'm sure Andy will confirm that. In India, of course, is always a handful, and particularly with the ball. I thought he didn't bowl really well in that 4th innings at Headingley. A lot was expected of him. Tongue now to bowl to Gill. Over the wicket for the right-hander. Zaini bowls and Gill defends. Do you reckon there's a bit of uneven bounce, Michael, or is that too early to call?
Oh, I think if you look at the first 2 dismissals, KR Hull got a little bit of bounce. Chris Wokes off a decent length, the one that did Karen there. Bradley Cost, that certainly bounced off a length. But this pitch will play true. It's going to be a beauty. It still is. One of the best batting surfaces in the UK. The odd ball, that last ball nipped back slightly, but it's so slow. I see the only way, if the clouds come in, and I'm not sure what they're forecasting, you can get a bit of swing here. And obviously, if the footholes start to be created, you can get some spin here. And that's what India will be hoping for.
Tongue is up past the umpire, balls to Gill, angled in, pushed up to mid-off, no run. 259 for 5.
But for India, it's so important that the captain's there overnight. If that's the remaining 47 minutes, he'll probably reach his 100. And if he's 100 not out overnight, India will be in a decent position. You've always got to look back at that first test at Headingley, and yes, England chased down and ended up winning quite nicely. But if India can catch and field well, I think against England, you will create chances because it's the way they play. They play so expansively at times.
Tongue into Gill. Gill lets it go outside the off stump.
But you've just got to field well, catch, take your chances, and then anything's possible.
We talk a lot about Pant's way of batting. It seemed uncharacteristic of him today. Yes, one understands he probably wanted to play with more responsibility, but can't remember the last time that Rishabh Pant got a 45, 46 ball 25. Here's Tongue into Gill. Once again defended, short extra cover, no run. You almost feel that he was forced into that sort of a position and then finally hold out. He would have backed himself 9.5 times out of 10 to clear the boundary there. But very good bowling indeed by Bashir. He's really been, I think, one of the bowlers, from my perspective, Michael, who's probably doesn't have that big name and that reputation yet. He's only relatively new in Test match cricket, but he's bowled really well at Headingley and here.
Yeah, he has, yeah. England They're trying to develop a pool of bowlers. No Mark Wood, no Jofra Archer at the minute. Ollie Stone's got an injury, so there's a number of kind of the pace options that are not available at the minute because of injury. So you try and build up your pool of bowlers. And that's what England want to try and do throughout the summer, and then arrive in Australia with a pack, a cartel,
a hunting pack.
Yeah.
Well, Bashir starts a fresh over. Jadeja on strike, lone slip. Comes in bowl. Jadeja's down the wicket and he hits it firmly, but smartly fielded. Oh, in fact, just a little bit of a fumble. They're thinking of the second run just as well that Gill sends Jadeja back.
He gets a good hand on that, Bashir, because that was hit hard. I reckon if he doesn't get a hand on it, that's going straight down the ground for 4. Then it's a good stop at mid-on.
260 now with that single. Backward point, sweeper cover, extra cover, mid-off, slightly wide. Bashir bowls. Gill pushes on the offside. Jadeja is like a cat on a hot tin roof. He really is somebody. Every time he plays a stroke, he's 3 steps down the crease, and if you haven't played enough with him, always get dragged out of your crease as well. On the onside, man on the boundary at long on, man on the boundary at deep mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket, a leg slip, and a man on 45. Bashir in, bowls. Gill pushes it up the ground of the back foot. He'll amble across for a single. 260.
There's nothing there for the spinner.
And yet to have bowled.
Nothing. He's bowled nicely, held an end, and he's got the key wicket of Rishabh Pant, but there's absolutely nothing there.
It's the 50 partnership in 12.5 overs.
50 overs and 50 run partnership, Andy tells us, of 12.5 overs. Run rate just nudging 3.5.
See, that was nice bowling there, just a bit slower and wider, trying to get Jadeja to play the big drive.
Here he is again, tall, slim figure, and Jadeja defends. .261 for 5 in the 75th over. 5 overs after this before the new balls available. And really, if you look back on the 5 wickets that India have lost so far, Jadeja waits for Bashir, who bowls this one quicker. Turned away square for a single. 262 for 5. Yashasvi Jaiswal, after doing all the hard work, didn't really make his early luck count. Played a shot literally without moving his feet. Chased a wide one, was caught behind. And then Rishabh Pant, of course, no doubt will get his share of criticism, but that's the way he plays. As I said, most times he would have cleared that boundary. On this occasion, it didn't happen. Karun Nair looked very assured for the while that he was there and got a real brute of a delivery, fending it off, caught off the glove. KL Rahul early on played on because he plays in that peculiar style. And of course, Nitish Reddy just misjudged the line, shouldered arms to be bowled. Those are the 5 Indian wickets to have fallen today. Jadeja now settles and waits the start of a fresh over from Josh Dunn. Goes away from us, wide of the crease. Bowls. Jadeja comes forward, pushes defensively back. No run.
It's funny actually with India's selection this week, where they've kind of really packed the batting on the back of what they looked at Headingley and thought, oh, we collapsed too quickly. Well, I thought the first innings collapse at Headingley was almost like, oh, we feel we've probably got enough, so we just play a few shots. And probably the same happened in the second innings.
Yeah, second innings they were sort of, you could make out even the 2 batsmen out there at the time when Jadeja was batting with the tail. Didn't seem to really know what they wanted to do. There's Tongue. Bowls and left alone.
Well, there was just no game awareness from the tail that Jadeja was at the other end. You just block. You give the strike to Jadeja. He can strike a ball. Strikes a ball a long way when he's really set. So it's peculiar really that India have come here thinking that they need to pack the batting.
This is where the whole ultra defensive thing gets into the mind, isn't it? It's not like you're going to say, okay, I'm going to bat with 8, bat till number 8, counting Washington Sundar as a batter, and say, I'm going to play safe, I want to save the game. You've already lost it in your mind in that scenario. There's Tongue in, bowls. Jadeja pushes nicely off the back foot, times it sweetly. Ball's running away. I don't think Stokes is going to get to it. Beautifully timed, 266 for 5.
Saurav Ganguly is here today, and that was a Ganguly style shot, just decent length. It's not a bad ball, he just leans on it, just kind of a punch through that vacant space, that extra cover. It's perfectly timed. Again, just an indication of how good a pitch it is.
Yeah, I think Gautam Gambhir is going to cop a fair bit in the press tomorrow morning for sure, coming from India.
He's going to cop it, is he?
Oh yeah, they're going to go after him. I can tell you. Even the conversations in the press room are
pencils are being sharpened, are they?
Not that it'll make any difference. Tongue bowls and Jadeja defends on the offside. They'll take a run.
Well, they have lost 7 in 9 Test matches.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I guess with the amount of pressure that comes from being the Indian coach, you know, the white ball team have done so well, whether it's the Champions Trophy, the T20 World Cup, obviously final in the last World Cup. They were outstanding in the last World Cup until that final.
Final, yes.
That one game. But the white ball team are exceptional. Whereas you look at the amount of cricketers in India. And I look back to that series against New Zealand when they lost 3-0 at home. I mean, losing in Australia, I get that. You know, the Aussies played some good cricket. They competed with that fantastic win in the first test, and I guess if Bumrah had stayed fit for the second innings in Sydney, it could have been a different story. It could have been a 2-2 series, but the test team are, I guess, the focus. And with that focus, there's a bit of a delay. There's something not quite right behind the bowler's arm, and the two batters are speaking to Dean Gaffney, the umpire. I don't know, we haven't had a picture on the screen of what's happened or what's happening behind the bowler's arm, but something's stopping the day's play.
Something below us.
Well, it doesn't look any difference to what we've had all day, but there's clearly a door opened or something not quite right. Yeah, so I guess it's that pressure, isn't it, from being the Indian coach, and you can do well in one format, you can do well in the second format, but if there's one format that's not right, you get a lot of questions. I just look at the roles. I mean, I know Baz McCullum's taken on the role of T20, 50 overs and Test match cricket. It's such a hard job to do everything. There's so many days now that you have to focus on as an international coach.
Hold up and play. Whatever it is that umpire Gaffney has heard from Gill, he's trying to put it right, but it hasn't yet happened. I think it's talking about the fact that the advertising boards, which are now these electronic ones, are bothering him. Sun's just slipped behind some cloud. No stretch of imagination, anything bad light or anything of that sort.
Danny Rubin, he's coming down, he'll sort it. I see him coming down the steps, look. The media officer of the England side. And they're going to carry on. I don't quite know whether we've got. Maybe they're still there, isn't it?
Yep. Well, Gill waits. Tongue is in, bowls, and he pulls it away nicely. That's Shubman Gill. Chase on the boundary there, and Duckett does well in the end. I think he just pulled it in.
It's just whether his legs are on the boundary foam. Sponsorship kind of triangular things that we have at the grounds these days. Do his legs? I think he does well. I think his legs avoid the foam.
Yeah, he's kept them in, hasn't he?
Jeez, that's a good effort. He kind of flicks his legs up just beyond them as he's flicking the ball back. That's a
great awareness.
Piece of skill.
Umpire just waiting for confirmation, and they've seen what we saw. So 2 more to the total, 269 now for 5. And Tongue goes back into his... On the pad there, worked away to square leg. He'll take 1. Will Gill 270 for 5 now. 76 overs have now been bowled. And the other big question really is about Jasprit Bumrah. Was it his decision? Was it a decision that was pre-taken, so to speak? And Shubman Gill's now got the physio out, working on his lower back, I think it is. The cramp, is it something that's...
Is it me, or is it the modern game that you... I mean, Test cricket's been played for a long time. I don't recollect so many stoppages for batters. And this kind of scenario where the batter lies on the floor and the fist comes on and starts pressing the back. I mean, has batting got harder these days on the ball? It seems to happen a lot. I mean, these guys are meant to be fit. New ball available in 4 overs, so what have we got? We've got 35 minutes left in the day's play. We've had 76 overs so far.
10 short, 11 short.
In the last test, I made it on days 1 to 4 that we lost 35 overs unbowled due to delays in play and over rates, which could have been the difference between the game being won or lost or drawn. You know, had India made another 50 runs, that would have prevented a result in the game.
Well, we bowled 90 overs on the last day. I'd make it very simple. Just you have to bowl the overs.
Yeah, as long as it takes.
We have to bowl them on the 5th day because they say, they don't want any time wasting. We seem to get a lot of time wasted on days 1, 2, 3 and 4. So just bowl the overs.
Yeah, especially
I reckon
here.
the over rate would be a bit quicker if you knew you had to bowl the 90 overs. I reckon.
And also, I think, Michael, especially in places like England where the light is so good till so late in the evening, there really shouldn't be a problem to bowl those overs. But Gill is still being attended to, and I think the umpires actually just need to have probably a little more leeway. I know this is the 3rd stretch position for the Indian captain.
Well, if he can't bat on, he's got to go off. It's as simple as that. You can't take so much time out of the game. I mean, if you're injured, you're injured. You've got to leave the field.
He's now getting the boos, and well, he might.
But I don't know what the absolute rules are from the umpires of how long a batter gets. And did you know?
I don't, but my suggestion for over rates is that the umpires should be fined, not the players. And then I think they'd set a better pace of play.
Yeah, everyone should get fined.
Yeah. Commentators, spectators.
Look, this stage, someone should be on there with a truck and just taking him off. It's been long enough. One of those little golf carts.
Yeah.
Yogi Bear in the terrace and Holly's there. He's not happy. He's shaking his head. And this will be 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah, this easily. Yeah, I think it was 54 or 53, so it's at least been 5.5 minutes. And now he's getting a drink. Is Shubman Gill?
Yeah, why not? Have a banana, have a yogurt. I mean, we keep saying the spectacle of Test cricket in this last year. It's fantastic, isn't it? It's a great product, and but come on,
You've got to take all these things out. Absolutely,
it can be better.
Well, looks like we might finally have a resumption of play. Shubman Gill has got all his gear back on. Jadeja's moving to the non-striker's end, and the fielders are in position. They've actually been in position for a while, waiting for this, whatever you call it, medical treatment interruption, for lack of a better phrase. Bashir over the wicket to Shubman Gill. 270 for 5. Bashir is in. Bowls, and Gill defends on the onside to short mid-wicket. Root fields.
Well, he's just got to try and fight for his team. Here's Shubman Gill. If he is struggling, just the half an hour to see his team through to stumps.
Bashiri up again, bowls quicker through the air, driven through or flicked rather off his pads through the onside down to deep mid wicket for a single. 271 for 5.
Well, he can get 13 more runs and gets to another 100. Not bad, 2 in 2. As the skipper.
Well, at least, and it's early probably to say, it's very early in his career, only his 2nd Test match, but if he does get big runs through the series, at least he will have put that part of his cricketing career back on track. Bashir to Jadeja. Jadeja pushes off the back foot, won't get a run. Because his overseas average before this series began was not very good.
Well, his Test average before the series was 35.
Yep.
And he's a lot better player than that.
and even worse overseas. Hadn't really got any runs worth talking about. 271 for 5. Here's Bashir into Jadeja. Jadeja lofts this one, and it'll go a couple of bounces out to the extra cover boundary for 4. We got hold of that, Jadeja, and that's the 77th over in progress. It's 275 for 5. And Jadeja now has moved up to 34. And India 275 for 5. Good afternoon again, or good evening, should I say.
Good afternoon. Slightly slower ball there and capitalised on.
Bashir into Jadeja bowls. Jadeja turns it to 45. Won't get a run. Stays 275 for 5.
Are you disappearing?
Yeah, it's time for me after this ball to hand over to Simon Mann, who is standing by. Bashir about to bowl the last ball of what will be the 77th over of the day's play. Jadeja on strike. Here's Bashir in, he bowls. Jadeja defends, and that's the end of the over. So thoughts from Ebony just before Simon Mann takes over commentary duties.
Cheers, thanks. And Andy, what's this partnership developing into? It looks like it's...
This partnership is 65 from 15.2 over, so going at just over 4 and over.
Yeah, I think they've built quite nicely, actually. And the new ball brought 2 wickets. Well, I say new ball, the hardly fought for ball by the England boys, and then it's been a bit of a recovery. So going in the evening session with a bit of momentum, Simon.
Yep, they are battling hard, these two. They needed to as well. They were 211 for 5. Perilous position, really, on a decent pitch. Good conditions. His tongue going in, bowling to Gill, who plays into the onside across his front pad towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Shubman Gill, 13 away from another Test century. He's grounded out today. I mean, modern terms anyway, 184 balls. It's not that slow by ye olde days. These days I'm probably used to players going quicker to 100. KL Rahul was over 200 balls at Headingley for his 100. That was the slowest of the game by some distance. His tongue bowls, and Gill plays to mid-wicket again. And there is no running. They're looking to get to this new ball. So they will have an opportunity of a dart tonight with the new ball. It's probably going to be about 6:15 or 6:10 by the time we get there. I presume they're going to take it straight away. Chris Wokes will be in a 4th spell if he takes it. And then down to a slip, short extra cover. Gill waits, tongue bowls to him. Gill is forward, carefully playing towards extra cover, and there's no run. Well, after the start of the day when England won the toss and it was overcast, we had sunshine for most of the day. And it's been quite attritional cricket, hasn't it? Hard fought cricket, old fashioned in a way. 275 for 5. Here's Tongue going into bowl to Gill, and Gill back cuts down towards the deep third boundary, goes down quite fine. That's gone away for 4. Beautifully played, takes him into the 90s. And India's captain here has got the opportunity to go back-to-back hundreds in the first 2 Test matches of the series. 279 for 5.
In some ways, Josh Chung won't mind that too much. It was actually cut off the stumps, and he's seeing it well, but he's probing in the right areas. But Gill is been at the crease for some time now, able to play that nice and late.
Tongue tries again, bowls to Gill, who drives to mid-off. Picked up by Chris Wokes, and there's no run. Gill is such a stylish, disciplined, organised player. And I think he's got a vulnerability. Well, most batters have one, don't they? Or 2 or 3, depending on who you are. I think they can just nip one back into him and have him LBW. And they were targeting that area large parts of this innings. Tongue bowls outside the off stump, chopped away again by Gill towards deep backward point. Bashir is there. Gill takes the single. Is that the last ball of the over? Indeed it is. Gill to 92. And India to 280 for 5. hard to say at the moment how good this score is. It depends how many they add for the last 5.
Yeah, well, I think that new ball's going to be interesting for 2 reasons. Obviously, the England bowlers are going to want something that gives them a bit more impact, but also for the batters, the ball hasn't raced off the bat and off the outfield, so it might actually, if it doesn't do too much, give them a chance to just pick up a few more runs very quickly.
Bashir's going to bowl the 79th over. New ball 2 away then. Bashir bowls, Gill turns that into the onside, through forward square leg. They're off for 1, they don't come back for a second there, and they decide against it. Pope sending in the return. Gill wanted to come back, but it wasn't on. He goes to 93. Jadeja's playing a good hand here. He's 34 not out. 281 for 5. Washington Sundar to come, replacing Shardul Thakur at number 8, and Akash Deep, who has a test average of 8, in at 9. And then Siraj and Prasad Krishna. Bashir bowls. Jadeja defends. Goes to extra cover. There's no run there. India conscious of what happened at Headingley, where their lower order was swept aside. Got the chance here to bowl at the lower order with a new ball. India having piled on too many runs. Bashir to Jadeja, full delivery, dug out into the onside, through square leg for a single. 282 for 5. I feel as if we're waiting, aren't we? The next phase of the game, England just hustling through.
I mean, in some ways, India could think about trying to make the most of this ball, but it isn't coming off the bat very explosively. I want to get caught forcing.
There is a long on in, a deep mid-wicket with Gill on 93. Bashir bowls to him. Gill plays carefully back up the onside of the pitch, and Bashir goes to his right to pick up. There's no run. Bashir's in his 19th over. 1 for 64. At the wicket of Rishabh Pant. Back to his mark. Moves in again and bowls to Shubman Gill. Gill comes across his front pad there to a ball outside the off stump, flick it into the onside towards straight mid-wicket. There's no run. Last ball of Bashir's over. Gill looking for a single here. What do we think? On strike. Bashir bowls, and Gill does indeed get the single to get him on strike. He walks through, hits it up towards long on along the ground, and walks the non-striker's end. So Gill is on 94. He might think about taking it on if it's Bashir was bowling, but perhaps not a pace bowler. 1 hit away for another 100. 283 for 5.
Andy, over to you.
Just picking on what Prakash was saying about Gill's record outside Asia. So before this series, he'd averaged 25 in 13 tests outside his home continent. That was after a very good start. His debut series in Australia in 2020-21. Fantastic series that India won with a superb 4th innings chasing the deciding test in Brisbane. Gill made 91 in that innings and another 50 in that series. But in his 10 tests since then outside Asia, he'd failed even to reach 40. He'd scored just 300 runs, averaged 17.
Oh, here we go. There's a chance for Gill to take it on. Joe Root's into the attack. It's not going to be a pace bowler. First ball is turned away into the onside by Gill to mid-wicket. Root bowling round the wicket with a long on, deep forward square leg. 2 close catches on the onside. Root tosses that up. Gill flicks it away towards backward square leg. Bashir fields, and there's no run. Root trying to hustle through the over. He's ready to bowl. Gill's not ready to take strike. Poses himself now. 6 away from 100. Root bowls to him. Flat delivery. Gill pushes it away to Stokes at mid-wicket. Lobs it back to Root.
He's trying to get this done, isn't he?
Yeah. 10 past 6. Root bowls. Tossed up again, and it's an odd-looking shot there from Gill. There's a roar from the crowd. The ball balloons in the air. Trying to chip it into the onside. Went out towards Duckett and mid-wicket. Scuffing that one away. Root bowls. Swept away by Gill for 4. Goes down fine. Takes him to 98. There's 1 ball left in the over. And then it will be the new ball. He's 2 away from another 100.
Wasn't the best contact here, but equally it was down that leg side, so he was able just to use those wrists get enough pace generated to the boundary.
287 for 5. Last ball of the 80th. Gill, 98 not out. Sweeps again. Good contact. 4 to deep backward square leg. It's another Test 100 for Shubman Gill. 2 in 2 now. Gets a hug from Jadeja. And then raises his helmet and he's back to the crowd. It's been an innings of patience. Really valuable one for his team. And signalling all around the ground. And they're standing up all around Edgbaston as well to acknowledge a fine 100 from India's captain. He's done it again.
Real Test match innings from the captain there. In the last 100 he got the same sort of application, digging in 102 off 199. It just shows that he knows his team needs him just to hold things together to try and apply and get that top score. And really impressive. Waited early on and then has started to go through the gears. And he has a lot more to do. Good to see him stepping into captaincy so well.
It's his 7th Test 100, his second in consecutive tests. At the start of his Test captaincy career, 199 balls, that was his 11th four. He had 42 off 122, then 60 from his next 77 to reach 100, and he is the 9th visiting captain in a Test in England to score centuries in both the first and second tests of a series. Angelo Matthews did it in both tests of the 2014 series. He made hundreds. Graham Smith before that in 2003.
Right, new ball time. Has the new ball been taken? Chris Wokes is bowling. Goes into Jadeja. Jadeja stands up and forces that away towards cover. And there's no run. I was looking at results actually. I didn't see the umpire hold the ball up. New ball has been taken. Right.
Just to complete that list, Mohammad Azharuddin in the first 2 tests of 1990 for India, Bevan Congdon for New Zealand in 1973, the great Garfield Sobers for West Indies in 1966, Lindsay Hassett for Australia in 53, Alan Melville of South Africa in 1947, and Bradman in 1938 for Australia.
Wokes bowls to Jadeja. Jadeja turns it to mid-wicket. It's picked up by Bashir and there's no run.
So it's a fairly exclusive list of visiting captains with hundreds in the first 2 tests of a series in this country.
But quite an extensive list.
Well, I've squeezed it in between.
No, but I mean there are quite a lot who've done it.
Yeah, I guess. But so that's a 9 in the.
Because it's quite a rare feat, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, to score visiting captains scoring hundreds in the first 2 tests.
Yeah.
I mean, it takes a lot of doing. Gill's 102 not out. It's 292 for 5. Last 15 minutes of the day's play. England have taken the new ball. Desperate for one before the close. Wokes bowls. Jadeja comes easily forward onto the front foot and guides it up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Just look at the pace of that. That was 80 miles an hour from Wokes. He has been in the 80s today rather than the high 70s.
Am I going a little bit doolally, but was there a no ball? I feel like he's bowled 3 balls. But I can only see 2.
The second ball of the over was a no ball.
Okay. Thought I was going crazy. But I wasn't this time.
Here's Wokes. Bowling to Jadeja. Forward again, easing the ball away into the offside. Jadeja sets off Gill. Not interested. Loud shout of no. Squeaky no from Shubman Gill at the non-striker's end. The King Cody, Prince Gill, did another bow, didn't he, when he made his 100? He's just trying to keep his side in the series. That's a strange thing to say, actually, after the first day of the second test. But you lose the first one in that manner. It's that fear you might go under. Wokes bowls. Jadeja covers up to a straight ball, targeting the pad. Gets the bat down.
Yeah, it had all the makings, didn't it? Decent score in the first innings, Pant getting centuries, captain getting a century, and then to be knocked off with such ease. So they know they're up against it here against England.
Well, this is the problem for them here, isn't it? Is that you're thinking, well, how good is this? How good is 300 for 5? It's not too bad, but you just don't know with England. They come out and play lots of shots, and suddenly they're level in the game ahead of you in quick time. Someone moving behind the screen or someone positioned behind the sight screen at the far end. I think someone in a Dayglow jacket probably just needs to move to the left-hand side a bit.
That's a steward or security guard.
Yeah. And I think he's thinking, come on, who is it? Is it? Come on, someone must. Oh, it's me.
It's the security guard.
Yeah.
Oh, shocker.
Look to have moved though, does he? And Wokes is rolling in again to bowl to Jadeja outside the off stump. Nothing from Jadeja. Taken by Jamie Smith.
The first over hasn't felt threatening, really, has it? Not a huge amount of pace coming off the surface. Not seeing any movement. You might expect a little bit as the lacquer comes off, but it does feel quite flat.
Well, the umpire's signaling for someone to move, but nothing's happened, and the game's going to continue. Absolutely no one has moved at all, despite the gesticulation from the umpires. Almost just given up, I think. Has edged through the gully region. It's gone for 4. To the right of gully, it was in the air. If England had a very attacking field and 5 slips or 4 slips in the gully with no gaps, it might well have been caught. But as it was, Jadeja found the gap. 4 to him, takes him to 39, and India to 296 for 5. They were 211 for 5 when Nitish Kumar Reddy played no shot to Wokes and was bowled for 1 soon after Pant was caught on the long-on boundary by Crawley for 25. Jaiswal making 87 earlier, Rahul 2 and Kalanaya 31, batting at number 3. It's going to be Bryden Carse to bowl second over with a new ball, bowling from the pavilion end. And he's bowling to Gill. It's not a particularly attacking field with a new ball, although they are changing that now. Just had 2 slips, no gullies, or no gully, but now they are putting Ben Duckett in the gully. There's 3 men back on the boundary though. Fine leg, deep forward square leg, deep backward point, and here is Carse. Gill outside the off stump. Into away swing there, possibly from Carse. Nothing from Gill though. And lining that up, and then marching off towards square leg to compose himself. His goal. 13 more minutes batting.
Might take a little bit of encouragement. That last ball from Wokes that went through the slips, he just banged it a little bit more and got some bounce. And we saw earlier Carse hit Jaiswal a few times in the ribs. So this new ball, there might be a bit of venom.
Carson is 15th over, 1 for 38. Starts off again, passed on by Gaffney, into bowl to Gill. Gill turns that into the onside, should get 2 here towards deep mid-wicket. They're coming back for the second. Throws on its way to Smith at the base of the stumps. Not a great throw from Crawley out there. Yeah, he actually apologises there. Half volleyed Smith, the wicket-keeper. 298 for 5. Gill to 104. Carse getting his line quite right there. But 2 straight. Angling down the leg side, drifting down. 6-3 offside field. Trying to get it over a little bit, but you can see what they're trying to do with Gill on that front pad. Carse bowls an away swinger. That one does swing, but it swung very early on there, and it was wide.
Just got to find his rhythm here. He's had 2 quite wide of the off stump. One just drifting down the pads, and then one in a good spot. So I think he's just got to find that rhythm early on. If he can get that consistency, he's got the pace and he's got the bounce.
He bowled so well in Pakistan. And injured. And back this summer. That's an away swing, and that's edged by Gill over the slip corner for 4. He threw his hands at that one. It was a wide away swing, a very full. And it raced down to the boundary. India's 300 is up, 302 for 5, Gill to 108.
Ben Stokes was not happy there, and I think a few choice words came out, because this delivery that allowed them to get to 300 was an absolute gimme, wide, full, and Shubman Gill is not going to miss out when there's no third in place.
It was an unusual shot from Gill. It was almost to be lifted it over the slip cordon. That one's a tighter line from Carse. Gill still able to allow it to go. So it's almost as if it was a wide, full swinging delivery. It's chased it, but lifted it over gully. It went well over gully.
It's a bit of a scoop with the bottom hand. England don't want to waste this new ball here. We saw from Wokes in the last over, you get it right, get it in the right channel. There's a little bit of opportunity. Just got to find some consistency.
Moving towards a century partnership, these two. They're forcing their way back into the game. Cass to complete the over, bowls to Gill, straight ball turned into the onside, easy single. Well, not much threat there with the new ball so far, but they are bowling in a man who's 109 not out. 303 for 5. We've had 82 overs. To take to the close, it will be Daniel Norcross.
Thanks, Dan, coming in a moment. Yeah, interesting to see what will be a good score in this first innings, really. Washington Sundar has been added into the squad and the playing 11 today, so that gives them a little bit more depth for the final few wickets. So there is runs in the tank if they use it wisely. Where are you seeing a good number? It is a flat pitch.
Well, how is one supposed to calibrate these things anymore?
Well, you watched enough cricket, Dan.
Yeah, but everything is about 150 runs more than it used to be. So, I mean, this may sound flippant, but this feels like a 450 pitch to me.
Yeah, no, I think it's very hard to take wickets.
Fair? Yeah, it's
taking
hard.
20 wickets is going to be...
Well, you think of the 5 that have fallen today, and each of them in their own way have felt slightly surprising. Maybe not the first one, because Wokes was in the middle of a very good spell there when he got rid of KL Rahul, but otherwise, as Wokes starts a new over, that goes through with a nice carry through to Jamie Smith around about waist height. There's a bit of zip and nip still at the end of the day. It's Wokes maybe with some miles under his legs. That'd be a lesson after playing in the last games. Maybe he's just, now match fit. But yes, back to your point. I don't know. 450 to 470 odd. It feels as good a wicket as Headingley, doesn't it? Wouldn't you say?
I think there was a bit more in Headingley.
Perhaps, actually, on the first day. Wokes bowls again outside the off stump and shouldering arms. Is Gill again, it goes through at a good height. I think there was a bit more on the first day, wasn't there? But pitches at Edgbaston have got easier to bat. Whether you'd call them better as a result, I don't know. But they have got harder to prize wickets out the later on you go. So there's still lots and lots of work for England's bowlers to do. But India haven't got away from England today. 303 in the day. In the old days, that was quite a lot. This is pretty modest, actually, as Gill defends back to Wokes. Says no run should when Gill's got his slowest 100. Played very well. Jaiswal was the only one who's really consistently got on top of the bowling, wouldn't you say? When he had that little spurt before lunch.
He did, and he was taking on, even though he was targeted with a short ball, then started to make the most of some of those shots and was a bit more aggressive. It doesn't feel like the ball is racing off the bat today.
No. The outfield's not as quick as Headingley either, is it? Quite. No, where is? Slightly wide of the crease comes Wokes. This is pushed into the offside of the front foot. They go through for a quick single. This goes to the left of Bashir at mid-off. And they get through well enough, but they're still mentally sharp enough to look for singles. Gill, though, is wincing quite a bit. He's had a bit of treatment on his back. But look, I mean, we'll have to wait, as the usual adage goes, until we see both sides bat. And I don't know when we'll start seeing England bat.
Well, I suppose what we've seen in the previous game was wickets with the new ball. Doesn't feel quite that threat at the moment. Maybe they go a fraction fuller.
End of the day, and also quite lacquery ball, isn't it?
Take a while to come off.
Yeah. Wokes into Jadeja, who pushes forward slightly tentatively, but in a defensive manner up to Stokes at mid-off. And there is no run. 304 for 5. The score remains for England. It means that the ball will probably be in kind of perfect condition tomorrow, won't it? Because they'll have bowled 2 more after this. 5 overs with it. So then it'll start. That's the point of wickets.
I think that should go in a cricket terminology, lacquery ball.
Lacquery ball. Is that in your book?
It's not, but if you'd have told me this, it would have made it.
Well, you never asked. Wokes round the wicket to Jadeja. Down the leg side. It bounces just in front of a sprawling Jamie Smith. He prevents any buys. End of the over. 83 gone. We've got 5 minutes to go, which could be 2 overs. Again, it's not been a great over rate, but this time not all of that is the fault of England. England have been at fault for slow over rates in the past, but you'd have to say that India have also taken a little bit of time. Drinks seems to take a little bit longer. Shubman Gill's had some treatment, so there's a bit of. I think what they'll say is when they tot up the naughty boy stuff at the end that England weren't really 5 overs down, but probably like 2. Do you think?
Yeah, which you can handle that.
Cars is in, starting a new over, cut away, out towards the boundary. It should get there. I think, well, Field actually makes good ground away to his right. We're talking about, does a bit of a fumble out there, but we're talking about how the outfield's not as quick. At Headingley, that would have been 4.
That would have raced away.
Ollie Pope did get there, then nearly messed it up, but managed in the end to keep the scoring to 2.
I mean, that adds to what a good score is, you know. Obviously, it does feel like 450 is something that they'll need. It does make you think a new ball not racing away very quickly.
Mate, so you're thinking recalibrate down a touch?
Maybe, although the weather over the next few days is okay, isn't it?
Cars bowls to Gill, who defends a straight ball. It's been a feature of England's bowling today. Straight ball up to mid-on, no run. I mean, it's been a feature of their bowling to Shubman Gill.
Yeah.
They've targeted those pads.
But I feel after a few of those wickets in a row when they lost 2 quite quickly, there was a nervousness in some ways that they wouldn't get to 350. I feel 350 to 400 is always a bare minimum when you're under pressure. They look now to have recovered, be on the way.
And it's the end of a lengthy day, on a warm day as well. As Cars runs away from us. Was fallen. Forward comes Gill and defends along the ground up to mid-on. Again, his defence has been really solid. I think we saw a quick viz stat, 3.5% false shots today, which amounts to basically 7 false shots. Which is not a lot, is it, when you've been batting for nearly the entire day?
You've been batting all day.
Yeah.
Faced 200 plus balls.
I mean, there's concentration that has to go into that. It's been a really, really good knock from Shubman Gill. He's looked solid. England thought that it was exposing a bit of a weakness to the straight ball and playing around the pad. It hasn't come off that way. Cars is in, well left. That was tighter to the off stump. He got a good stride in, outside off stump, shouldering arms, and the ball had good carry through to the keeper. England, I think, will look back on the day and think they've been a little unlucky with some umpiring decisions. They've had 3 umpires call LBWs, none of which were given on field, which is perfectly reasonable because they're marginal calls. But on another day, at least one of them goes your way. The early one to Jaiswal could have made quite a difference from Wokes coming back in, which they referred, and it looked actually quite out in real time and on the replay, but then it's shown to be kissing the top of leg stump. Cars into Gill, who tucks a straight ball back of a length into the onside. And there's a big gap between mid-on and the fielder coming in from the boundary, so they get an easy single, 307 for 5. Gill to 113. There's 1 ball left to be bowled in this over, and there's 1 minute and 15 seconds until the close of play. Jadeja's doing a bit of gardening. I don't know if he can garden for 45 seconds. We'll see. He's giving it a good go.
I don't think he's getting away with it. 1 more. England are going to want just 1 more if they can.
And he's taken the glove off.
Oh,
putting it back on again.
needed.
It's ticked over to 29 minutes past. And this Cars is going to come round the wicket to Jadeja. 2 slips in a gully. He's in. And Jadeja tucks into the onside. Just gets the single. His mid-on's a little bit deep. And again, there's nobody at short mid-wicket. So they get a single to finish the over, 308 for 5, Jadeja to 40. It went straight to Wokes, who grabbed the ball, took off his cap, gave it to the umpire, and said, no, we're ready. And at 18, 29 and 38 seconds, the umpire at the bowler's end is ready. So we will get 1 more over.
Where did you get the seconds? What clock are you looking at?
The one right in front. The one we're supposed to use to determine when we come on and go off. Who we hand over to, Ebony.
End of a long day.
Is this a revelation to you?
Not just for the batters and bowlers out here. I was looking around the ground.
Right, Wokes to start the last over of the day. Jadeja waits and works his first ball, crosses pads to short mid-wicket straight to the fielder. There's no run. If they were thinking, I have no idea what a night watcher would look like at this stage. They'd probably just sent out Washington Sundar if a wicket had gone. But whoever can take their pads off, because if a wicket falls now, that's the close of play.
They can chill out.
I don't understand that, though.
What, you'd want them to come out for every single ball?
I think it's a peculiar thing that cricket does.
That once we've passed the time for an interval.
Yeah, just finish the over to start the over. Wokes is in. And strikes a bit of inside edge and pad, and he thought about a run that's not there. Bashir rushed in from short extra cover to field, and there's no run. 3:08 for 5. I just think it's a peculiarity that cricket's had without actually questioning itself.
I mean, in theory, actually, what does it make sense? It's a cricket thing. There's a lot of things in cricket that mostly don't make sense, but we've just done them for so long.
Yeah.
Why not finish it? It would be quite entertaining to finish the over.
Yes,
come out for 3 balls, 4 balls.
Wokes in again. This is well defended solidly by Jadeja, getting up on his toes a little bit to push back a length ball back to the bowler. 3 balls left in the day. Jadeja's batted well here with Gill, because when he came in, I know it was against an older ball, so it wasn't quite as testing. But you're going to keep your concentration. You play a loose shot there, and you expose Washington Sundar coming back into the side, bit of nerves. It's been a solid partnership, this. Partnership of 97. Wokes in. Again, worked into the onside, this time square of the wicket, so they're able to take an easy single. It was fallen on the pads. 3:09 for 5. Brings Gill on to strike. Andy.
Shubman Gill, with centuries in his first 2 tests as captain, has joined a pretty short list of players who've done that, and make it that he's the 7th player in Test history to have centuries in both his first and second tests as captain.
Andrew Strauss?
No.
Ronald Bradman?
No. A few names you might not have picked. I'll come to it after this ball, assuming there's no wicket.
Kevin Peterson. Wokes is into Gill, who gets forward and just nudges tentatively into the offside, finds Wokes at extra cover, no run.
Jackie McGlue of South Africa in the 50s in a series in England. Vijay Hazare for India post-war. Alistair Cook in Bangladesh when he took over from Strauss temporarily. Steve Smith for Australia. Sunil Gavaskar for India in the 70s, his first 2 tests as captain in separate series. And Virat Kohli, who had 2 centuries in his first test as captain and another in his second.
Good names. Last ball of the day. Here's Wokes. In to Gill, who advances slightly and then gets thick inside half of the bat and squirts away down to deep backward square leg, and they will get a single. Gill will finish on 114 from 216 balls. Jadeja 41. A very fine partnership for the 6th wicket. Has got India out of something of a hole when they lost a couple of quick ones. Jadeja 41. Gill 114, Cars finishes 1 for 49, Wokes with 2 wickets. The new ball, 5 overs old for England. They will, as usual, hope that a couple of quick wickets at the start of the day can make all the difference. But I don't know, it's a difficult day to call Ebony Rainford Brent. Not quite sure who will be the happier of the 2. I suspect India, but I don't think Stokes will mind too much either.
Yeah, I think from an England perspective, there was a danger that India could get away with 400 plus on this first day, and actually a few wickets in have kept them to a conservative score of around that 300 mark. Excellent from Shubman Gill, who aided that real foundation for them to still be in this position. But we haven't seen that sort of innings like we do normally from Punt taking it away or really stretching England from the game. So I think England will feel very much in it. They can find a way to eke out in the morning, and they're right back in it.
Well, I'm going to get out of the way because Jonathan Agnews arrived to chew the cud over what has been a cerebral day's cricket.
It has indeed. Thanks, Dan. 310 for 5 then, a partnership of 99. I think to India were 211 for 5. So they've certainly enjoyed the last part of the day. But yeah, it's been an interesting day. Very bright sunshine. We're going to chat to Chris Wokes shortly. He's had a pretty good day today. In fact, we'll have a look at the bowling figures while we're just waiting for everyone to gather themselves here. Wokes has taken 2 for 59 from 21 overs. Cast 1 for 49. Tongue wicketless today. Quite expensive too. 5 and over. 13 overs for 66. Ben Stokes 1 for 58 from the 15 overs he bowled. Shoaib Bashir, we'll talk about his bowling, particularly the dismissal of Rishabh Pant. 1 for 65 from 19 overs. Joe Root had an over for 8 runs. Thank you, Andy, very much indeed. So who've we got? We've got Michael Vaughan, Stephen Finn alongside me. Before we hear from Chris Wokes, I suspect we'll say it was England's day. What do you think, Michael, just as a nervous to where that sits?
Oh, I've enjoyed the day. I mean, it's a different day to what we saw at Headingley on the first day, where the ball seemed to fly everywhere. There's a bit more pace in the pitch in Leeds. This is a bit slower. A bit more attritional stuff's required, but India have fought, England have fought. I think England have bowled well enough to get 2 or 3 more wickets. The rub of the green, the umpire's call, has gone the way of India. A couple of edges could have gone to hand, it went into the gap. I guess pre-Bazball you'd be looking at this thing, England are in trouble. But post-Bazball you're looking at this thing, England have probably had a good day, and if they can restrict India to 425, 450, they'll fancy getting plenty. This is a flat wicket. There's not a lot there for the seamers. There's not a great deal there for the spinner, and unless the pitch cracks up, I think England will score plenty on it.
It is a bit mad to hear you speaking in those terms. Well, 420, all right, it's done pretty well. We put him in. I mean, normally back in the day, so well, put him in. Haven't got 4 wickets by lunch. It's a bad decision. But if you're suggesting we put him in bowling for 425,
I'm just looking at let's just look at the recent pass of the last 2 Test matches here in the UK that England have played against India. They chased down 378 and knocked them off 4 down here at Edgbaston in 2022, and last week 3 down it was actually. Andy's giving me the 3 fingers, 3 down, and obviously last week they chased down 370 and were 5 down. So England know how to win this way. It's just the old traditionalist in me thinks, the sun's shining and Ben's bowled again, surely eventually that will backfire, but they've got so much positivity about the way that they play, it probably won't.
I was thinking, Stephen, of some fast bowlers I can think of, and they're not too distant past, who, when the news filters through that they put India in today.
Well, I'm sat next to 2 of them.
what those old fast bowlers might have thought, because it is going against the grain, isn't it? It's going against the norm.
It is, and when you're sat here having played in previous dressing rooms or having played the game before, you turn up on a day like this, you see the pitch, yes, a little coverage of grass maybe, but hard underneath and dry. Everything in your brain is telling you to bat first, but he just has a hex or a spell over his players to make them believe that they can win from any situation. It's an amazing skill to have as a leader, and there is no one out there today that I would look at from afar and think they're not happy with this decision. It seems as though everyone buys into every decision he makes, and it's a great skill to have.
Yeah, and presumably, it's decided not at 10:30 this morning. It was decided yesterday or the day before. This is what we're going to do, and so everyone's actually prepared for that.
Yeah, I mean, there still has to be an element, and Vaughan would know as a captain, you turn up on you can see it as much as you want the day before the game, or have preconceived ideas about what it is, but you turn up as a captain on the morning of a game and think, right, this is a bat first day, this is a bowl first day. It does seem to be a little bit more predetermined in the way that Ben Stokes goes about it, but still you would imagine that this morning they'd have definitely said, right, we're going to have a bowl.
Yeah,
a few clouds in the sky.
I do think that it's Shubman Gill said he was going to have a bowl as well, which I'm staggered by when you're playing 2 spinners. Yes. I think this is the way that India can beat England, by batting first, and if they post 450, they've got to hope that footholes start to be created and a bit of spin comes into the game, and then Washington, Sundar and Jadeja will play a really important role for India. But you look back at the first Test match, let's be honest, India should have won that game.
Yes.
If they'd have held the chances, they probably would have won the game. So I think India are doing what is right for them to win the game of cricket. But, when you're up against Ben Stokes, and I saw him throughout the day, he has this knack, and I think he has a psychological edge on a few players, because he creates these fields and he creates this kind of this psyche around the way that he's kind of playing the game. And, you look at Rishabh Pant to get out in that fashion to Shoaib Bashir, I think it's right in saying, Andy, that it's the second slowest recorded delivery from an England bowler, Matt Parkinson being the slowest bowler to ever got a wicket for England. But to get that wicket and in that fashion, you kind of look at that and go, why was he so straight for that kind of one or two deliveries. Did they speak about that and just say, bowl a bit higher, a bit slower, we'll put him a bit straight, and guess what, I think Rishabh will take it on, and he fall into the trap.
And was it also a coincidence that the tallest man on the ground was fielding there as well? I mean, or did they put him there?
You just don't. Maybe I think he's such a clever captain, and he creates a lot of doubt in the batter's mind.
Yes. What about these boundaries? I mean, I've been talking about it a fair amount today, only because I've not.
Do you reckon you could hit a 6 here, Agnes?
Well, possibly. I mean, what do you think about it?
Well, I reckon I'd fancy my chances hitting a 6, and I plinked them around.
So why is it being done?
Well, I'm guessing to nullify the 2 spinners. England will fancy. What I will say is that in the modern era, if the ball's going for 6, it's going to go into the stands.
Yes.
And if you plink one, you're going to get caught on the edge. So it actually brings in the catch, probably more so. If the boundaries had been deeper, there's a chance that Rishabh may have got away with that, because it was plinked and it went straight to where Zach Crawley was.
Yes.
If it was the old school boundary, which was right to the digital hoardings, it might have bounced short. There was a couple bounced short, actually, on the pull shot. There was one down to fine leg, one at square leg. So I don't know if England have asked for it or whether it's just the way of Edgbaston these days. I'm not too sure, but they are rather small.
Yeah, 65 metres. So there's nothing longer than 65 metres, which is kind of the maximum size of a women's international boundary. That's, if people listening bear that in mind. And it's where it's particularly tight are those areas where spinners are likely to get hit. I'm talking good old cow corner, that sort of those mid-wicket, long-on areas where the spinners tend to get hit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure England they're very good at giving information. I'm sure they'll let us know if that's what they've asked for. But they're rather small this week.
What do you think, Steve?
Well, clearly, when we came here, all of us noticed it and thought, wow, they're in a long way from where they would usually be. I don't know, with the IPL being around, whether there's been a bit of inside information passed between the teams, because you've always got mates on the opposition to say, oh, we're probably playing 2 spinners or something. I don't know, but if you think too much about this stuff, though, it detracts your mind from what actually matters, and that's what happens on the 22 yards of the pitch. But there has to be a reason. I'm sure we'll find out at some stage.
We'll hear from Chris Wokes, hopefully.
You can ask him, I guess.
At some stage. I shall ask him. I thought before we got him on, we might, between us, decide on how he bowled today, because he got 0 for 100 at Headingley, and he's come back and bowled well here.
I thought he bowled a good spell in the second innings at Leeds.
Yes,
you could see he was starting to get his flow. I mean, we speak in a lot about Jofra Archer and the lack of bowling. He's probably going to play next week in the Test match. Chris Wokes is the kind of bowler that you think he needs bowling. And the more he bowls, the more he gets that little nip off the surface, and he had that throughout the day. And that last spell there, he could easily have got Jadeja out. It went into the gap, the edge. You'll know more, Finney and Aggers. I'm not too sure if there's something in his knees and his run. I've no idea, but he certainly had that little bit of nip
rhythm
today.
Yeah. It's a ground he knows.
Yeah, it's a ground he knows. He would have started at an end he's really familiar with. But I think you're right in the sense that a bowler like him wants to bowl and needs to bowl, and you can practice all you want in the nets. We talked about it with Jofra Archer and his injuries earlier in the day. You can practice all you want in the nets. You can go to first class cricket and practice all you want there. Nothing replicates the intensity of a day of test match bowling, and you have to have some degree of load of that in your legs to be able to then improve. And I think across the 3 innings of the series that we've seen so far, Chris Wokes has improved in each one. I thought it was excellent today. The couple of LBW umpires calls that he missed out on in the first session could have made those first 2 hours look very different than it did. So he led the attack, and that's what England want from him.
Do you know what I like? And also, I trust him as a bowler. Do you know when he goes upstairs, you know it's going to be very, very close.
Yes.
There's been a bowler that's been sat with us actually in here today. He's behind the Stuart Broad. I never trusted Stuart when he went upstairs.
No.
Chris Wokes, every time you go upstairs and he's bowling, you think this is going to be very, very close.
Yeah. Oh, he was excellent today, and he's. I mean, every team needs a Chris Wokes, really, don't they? Somebody who can throw the ball.
Mr. Dependable,
yeah. And he got a bit shirty today, didn't he? I mean, don't often see Chris Wokes grumping about, but he had a couple of umpires' calls. Then was it someone complained about movement behind was it Naya? I think there was a bit of movement behind the arm, and by Chris Wokes' standards, that was a bit angry, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the way to tick off a bowler, actually, is to make him run 30 metres to the crease and then pull out towards the back end of a 6-over spell. That's the way to make a fast bowler angry. But yeah, it takes a fair bit to tick off Chris Wokes.
Yeah. So let's talk about that Bashir delivery then to Pant. I mean, I just thought that was incredibly brave. And Bashir is someone, again, that people are talking about a lot as far as Australia is concerned and looking ahead to that tour and what role he might or might not play there, depending on the balance of England's side. But we've talked about the boundary. He's got a very short boundary behind him. He's bowling to one of the most aggressive hitters in the game. I see they're showing it again on the telly now. I mean, to toss a ball up like that to Rishabh Pant with that short boundary behind you, that's a brave piece of bowling.
Yeah, but I think that's what Ben has instilled into the team. Why is it brave? You're trying to get a wicket, and he's saying to the bowler, right,
I think the odds are on his favour.
No, but I just think the captain has given him that worth and that want to bowl a slow ball. And if he gets it, who cares? It's a six. Don't worry about the six. And by the way, you'll bowl it again if you get it. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
We're trying to get Rishabh Pant out. We want him to make a mistake. We know that his ego is quite strong, as all these kind of aggressive players are. And you keep throwing it up and you keep dangling the carrot. Ben Stokes has said to Shoaib Bashir, I'm not bothered if you go. We're going to kind of buy a wicket. And if it's Rishabh Pant's wicket that we buy, it's well worth. And if he goes for 3 or 4 sixes, it's not a problem.
Yeah.
24 in the grand scheme of things, getting someone like Rishabh out, and it got him pretty much straight away. It's well worth a punt. And that's what Ben Stokes does to his bowlers.
It's a really freeing mindset to bowl with. I look back at some parts of my international career and you're at the back of your mark and you think, shall I try and bowl a big in-swinging Yorker here? But you go, well... If I miss that by half a yard, it gets clipped for 4, I'll be out the attack next over because I've released the pressure. Whereas Ben Stokes does not allow that mindset to go into any of his bowlers' brains. And as a bowler, and thinking back to someone who would enjoyed standing at the back of my mark with freedom, it helps you commit to what you're bowling far more. And that ball actually had a bit of shape on it. He's not a big drifter of the ball, but it had a little bit of shape on it. And he enticed the shot. And good on him.
I guess why I use the word brave is because of his backstory in a way, and he's played so little cricket. He can't get in his county side. He's playing for England.
Yeah,
and he does that, at such a young age.
And he's got 4 wickets in the series, and all 4 have been caught on the boundary. But he's enticing the Indian batters to play those strokes.
Yeah.
So I look at wickets. I don't care how you get them. You're not going to get all your wickets as a spinner in this series, with a short leg in place or a leg slip. You're not going to get one to drift past the right-hander. You've got to work your wickets in different ways. And so far in this series, he's got 4 wickets, big wickets, and all have been by enticing the big... you look at Shubman in the first test, getting out for 149, caught on the edge. The collapse came after that.
Bowling first as well in both games. You referenced as a spinner.
There's nothing there for him, is there? Yeah. He must be looking down going, is there any chance I might bowl my first over with a little omelette there to have a look at?
But perhaps that quote of John Buchanan's about Ashley Giles we were talking to at lunchtime actually is also true. If we can get after him, it puts pressure on the others. And so maybe that's what India have been trying to do. Well, and what Australia might do to him in the winter.
If I'm playing against England, I'm attacking Bashir. I really would attack because I'd want to get more overs into the 4-seamers.
Which was Buchanan's argument.
I'd want more overs into Ben Stokes, and I'd challenge them in that way. But what Ben Stokes has been able to do so far, and you've got to remember, Shoaib is only 21.
Yes.
He's managed to create this kind of psyche and this doubt into some batters, and the way that England play are so positive. It's almost at times that Shoaib bowls with a free hit. It's like a mulligan. He's just bowling, and he's got the freedom to give it a rip and to try a few things and to kind of showcase his skills. And the one thing that Shoaib Bashir has got, he's got a good delivery in him.
Yes.
He has got a good drop on the ball. He comes from a height and he gets that loop. And the 4 that he's got in the series, which have been good, he's dropped the ball nicely. I think he's bowled really well in the 2 test matches so far. The Zimbabwe game where he got all these wickets, there was a time where I was watching going, oh, he looks rusty.
Yes.
Whereas I think he's bowled really... I don't recollect too many really bad balls. He's held his length really nicely, and if he can continue to do that and he does get a little bit of something out of the surface, and it might come if the captain decides to bat first one day, you never know. There might be a little bit there for him, and if he continues with this kind of length and this kind of composure and this kind of confidence in terms of where he's bowling, there'll be a pitch that offers a little bit more than he's bowled on so far.
And again, it does just show the mindset of this management, doesn't it? That it doesn't get his county side, all that stuff. 21, but we're gonna keep playing him.
Yeah, and I like that. I mean, we've probably got to stop talking about his county team because You know, he's an England
It's not
cricketer.
gonna happen. Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
he is an England cricketer. England have grabbed him. I've always said, look, we don't want you to play in too much county cricket. We're going to bring you into our system. We're going to teach you how to play Test match cricket. We don't want you to be taught how to play county cricket. This is a different game.
Yeah.
It is a different game. It's a step up, and he's learning on the job at the highest level. But he's got an incredible captain. There's not many captains who'll be able to captain Shoaib Bashir as well as Ben Stokes captains. And Ben is obviously Shoaib's releasing the ball and delivering the ball, but he's got an incredible captain to work with.
Yeah. I loved Stokes in the field today as well. Throwing himself around. I mean, he was everywhere, wasn't he? I mean, it's an old cliche, but I mean, he really does lead from the front in every way possible, doesn't he?
And he's fit as a fiddle. I shook his hand this morning. You pat him on the back, and all you can feel is muscles. It's ridiculous. He's when he does something, he commits to it 100%. And when I played with him, I never played under him as a captain, but I played with him as a contemporary. And you felt as though he threw himself into absolutely everything 100%.
Right, let's go down to the field and say hello to Chris Wokes. Evening, Chris.
Evening, how are you doing?
Well, I'm very well indeed. I'm afraid you can't see me. In fact, I can't see you now. I thought I had you lined up there, but never mind. How are you feeling after that? We were trying to work out who would be the happiest of the day, and well, I mean, I suppose, well, you tell us. How do England feel after that?
Well, I mean, I think we've put in a really good shift. I feel it was a good day. We kept our energies up. We asked questions on a good batting surface. Had things gone our way this morning a little bit more than they did, I feel like the day could have been very different, but you know, that's the game we play. But we stuck at it really well. I mean, another 2 on it, I think we'd be really, really happy.
Yeah.
You know, 300 for 7 would be great. But obviously, a good partnership from them towards the back end of the day has probably, you know, whether it's just edged it to them or it's made it an equal day, well, I'm not too sure.
Tell me about the toss and the decisions, Chris. I mean, is this, you know, the insertion again? Is that something that's decided, I don't know, yesterday or the day before? Is it like a tactic that you knew was going to happen? Because in terms of the pitch and the overheads, it was not really a normal day for putting a team in, was it?
No, I suppose not. I think this morning, really, I think the decision was probably made. I think they had probably had another look at the wicket and thought if there was going to be anything in it, it would have been the first session. And to be fair, it did offer a little bit in that first session. And as I said, I think, you know, we were nearly the perfect decision, really, because we could have had them 30 for 3 easily. So, you know, had it gone our way, obviously it looked very different, but it hasn't. So we've stuck at it well. But as you say, I think we turn up and look at the surface. I think what's going to best suit our style and our way of playing, and that was it. And then we all commit to it.
What about the boundaries and the size of them? Have you played in a test match here at Edgbaston with such short boundaries?
I hadn't noticed, to be honest with you, Aggers.
Right.
But
we've got a better view up here,
to be
perhaps.
brutally honest with you, mate, from a bowler's point of view, they just keep getting smaller anyway, so we just get on with it.
I thought
doesn't matter what the format is.
No, that's fair. That's fair comment. But it was frustrating. I mean, 3 umpires, calls, and so on. I suppose it could have been different, couldn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, obviously a little frustrated in that first session. I felt like it could have gone my way and the team's way a little bit more, but you know, that's the game we play. And I thought we stuck at it really well. Like, it was a good batting surface, as I've said. I think after lunch in particular, it looked like it just became a lot more easy pace. The ball got a little bit softer, and it looked like a good batting surface, as I said. So I think we've stuck at it well. As I said, it would have been nice to have had a couple extra on there. 7 down would have been a very, very good day.
Yeah. Just last one, Shoaib Bashir and that dismissal of Pant. I don't know
Yes.
what your view of it was, but it was just a beautiful, and I thought brave piece of bowling, because it is a short boundary down there, and he's tossed that up. That was a brilliant piece of bowling.
Yeah, exactly that. I think, as you've just touched it, it's extremely brave bit of bowling, great bit of bowling, and bit of guile from the young man. He's obviously learning on the job and doing a fantastic job at it. I think it was just, as you say, a great bit of bowling. I think Pant was obviously trying to line him up a little bit, and I was at mid-on, and it kind of curved over my head down towards Zach, and took a really good catch. But as you said, great bit of bowling by Bash. I think he was great all day. Held up that end when we could rotate from this pavilion end, and did a great job for us.
Well bowled today, Chris. Nice to see you amongst the wickets. Well done.
Cheers, I guess. Thanks.
Yeah, see you soon. Bye-bye. There we go, Chris Wokes chatting about, I loved his line about the boundaries getting smaller by the year, the more you bowl. Well, that's a good answer. Anyway, nice to have him amongst the wickets. He had a tricky first innings at Headingley, but he knows this ground very well. So I think if we're going to cut through what he was saying, they're probably even Stevens. I think it's probably what he thought about the day.
Yeah, it certainly felt that way. I think England would not ruining, because it's not at the stage of the game where you can rue anything that's happened so far, but that they'll be a bit disappointed in that first session that those couple of umpires' calls didn't go their way, because that could have really turned the tide of the game off the back of the defeat that India had last week or 10 days ago. Then coming in and being up against it and under the pump in the first hour of the day again can lead to things snowballing even this early in a series. So it's probably better for the game that didn't happen, but England would be disappointed.
Yeah, it's one thing umpires call, isn't it? In that if you're playing the game without DRS, and it's only Test cricket and international cricket that is, an umpire's call for a ball that's actually just grazing past the leg stump, it's actually a good decision. You've still got to be in that mind that the umpire has to give. He's not sure if it's going to just clip the leg stump or not, but because of DRS and because of the computer now, kind of umpire's call suddenly, it's all bad luck. Actually, it's a good decision,
Yeah, and it's a projection as well, isn't it? I think we have to remember that the reason umpire's call exists is because you can't say with absolute certainty where that ball was going to go. You can have all the sensors you want around the pitch, but to say with absolute certainty that it should be out because it was clipping the top of leg stump, it's impossible to say. So that's why umpire's call exists fundamentally. If it's clipping the stumps, you can't be that aggrieved, but when you watch them live, both of those ones, as a bowler, we sit here and we're both going, oh, that looks out, that looks good. When you release it and it hits the batter, you as a bowler are convinced sometimes that it was out, and Woakes definitely was in both of those cases, because he showed his frustration. He even referenced it in the interview there, which he very rarely does.
Yeah. Prakash is here. Well then, Prakash, we're giving it sort of 50-50 here. What would an Indian perspective be, I wonder? Give them the chance to bat first.
Well, I think they'll be disappointed, in spite of the fact that this last wicket partnership has, I think, restored a degree of their presence in the game. If they'd lost, as Chris Woakes was saying, they lost another wicket or two, it would be very different. But I think they'll be ruining the fact that Yashasvi, after doing so much of the hard work, didn't use that luck that he had early on to his advantage. He would be kicking himself. Rishabh Pant, I know we say that we can't say anything about him. Probably 9 times out of 10 he would have deposited that into the stands. But those 2 wickets, I think India would be really hurting. They would, by the converse theory of what Woakes was saying, 310 for 3 would be even better.
Yes, I was looking at Shubman Gill's face when Pant got out and
rolled his eyes.
Because the mantra would have been surely for India, we've just got to get in, bat long. They've lengthened the tail. They're worried about the lower order, everything. No Bumrah. Just get in and bat, and to see 2 batsmen really throw their wickets away in the top 5 will be disappointing.
Yeah, I think actually that's where England deserve credit in that afternoon session in particular. That it felt as though the second hour of the morning session they chased the wickets. The tongue couldn't get into his rhythm early, so they went to the short stuff and the ball started flying around a bit, and the scoreboard, it didn't get out of control, but the scoreboard certainly ticked up in that second hour before lunch. But they reassessed at lunch. They set really straight ring fields straight after lunch and frustrated those 2 players, Pant and Gill, when they came together, and almost forced Jaiswal in the first instance to chase that wide ball because he was desperate to hit a boundary because of how tight they were bowling in the build up to that. And then secondly, the way that they bowled to Pant and how slow his start was, they managed to frustrate him. So it wasn't typical Ben Stokes, we're going to try and take a wicket every ball. It was England playing the long game, and for that, in that middle session, they deserve the credit for the pressure they put on India.
Just looking at what's to come, Prakash. Well, if you've got Washington, he can bat.
He can.
What's to come? I'm looking at Akashdeep and his contribution with the bat. I know he's only played a few games, hasn't he? But it doesn't look as if he promises necessarily that much. So it's a big first hour again tomorrow, like it always is. But a new ball, and all that sort of stuff. These 2 have got to keep going.
Yes, they do, and that's what Shubman will want to do. I mean, going back to Headingley again, came back overnight unbeaten, and then really didn't press on as much as one would have thought. So, they'll want to make sure that they make this count. They need a really big score. Whether or not they'll get it, we'll wait and watch. But I think they could have been much worse. So I think India will not sleep too badly. They would have loved if they could have had another 40-50 runs and not lost those 2 wickets.
Not asking for much then.
No, I mean, when you're asked what you want, then you might as well ask
400 for them.
Yeah.
Well, that might be much even for me.
161 for 2. 208 for 3. I mean, England have just chipped away until that last bit there. So we'll see tomorrow.